Welcome to my channel. Warning: this fiction contains traumatizing content. Viewer discretion is advised. Have fun. Tenebroum, authors, DWinchester. Genres: GameLit, Dungeon, Villainous lead, Strategy, Grimdark, Fantasy, Horror, Psychological, Tragedy, Low Fantasy, Magic Mythos, Non-Human lead, Supernatural. Summary. How long will it take for a murdered thief to distill into something monstrous? In this story, the darkness only grows stronger, and its reach only grows wider as it expands by devouring the life that surrounds it. This is a dark fantasy where evil is aware, not just a that focuses on slow progression, undeath, and atmospheric storytelling. Ch. 01, Blood Money. Riley ambushed Cutter while they slogged through the mud, dragging their raft higher onto the shore. He shoved a foot and a half of dull steel into his partner's side while his hands were full of rope. The struggle that followed was brief, and by the time Riley had finished gutting Cutter like a fish, he barely had the energy to cry out in pain. All he could do was cough up blood and lay in the mud while he tried to hold his entrails in. He didn't even have the strength to stop Riley from rifling through his pockets for the map and whatever else he might have had on him. 2 shares is good, but 1 share is better, don't you think, Chum? Riley asked, smiling that trodden smile as Cutter's blood poured into the swamp water, and his world faded to black. That should have been it for poor old Cutter. A bad end for a bad man. It wasn't, though. Even though he was dead, Cutter's spirit stood over his own corpse, watching while his partner mutilated his body for a few more coins. He couldn't do anything to stop it as Riley broke fingers to get his rings off and followed that up by bashing him in the face a couple times with the hilt of his blade to pry loose his 2 gold teeth. Riley wasn't any gentler when it came to getting rid of Cutter's body. He just shoved the hole in his guts full of stones before dragging him into 3 feet of water and letting him sink into the murk of the fence deep mud where no one would ever see him again. Cutter might have done the same thing, of course, waste not, want not, and all that. He would have had the good sense to wait until they'd gotten the gold out of the swamp and downriver, though. Killing anyone before you had eyes on the goods was about the dumbest thing a thief like Riley could do. But that didn't stop him from doing it anyway. Cutter's memories didn't stop even after his eyes were blinded forever and his lungs filled with water. Things just kept right on going after that. Cutter even smiled as he watched the look of horror bloom on that weasel's face when he opened the blood-soaked treasure map and found it hopelessly ruined. That memory would last forever, even after the names and details of everything else dissolved in the murky water. Even after the carp and the crawfish reduced him from a feast to a skeleton a little more every day, he would never forget that moment of elation. Riley still dug for the treasure that day, just as they'd planned to do together. He got close too. Painfully close. He found the traces of something buried and dug up the empty chest Cutter had put down there as a decoy. The look of disappointment that bloomed on Riley's face when he opened it was grand but not half so satisfying as the rage that followed. Suddenly, the man exploded in violent fits that didn't stop until he'd broken his shovel, beating the wooden chest while he shouted obscenities. If he'd only dug 2 feet further, he'd have found the bags of old imperial coins and grave goods they'd stolen from those adventurers, but he didn't apostrophe T. The murdering bastard had stopped just short of the finish line. He left that day empty-handed, searching for a new shovel and a better plan. If he'd left with the gold, Riley would have dragged it off to some city where he could live like a king for a few years, and the echo of the partner he'd left decaying in the bog would have faded entirely. Cutter would have drifted away to whatever eternal reward awaited cutthroats and confidence men. That isn't what happened, though. Riley left the swamp with nothing but bloody hands and a couple gold teeth for his trouble. He'd tried to steal everything but come away with almost nothing. That thought kept Cutter's wraith anchored where it was, basking in the misery of the murderer and anyone else who'd come after his treasure. Things grew more jumbled after that. Days and nights blended together. Cutter blamed it on the mist as he stood there in his lonely vigil, clinging to the bitterness of his betrayal like a compass needle. If he wasn't going to get to spend that shiny on a lifetime of wine and women, then no one else would, either. After a few weeks, he wasn't really a person anymore or even a memory of a person. He was too diffuse for that. He was a handful of memories mixed with a need for vengeance that slowly spread among the bog's pools, drifting outward like poison. At first, he was stuck to the spot where he died, but as his blood drifted outward and the bugs that fed on his flesh wandered further afield, his reach widened. By the time he could reach the treasure he'd so carefully buried deep in the muck, he could barely remember how they'd swiped all that gold in the first place. He knew they'd stolen it from adventurers that had pillaged it from an ancient crypt and that he'd planted a deadhead log so Riley could ram it and sink their skiff on the way upriver. Still, he couldn't remember quite how he'd gotten those casks this deep into the fen. A few days later, he couldn't even remember that much. It didn't matter. He wasn't even a ghost anymore. He was a mist, a fog of greed that would never let anyone take the score he died so unpleasantly for. The only thing that kept time for the spirit was Riley coming back over and over again. He spent months digging and searching on the boggy island after flea-bitten sandbar without success. Day in and day out, he traipsed through the swamp, digging new holes where old holes had filled and faded away. It was enough money that he would have a hard time spending it in a lifetime, so it was worth finding, even if it took half a lifetime. Anyone might have done the same thing. Every day Riley looked for it, and every day Cutter's spirit fed the darkness growing there, though. Every time he raged in frustration at another empty hole, the treasure sank a little lower into the earth, forever out of his reach. It was these outbursts that fed the shade of his partner. He couldn't do anything but exist and hate. He couldn't defend the treasure or summon minions to do it for him. All he could do was watch and feed on the frustration of the man who searched. The murderer consulted soothsayers and arcanists. Sometimes he returned with little toys like dowsing rods and charms that did nothing. Occasionally he even brought the hedge wizards with him. The con artists spent days leading the bastard in circles, but the ones with a real gift only found a growing malignancy in those murky waters and left almost immediately, never to return. They sensed the light fading from this place as surely as the egrets that had stopped nesting here in the year since his betrayal. The dark waters and deep rushes were still full of life, but that life was changing. Ducks and cranes chose to land in other wetlands along the river, but shoebills and bloodbeaks were becoming more common in their place. The animals all sensed what Riley couldn't. The murderer didn't notice. Instead of running from the festering darkness, he built a place to stay atop the one place he was sure the treasure wasn't, the empty chest. It was a terrible excuse for a shack, just sticks lashed to sticks to make a place to sleep. The floor was a foot above the high water mark, and the roof was thatched well enough that it mostly kept the rain off. The shanty had a large flat rock in the center, just big enough to make a small cooking fire without burning the whole place down. It was a sign that he'd exhausted his meager savings staying in the nearby village, not that the shade cared. All it cared about was that, instead of feeding on its murderer for a few hours at a time, it could do it all day long now. Things became more vivid after that. The murderer could only spend half his time hunting for treasure because he had to spend the other half hunting or fishing for food, but that only made things worse for him. The more he ate of the swamp, the more he became a part of the swamp. The shade could touch him now. It could slide its fingers deep into the man's twisted little mind and fan the flames of greed so that he would never give up. In time the swamp discovered that all sorts of new torments became possible as well. It couldn't just make him stay, it could make him suffer. Those torments turned the trickle of life force he'd been siphoning off his betrayer into a flood. Dreams were the easiest way to hurt anyone foolish enough to dwell in its depths. The shade could invade the murderer's dreams most nights when his defenses were lowest and force him to remember what he'd done. The swamp couldn't remember those details anymore, but its murderer did. Most of the time, it could only remember that look of disappointment when the murderer realized the map had been smeared into illegibility by his partner's lifeblood. When it was in the head of his murderer, though, it could remember other things too. It could remember what it was like to have a name and hands. It could remember what it would feel like for his reanimated corpse to hold Riley's head under the brackish water until the bubbles stopped. It could teach the murderer things too. It could teach him what it felt like to be devoured by the denizens of the fen, one tiny bite at a time. These dreams were almost always rewarded with screams as the murderer bolted up from his nightmares. The real nightmare was all around him, though, and because of that treasure, he couldn't leave. So, day after day, he sank further into the mud and the madness, and he fed the one thing he wanted to stay buried the whole time. After dreams came diseases. It was a harder thing to do that required the swamp to work through insects and spoiled food because it had no hands of its own. All it had was a desire to make its murderer suffer, and the best tool for that turned out to be sickness. The first fevers came on tiny wings. Malaria. Swamp shivers. Gray fever. For over a year, the murderers had managed to avoid all of them, but in the space of a month was infected with all three, back to back. After that, the swamp let him recover from death's door just enough to avoid killing him before he followed with giardia and goblin guts. Every day was hell after that, and every night was worse. Not just because he couldn't manage to keep anything down, but because he was too sick to fulfill the need to hunt the swamp's treasure, and it ate at him as badly as the diseases did. Any sane person would have left by now, but there was no sanity in Cutter's Fen. There were only the dead and the damned. Ch. 02, those that followed. It didn't start out as a plan. The swamp couldn't plan because it no longer understood anything but now. It knew what more meant though, and it always hungered for more. It was those sentiments that filled the murderer's dreams. If there were more men like you to dig, then you would find it. If you hadn't killed your partner, the two of you could look in twice as many places and you'd already be rich by now. They were the regrets of a damaged mind infected by a hunger that could no longer be sated by a single victim. They were echoes of a person that no longer existed, but every night it found 1,000 subtle ways to make the victim long for more hands to help him dig up the swamp. All he needed were a few slaves or even a small gang to help him tear the fen apart and find his ill-gotten gains. The murderer didn't notice how sick he was getting, or how the island he'd built his hovel on had started to grow with the waste earth he brought back daily. All he could think about was his worn-out shovels and the strong backs he needed to dig more of this accursed soil. So, one day he left, and the swamp didn't even try to stop him. It knew that he would be back, no matter how long it took. The wraith followed him to the edge of its domain, surprised that it could see a small village from there, just across the lagoon. It had known it was out there somewhere, because sometimes they ate its fish or brought down its fowl, but the place was an afterthought. Looking at it now, all the shade could make of it, was that it only had a few dozen souls at best. The swamp would have loved to devour them, but they were just out of reach and under the protection of a vague curtain of light that had to be the work of the divine. It could feel the sanctified land of her temple, even from this distance, so for now the wraith would have to let it be, unless a fisherman was foolish enough to cast his nets too deep into its mire. The days blurred in the absence of a human mind to toy with, and so it drifted among the fog. For a time, all that the wraith cared about was that its treasure continued to slowly sink downwards. It had started out 5 feet under where the hovel now stood but was closer to 20 feet now. It had left the layers of mud and slime behind and was now buried firmly in the thick band of red clay that hid beneath the swamp for at least a league in every direction. No one would ever find its treasure now, the swamp was certain of that. After drinking deeply of intoxicating emotions like fear and madness though, the swamp had developed a taste for humans, and desperately wanted more. Then one day, there was a boat. No, there were several boats, paddling from the river that marked the edge of the swamp towards the lands of mist and darkness that the wraith alone held sway over. The murderers had returned, and with them came a large group of strangers. Many of them looked even less savory than the murderer that brought them here. He'd certainly seen better days. He'd left a frail and starving hermit looking for help to find the treasure he'd sought alone for almost 2 years. He returned bound hand and foot, the victim of someone stronger who'd smelled opportunity. The big man wasted no time and began barking orders before they'd even arrived. Once they made landfall on the murderer's island, a handful of henchmen quickly stirred the slaves from their oars to start unloading everything they'd brought with them. Within minutes there was more activity in the heart of the fen than there had the entire rest of the time the wraith had been aware combined. Boards. Tools. Food. Sandbags. It didn't know the words, but as the men communicated with each other it learned them. None of them had eaten or drank of the swamp yet, so they were mostly beyond its vaporous reach. That was fine. The wraith merely watched as they turned its very heart from a small and empty island with only a hovel, into a true campsite. That was when they strung up the murderer from a strong tree, lashing him to make sure that he hadn't forgotten anything before they were done with the lunatic. The swamp watched, and it feasted, enjoying the pain and despair as the light behind the eyes of the man that had murdered it so long ago finally went out. After he'd hung there for a few hours someone finally cut him down, letting him splash into the water where the swamp could finally taste his flesh. It had waited years for this moment and would have waited years more if it had to. Now that the day had finally come though, there was a feeding frenzy as water rushed to fill the corpse's chest, dragging him below so that the catfish could nibble, and leeches could drain to their heart's content. A pulse of power flowed through the wraith that it had never known before as the soul of another living human was dragged screaming from whatever its true destination was meant to be, into the dark heart of the bog. Its obsessions added to its own, and its need for gold only amplified the needs that were already there. The sensitive among the slaves could feel it, and made a sign against the evil eye, even as most of the rest of that motley crew let out a ragged cheer while the animals ripped the corpse to pieces and made the dark water bubble and froth. When that grim business was done, and the waters were finally still, the newcomers turned to the business of keeping away the darkness. Dry wood was hard to find this deep, and what they'd brought with them would only last so long, but for now they had enough to keep the shadows at bay. The swamp is in no hurry as it circled them. They would falter. They would drink its water and eat its creatures, and then the wraith would worm its way inside their heads the same way it had with the murderer it had haunted for so long. Now there was a small part of it that wanted these betrayers to die as badly as it had wanted to feast on the murderer, but it would have to wait, because if the wraith ate at this group too quickly the rest would merely flee. They needed to be cultivated and allowed to dig until they caught the deadliest fever of all. The one that would keep them chained here for as long as it took to feast on them, gold fever. Their camp formed over days. The original hovel was leveled except for the posts and cross members that had held it up, then the floor was replaced by planks, and walls made of cloth were put up to keep the bugs out. It was in that room, almost out of its reach, they schemed while sandbars were dug up by the slaves and used to expand and flatten the main island. Shacks for the men and supplies, and canvas tents for the slaves quickly became the pattern. 2 men kept watch every night and tended the fires, keeping the darkness at bay and weakening the swamp when it was at its strongest during the darkest hours of the night. It had enjoyed feasting on the murderer, but he was sloppy and careless. The shadows had found 1,000 ways to worm into his soul, but now the swamp worried that these men and their precautions might be too much for it to devour. For a time, they were. The newcomers were cautious and methodical, eating the salt pork and ship's biscuits they had brought with them while they kept up the fires and set about their methodical search plan, eliminating one island at a time in a slowly expanding spiral that turned up very little. Then one day the slaves got it in their head to supplement their meager rations with skewers of fresh water drum and carp. It started with a couple of them surreptitiously using a bit of line and a watchfire to feed the grumbling in their stomachs, but soon spread to most of the men. They devoured the flesh and spit out the bones, but worms and parasites that they contained, along with a touch of darkness, those persisted long after the meat was digested and passed. Those men didn't belong to it yet, but every day they got a little closer. Soon it was feeding off their dreams, taunting them with visions of gold, or even better, escape. Days of hard work and nights of treasures they would never have soon wore down even the strongest of them, and the whole time the darkness of the swamp gorged on it all. After almost a month of fruitless searching came the first escape attempt, followed by the first mutiny. Those led to the first whippings and executions, and every drop of blood that ended up in the water made the wraith that hounded them make for more. Being able to drink deep of so much essence so often was a luxury it had never imagined before, and its reach and power only grew by the day. The sickness started with their leader. The swamp knew that if it started to pick off the weakest, the strongest would just flee while they still could, denying it the revenge and vitality that it craved. So, it watched and waited for his habits to slacken, for his men to fail to boil the water long enough or for him to leave his windows open on sweltering nights. Then in the peak of summer, when the water levels were at the lowest, and the ruins of so many of the smaller islands were visible above the much reduced waterline, the taskmaster came down with a bad case of gray fever. His sweating became more profuse even as the sun set, and then his skin turned ashen. "What you need is to take a trip into Aden. I'll row you myself. They've got a real healer, and gods know you need one," his second-in-command argued. "Bah," said the taskmaster, weakly. "We both know that if I leave half of the superstitious mutts we have here will run for the hills. I wouldn't dream of such a thing." "That might be true," his second agreed, "but isn't that reason enough to think about packing all this in?" Maybe that lunatic had no idea what he was talking about. "We're close, Mick. I can feel it in my bones we're close," the leader answered, before ending the conversation. They were close, of course, practically on top of it. The swamp knew that, but it also sent dreams telling him that almost every night lately. That they were so close. That any day now they'd find the object of his desires. He was certain they'd find the gold before the fever broke, but while he lay in bed, other disasters abounded. Without careful inspections, rats had gotten to 2 casks of food and spoiled them completely, and a crew returning with firewood had capsized on the way back to camp after hitting a snag that hadn't been there the day before. A good man lost his leg to a gator, and 2 slaves drowned in a panic to escape, in water they should have been able to stand in. While the Wraith drank deep of all this human suffering with one hand, it had used tremendous amounts of its energy to cause them, and so it was a net loss. It was getting impatient though. It knew that this group lacked the monomaniacal dedication to seeking the treasure that the murderers had unless they found something, and it was loath to give up a single coin, even to keep them here forever. A few days later the taskmaster was well enough to leave his sick bed, and he started to issue orders. They were leaving. That's when the real madness started. One of their pole boats sank, 3 slaves escaped, and several more fell sick with a bad case of goblin guts. If things had been going bad before they decided to leave, then they got much worse once they were making preparations. 4 months earlier they had arrived with 23 living souls including the murderer toward the end of spring rains, and now that summer heat was finally dying off 14 people were making plans to leave in the next day or 2. They'd been humbled by nature and feasted on by powers they couldn't see, let alone understand. Then the mage came. Ch. 03, Taming the Swamp. The mage was alone. He came without any servants, but he practically glowed with ethereal energy. His layers of enchantments left him well beyond the reach of the Wraith from the moment he first crossed into the swamp's domain. He was rowed out into the fen by a local fisherman who had only the tiniest stains on his soul from regularly eating the swamp's polluted catch. It was just a hint that soon enough, a year or 2 at most, he would have the whole village, not just the men hidden in the fever-ridden swamps outside of it. The mage's robes didn't have even the faintest trace of mud or stains from work on them, and he smiled at the dangerous men like he didn't have a care in the world. "Leaving already, are you?" he asked. "I suppose I could allow that. Sell me your slaves and the rest of your supplies, and I'll even give you a good price. You'll need money for the road if you're going to get far enough away from me that I'll never find you again." "Leave? We'll be back, and with even more men than before," the headman yelled, purpling with rage. The swamp loved anger and rippled hungrily around the violence, preparing to savor what was sure to happen next. The leader would never have the chance to yell anything again, though. In the split second it took him to reach for his sword, a lightning bolt came down from a clear blue sky and boiled his brains in his skull before he hit the water, still steaming. He was dead before he'd gotten wet and before he or the swamp had gotten even a taste of suffering. "Anyone else?" the mage asked languidly. Everyone there stood dumbfounded, including the swamp. It recoiled from the painful flare of essence that wasn't his own. One moment it had been expecting to feast on blood and suffering, and the next, it was burned by foreign magics, hurt on a way that it had never been hurt before. For the first time in its existence, it knew fear. The local lord has promised me this whole area for my experiments if I purge the thieving vermin in it. As far as I'm concerned, purge means to expel, so if you hurry, I won't have to kill all of you. I can just. The headman's second had been standing at the window of the main building, overlooking this whole exchange near the shore. He raised a crossbow, but he burst into flames before he could pull the trigger. The swamp is tempted to drink deep of that terrible suffering but held back. The mage's magic cut through the mist and shadows that made up the wraith like the noonday sun, and it wanted nothing to do with them. So the second threw himself from the window into the shallow water to enjoy a short life amid the mud and worms, leaving only a few men that had pissed themselves and a burning building behind him. Before he hit the water, though, everyone else with a weapon met with an equally grisly fate. It was only when the gang was dead that the mage got off the boat and began to survey the island. "Yes, this will do, I think," he said to himself, "this will do nicely." "What will become of us?" one of the surviving slaves asked. He was strong enough to have survived 2 rounds of the shivers, but he didn't look like he would make it through a third. "Why, you'll work for me, and when I have no further need of you, I'll set all of you free," the mage said, not bothering to look at any of them. "Now unload the boats and bring the tools. We'll need to knock some of these huts down before we can put up the circle." The men got to work after that, knocking down many of the structures they'd built up so carefully until now. This should have pleased the swamp, but the swamp knew that nothing good could come from this new arrival. It slunk away into the shadows to feast on the corpses of the recently dead to recover its strength and keep an eye on all of the goings on from a safe distance. The fishermen left at once, and everyone else labored for several days until the mage pronounced their preparations completed. The swamp could feel the change, like a numbness in the center of its very soul. The mage had cleared and leveled the land enough to create a broad ring on the island that only existed to safeguard the treasure. Once that was done, he'd lit a brazier. Then, he added potent incense to drive back the fetid swamp air from his ritual site before adding granite dust mixed with salt in a perfect circle while chanting, causing the whole area to thrum with geomantic power. The weather smelled of storms, but even if the swamp called to the thunderheads, there was no way the rain would come in time to stop what was coming next. The swamp was afraid. It had stayed clear, so it wasn't trapped inside the circle, but its treasures were. There were a few coins and pieces of jewelry in the waters surrounding its lair. Still, it was less than nothing in the face of its great golden heart, and right now, it could barely feel its sole reason for being. Was this mage really going to dig up its treasure in a single moment? Was it going to do in a day what the murderers hadn't been able to accomplish in years? That part of his soul was frothing with rage while the rest sank into fear and despair. That's when the ground started to move. It started somewhere below it. Below the layers of clay that it had claimed, in the bedrock that would forever be too hard for the dark waters of the swamp to penetrate. What was once silent and still was rumbling and cracking. Then the rock began to rise higher. It was an impossibility, but it was happening just the same. The slaves fell to their knees as the earth shook, even as the mage stood there unperturbed while his chanting reached a crescendo. The rock was rising in a handful of broken spires, like teeth or claws, and the swamp could feel them tearing at its underbelly. Was it not enough to rip the treasure from its beating heart? Was it also going to pierce the clay so the infected waters could be lanced and drained before reaching the village? The swamp recoiled in anguish as the first outcropping pierced the blood-stained soil of its domain. Like the mage that summoned it, the rock was entirely beyond its control. It was an affront to everything it had been building, a monument to frustration, but one built within mere feet of its gold. The first outcrop wasn't the only one, either. Soon there were half a dozen, and each was a finger in the fist gripping the core of the wraith's being. It could feel itself being damaged by the ritual. Even if the rocks hadn't pierced the soil in such a way as to drain the swamp, they'd still pierced it in a way that was probably fatal, and there was nothing it could do. The swamp could only watch as the megalithic stones eventually stopped moving. The still living humans celebrated this with a lavish dinner. All the swamp could celebrate was that even though the mage had dealt it a grievous blow, the treasure everyone sought still lay more than a dozen feet beneath them. If raw magic like that couldn't force it to the surface, then it was confident that no one would ever find it, and as long as it wasn't found, the swamp would heal and recover. It would feast on victims or slowly increase its reach a little every week until it had enough blood to become strong again. Things passed quickly after that. Lost in the fog of its weakness, the swamp couldn't follow the small changes on the island that used to be its or the people who lived on it as they slowly improved it. One day it was just a series of ugly stones, but only a few months later, those stones had been dressed and shaped, and fired clay bricks were being placed into walls around the whole thing. The clay still belonged to the swamp, and so did the wood used to bake them, so slowly, even though the humans tried to seal it out of whatever they were building, they were unknowingly locking themselves in with it. After almost half a year, it began to look like a tower. That's one of the words the mage used most often, along with phrases like geomantic and ley lines. They meant nothing to the swamp. The mage had apparently discovered that the spot he now occupied was a source of great power, and he had come to harvest it. The swamp grew angry at this revelation, of course. The mage had come here to steal its powers, and there was nothing it could do to stop it. That was why it had never recovered, it decided, finally fitting the facts together. No matter how many corpses it devoured or dreams it invaded, it was trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. Without mending that hole, it would never be full again. It could do nothing, though, and more months passed while the tower that both was and was not the swamp began to grow in height. 3 stories and then 4 were added. Eventually, artisans started to frequent the island, adding timber supports and ornaments that were beyond the mage's slaves. After over a year, they finally came one last time, adding glass to the windows of the 6th story, just below the flat roof. That's when the tower took on its final form. It was a drum tower just over 30 feet at its base and a little over half that on its highest story. It was a massive structure that would hum with the mage's power when he conducted one of his experiments. Those were the days the swamp feared most. Whenever that happened, there was nothing for it to drain or harvest, and the mage sucked power from the wraith to accomplish his arcane goals. Whenever that happened, the swamp lost weeks of time as the energies that let its soul exist faded into the background. During one of these blackouts, the mage had his libraries and tools moved into his new home by a small army of servants. After that, no one new came for a long while, but dozens of men still swarmed about the mage, running his errands and doing his bidding. There was precious little the swamp could do to interfere in any of this. Indeed, it could only watch as entirely mundane cottages and, eventually, even a manor house sprung upon its island. It was practically a village in its own right now. The swamp should have been drowning in blood and power with such a feast on its doorstep, but it could only watch and wither as civilization flourished and the mage sucked it dry. Ch. 04, gazing into the abyss. Time no longer made sense to the swamp. It hadn't bothered to watch the passage of days before now. One life rarely mattered to it, and a single day never did. Instead it relied on the slow arc of seasons to make sense of the world around it, but now that was impossible. All it marked was the lines on the mage's face and the length of the mage's beard. Albrecht, that was the man's name. He'd heard it 1,000 times, and the swamp clung to it as the only piece of flotsam that mattered in the wreckage that was its domain. Albrecht wasn't a young man when he'd first entered the swamp's domain, but after being here several of years, he was finally starting to show his age in places. A new wrinkle here. A touch of gray there. That was all there was to show the passage of time while he regularly shattered the swamp's ability to think. Even the fact that the fishing village across the lake was now well within its domain didn't matter nearly as much as Albrecht's receding hairline. In time the swamp might yet devour the poor netmenders and fishwives of that dismal little place, but for now all it could do was inflict the stray nightmare while its power was continually siphoned on for magical experiments that the wraith couldn't hope to understand. It would never have understood them if the man's apprentice hadn't died. Fortunately one day the warm climate proved too much for the anemia that he'd suffered from since long before he set foot in the fen though. The swamp never would have cared about the soft, pale, boy, beyond how he'd tasted to the worms either, if the mage hadn't decided that his apprentice would be good for one more forbidden experiment done in secret in the attic above the 6th floor. It was in the middle of a terrible storm, drawn in a circle of Albrecht's own blood, that a fragment of the swamp was suddenly forced behind the dull eyes of Barnabas, Albrecht's dead apprentice. It was a jarring experience. One moment he was prowling the reeds in a bid to feel more present in the jarring mess that had become its existence, and understand the current edges of its domain. The next he was trapped in a body of slowly decaying flesh for the first time in years. At least part of him was. Even in the tower he could still feel the swamp outside. It was like being both the troubadour on stage in an alehouse as well as being the crowd watching him play. It was disconcerting and dizzying, all at once. For the first time in years the swamp could think, he could think in words and sentences. Even though this brain was 2 days dead and slowly turning to mush, it could still think better than acres of fetid water and a million insects. Albrecht leaned back, in visible shock that his apprentice had opened his eyes, though he recovered quickly enough. "Barnabas, is it really you?" the mage asked, his voice full of trepidation. The recently deceased Not Barnabas slowly sat up, raising himself first to his ass, and then to his knees. Standing only proved possible by leaning heavily against the wall, and whether it was because of the decaying limbs or the unfamiliar body, any sort of complicated movements would probably be impossible. Not Barnabas wanted to lunge for the old man's throat right then, but the distant jingling sound warned him that his right leg was attached to a manacle, and a quick glance verified that he was chained to the floor. Even that might not have been enough to dissuade Not Barnabas were it not for one more discovery as he flicked his milky eyes around the room. In this mind and this body, he could do something none of the other souls that made up his messy patchwork spirit could do. He could read. He could read well enough to see that the tome to Albrecht's right was titled A Treatise on Necromancy and Other Forbidden Arts. The wraith inside Barnabas didn't know what any of that meant, but the decaying brain of the body he currently resided in did. As soon as it found out, it badly wanted those secrets for itself. Just the word, necromancy, called to him like a long-lost love. And in that moment he wanted something more than he wanted to return to the swamp that he belonged in. So instead of trying to kill its mortal enemy, the wraith did something it had never done before, and forced itself to smile. Barnabas. It managed to mouth, feigning recognition to his former master in a way that made the older man suck in his breath in shock. That started a long, and mostly one-sided conversation where the mage asked his former apprentice questions on death and dying, forcing the swamp to make up 1- and 2-syllable answers to questions it barely understood. Did it hurt to die? Do you remember me? What was the afterlife like? As the questions grew longer, the answers became simpler and less sensible. Not because the swamp couldn't answer, of course, but because he was bored. It took every ounce of its willpower to play along as it did. Eventually the mage tired of this and went downstairs, leaving all the ritual implements behind, including the book. That was when Not Barnabas got to work, pulling the heavy tome down onto the floor in the light of the attic's only window so he could read the unfamiliar words and try to puzzle out their meanings. Most of what it read was far beyond the swamp, but it learned that death magic was the least natural and perhaps the most powerful in the world. It was mostly just heretical stories about death lords and necromancers of ages past. In the apprentice's experience, tomes like this would usually have rituals and formulae for the channeling and execution of elemental magics. Death magic was taboo though, and forbidden to research, so much less well understood. None of that mattered to the wraith though. The formula and stories faded into the background as the meanings seeped into his soul like a secret meaning between the lines of the book. The meanings were secret, and they were written only for him. The human part of him might not understand what he was reading, but the darkness that he had become resonated completely with it. Many of these powers were already in its grasp, if only it had enough essence to use them. It was a remarkable night. When it was done, Not Barnabas had only one choice: and spent the remaining hours before daylight preparing for it, sure that Albrecht would pay it another visit soon. It was not disappointed, and hours later under the rays of the noonday sun the mage returned to the attic. Not Barnabas was sure that the mage thought that alone would protect him from the forbidden things he was doing. The door was unlocked now though, and neither the sun nor the circle would protect him from what came next. "Did you see any of the gods when you passed, or the underworld after you passed?" the mage asked. Not Barnabas took one clumsy step forward, holding onto the beams, before whispering something almost inaudible. "What's that?" the mage asked, leaning forward slightly, just to the edge of his protective circle. "I command you to speak up." Not Barnabas took one more clumsy step. It was almost in range of its target now, and stood as close as the chain bolted to the floor would allow, that is, the distance it would have allowed if not Barnabas had still been attached to it. During the night it had shattered that ankle and foot to remove the thing. That meant there was nothing to stop it when it lunged for the mage's throat, growling, "I've seen your death." The teeth buried deep into Albrecht's throat for that one surprised moment that the mage's sense of absolute safety made him let his guard down. All that not Barnabas had time for was to bite down before suddenly a spell ripped through it, sending it through the roof of the tower before arcing down deep into the muck below. Every rib in not Barnabas' chest was shattered before it hit the ground, but even as its consciousness faded, and its trapped spirit slowly trickled out into the brackish waters of the fen, the corpse died with a smile on its face. Killing the mage would have been better of course, but that one bite was enough. For too long Albrecht held the heart of the swamp prisoner in that tower, but now it had a card to play too. It had a taste of the man's blood, and that was the perfect vector to slice through the wards and enchantments that the cagey old sorcerers had relied on for too long. Yes, it had been humiliating for a force of nature like it to be trapped in someone else's body, even if only for a short time, but it had been worth it. The wraith knew what powers awaited it, if only it could remove the wizard's boot from its neck, and now it had the perfect way to do just that. The roof was repaired in a few days, and the mage's neck healed a few weeks after that, though he would always bear the scar. What mattered though, was the future experiments. Up until now, whenever Albrecht cast one of his terrible spells he used the power of the swamp without any regard to the cost, but now every time he tried to drain essence from the true lord of the fen, it was drained from him in equal measure. This wasn't enough to completely plug the hole in the bucket that had doomed the swamp to such a fitful and hazy existence for so long, but it was enough to make the mage try his tricks much less often. Being bedridden for days tended to have that effect on people. That was how the swamp recovered while his nemesis faltered. Each experiment and spell grew further apart from the last one as the toll on the mage's body became greater, and the wraith's influence grew. When the wizard had arrived in the swamp, he'd seemed almost ageless, but now he was aging a year every month or two as the darkness weighed on him and infected his soul. It was in those weakened moments the swamp pushed hard into his feverish nightmares, granting horrors and insights to the man. He almost always woke from these fugue states with some new theory or principle to try now, but without really understanding that it was exactly what the swamp wanted from him. That was also when the dreams about the treasure started. Apparently, Albrecht had heard of the treasure. The tale of Riley's riches, the bards called it. The swamp didn't know the details, nor did it care to, but it knew one treasure more than any other it sorely wished to add to that collection now, and for that to happen, it would finally have to let the hoard be unearthed. Ch. 05, The Birth of a Necromancer. Night after night the dreams eroded the mage's fixation on his own experiments, replacing it with the obsession about the rumors in the swamp. When he came to the swamp all he cared about was using its energy to cast his strange spells so that he might better understand the universe, one faltering step at a time. Now he had a new project. He'd grown increasingly convinced that this myth in the treasure that it focused on was at the core of the power he'd drawn on so frequently. He focused on research now as much as dowsing and divination. He wasn't just trying to find the treasure as much as he was trying to understand the truth behind the stories. Was there really a treasure, or was it just that gold fever was as easy to catch in this cursed place as the shivers were? It wasn't hard. For the first time in years the Wraith didn't try to hide the treasure. It wanted it to be found. It wanted Albrecht to dig deep into the soil and find the riches that hid in the very heart of darkness. It just didn't want him to share them with anyone else, so it infected the mage with a subtle strain of paranoia. The treasure could only belong to one person after all. If an apprentice or a servant were to find it, or to help him dig for it, they would only steal the riches for themselves. So, one day the mage made the decision to close off the whole tower to everyone else. His servants still cooked and brought firewood, but only ever to the door after that. From that day on no one saw what he was working on, though rumors began almost immediately. For weeks the mage worked alone and in secret. Even after he chiseled the mortar from between the stones that made up the floor and pulled them aside, to reveal the dark earth, he didn't make much progress. The soil beneath the tower wasn't just long hidden, it was a thick clay that made any excavation a challenge. The treasure of the swamp had taken years to slowly sink down to the bedrock, and it would take a great deal of effort to reach it, even though he now knew exactly where it was. Maybe Albrecht could have done it by himself if he'd still been the ageless magician he'd been years ago when he entered the swamp, but now he was an old man, he was more frail than he'd ever been, and seemed to go a little grayer with each spell that he cast. In the last few months his cheeks had become sunken and his graying beard began to go wild. No matter how well paid his servants were, they were beginning to whisper that he hadn't been the same since the accident and began to tell lurid stories at night about what dark bargains he must be striking with the devils of the pit. Albrecht didn't hear their stories, but he could see the way they looked at him whenever he actually came to the door. That was when he decided he needed help that wouldn't betray him. The first servant he resurrected into dark servitude was one of the cook's boys who was taken by malaria. Unlike last time, the mage didn't use a complicated resurrection that attempted to preserve the soul. This zombie was just a puppet on strings that could do only the most basic tasks. Its orders were simple: dig. Every day it filled a few wicker baskets with earth, and every night it emptied them into the waters of the swamp when everyone was sleeping. It was the first mindless servant, but it wouldn't be the last. Soon the small graveyard behind the tower that had been built and filled over the last couple of years by the people the swamp had taken was being robbed nightly. As the hole got wider and deeper, more zombies were made to fill it. In time it became impossible to hide the strange activity from everyone, and eventually some of his servants worked up the courage to ask questions. Albrecht bought their silence by doubling their wage instead of providing answers. He traded a few coppers to buy time for the gold that was getting a little closer every night. He didn't stop there though. He brought the boats inside of his tower so no one could easily leave the fen without his permission. He was out of viable corpses to make more servants from, but he was still not so far gone as to kill people just to make more zombies. Just because he thought it was wrong to kill them though, didn't mean that he was going to let them escape in case he should need them later. After that, fear clung to the island as thickly as the mist did as rumors started to run rampant, and the mage only let his most trusted apprentice return to town to fetch supplies. Slowly the tunnel under the tower wound its way in a loose spiral. Thanks to the graceless efforts of the zombies it meandered a little to the left or the right every day, but it was always going deeper. Every day his tireless servants dug a few more inches, closing in on his secret prize, until one day they were there. Albrecht had stopped eating by this point, fearing that his former servants would poison him, and was so thin he couldn't make his hands stop shaking. His paranoia was hardly misplaced. The living that were still on the island had long since girded themselves for battle with kitchen implements and the few bows that had been kept for hunting. Given the chance they would surely mutiny and try to kill him. They didn't have the chance, because he never left the tower, which was just as well because there was nothing they could do to a man who wielded fire and lightning. That night in the midst of a terrible storm he dug the last few inches himself to gaze on the pile of treasure embedded in the wall like a fossil from another age rather than a pile of blood money that a couple of thieves had fought over half a decade before. Albrecht never had the chance to enjoy more than the sight of that gold. He was never going to own even a single coin, how could he? He was just another piece of treasure being added to the pile. For a long time Albrecht had pulled his power from the swamp to run his experiments and cast his spells. He was suffused by it. It had eaten of his flesh and corrupted his very soul, so tonight it was the swamp that pulled power from him instead. As the mage reached for one of the coins, it started to vibrate, still embedded in the wall. Then suddenly it wasn't. He felt the slight pull of fire as something else tapped into the elemental energies he was so talented with, but while he was attempting to figure out what was happening, it was too late. The coin leapt into the air, melted into a spike, and embedded into his flesh in an instant. The mage looked at his hand in surprise, and watched as his blood slowly dripped down the gold spike that impaled it. He started to back away, but it was too late. He could feel his energy being channeled away from him again in an even bigger surge than last time. Several more coins shot out from the wall, and each of them became a similar spike. Depending on which object was melted, the projectiles were bigger or smaller, but each one of them found their way into Albrecht's flesh before he could react. He turned and fled at the onslaught. Even with all of his arcane power, there was nothing for him to do. He couldn't fight something that wasn't there. "Help me," he yelled to the undead slaves that stood there waiting for their next order, silent and impassive. They began moving immediately, but they didn't respond to him. Instead, they moved to block his way even as several more pieces of gold lanced into his back, making him cry out in pain. "Gods, you're stupid!" he yelled at the zombies. "If you aren't going to do anything useful, then get out of my way." They didn't though. Instead, they started to walk toward him. At first they were just pushing, but after a moment they were grabbing and holding, and then carrying. The terrible servants he'd spent so much time creating weren't even his anymore. They were answering to their true owner, the swamp. It was its darkness that brought them back from the dead, and its darkness that made them move. Now they were doing just what it wanted and adding a crown jewel to its terrible collection. "No. Stop!" he yelled as the fear leaked into his voice. This wasn't how this was supposed to happen. He'd finally gotten what he was obsessing over, and now everything was spiraling out of control. "What are you doing?" The zombies carried him to the wall, and though he tried to set them ablaze, nothing happened. Not only would his minions not respond to his orders, but he couldn't properly channel his own essence to catalyze his spell. Instead, something else siphoned it away, and as he was pressed hard against the wall, more and more coins and trinkets were melted into spikes, and each one of those found its way into a soft part of the mage's flesh. He was slowly being devoured by an iron maiden made of gold. He gave up on words or spells then and just screamed instead. It was a terrible agony, and since each wound stayed filled and the blows avoided vital organs, none of the punctures were fatal. He didn't stop wailing until hundreds of the little daggers had impaled him, and both of his lungs were punctured. Even his death rattle, loud and inhuman as it was, didn't reach the building his servants lived in while they waited at the storm. Nothing could save Albrecht as the treasure consumed him. Soon hundreds of spikes were embedded in his flesh, but death still didn't come for him. After that, the pain became even worse as all of the spikes that impaled him suddenly began to heat up and melted again, forming a sarcophagus that melted around him like a second skin of molten gold. Every step in the process was agonizing, but it was meant to be. The swamp fed on his pain as it tormented the mage and brought him closer to his death as slowly as possible. The mage felt each wound. He felt the metal heat to liquid and swallow him whole, and it was only after another minute of suffering that he finally suffocated in his permanent shell. He was no longer a person now. He was a thing. For so long all the swamp wanted was to make sure that no one ever took its treasure, but after years it had found an even greater treasure than gold, the mind of the mage. It coveted the terrible arcane secrets he possessed, and wanted them for itself. Now it had them in the form of a grisly sarcophagus. In time the suffering occupant of the phylactery would become as much a part of the wraith that was these swamps as Cutter or the murderer, but for now it was just a trophy, a repository of knowledge that should have died with its owner. Ch. 06, a trip into town. That was the night that everyone on the island died. Before the storm ended, Albrecht's last few servants were torn apart by the dozen zombies that had spent the last few months toiling to dig the tunnels ever deeper. Even without any weapons of their own, The zombies still strangled the life out of almost every soul that remained on the island within minutes. It could hardly even be called a fight. The living managed to mangle or maim a corpse or two, but that did nothing to stop them from following through with their murderous orders. Only one of the apprentices managed to escape out a window before the zombies knocked down the front door, and he only waded a few 100 feet into the water before something dragged him down into the muck until his lungs filled with water. In the morning the storm cleared, and for the first time in years there was utter silence in the area around the island as the sun rose. Not one bird dared to chirp or sing in the aftermath of the deadly transformation that had occurred. Up until now the evil that lurked in the fin had been localized and specific about one thing: protecting its bloody treasure. Even though the darkness could always be felt by those most sensitive to those things, it was a pall that was palpable now. It was a shroud over the whole area that even the villagers could feel as they made gestures to ward off evil before setting off in their boats to catch today's supper. The evil in the fin was metastasizing, and growing at a prodigious rate as it changed into something darker and more malevolent than it had ever been before. A powerful mind was being devoured deep in its dark heart, and that made it think of all sorts of things it had never considered before. Even now the Wraith was using the zombies to try new experiments that the mage had imagined, but was much too mortal to actually explore. New circles with darker runes were being drawn. Zombies were loading corpses into barrels to see if pickling the corpses would produce hardier and stronger vessels, and all the while, the remainder of its servants retreated into the depths with makeshift tools to begin tunneling into the bedrock once more. The swamp had an even greater treasure to protect now, and that meant burying it ever deeper, in a labyrinth so dark and fortified that no one would ever find it. That those efforts might take decades, or that the undead servants performing the work would turn to dust long before their efforts were complete, didn't matter. The avarice of the swamp was timeless, and it would not rest until all that it coveted was safely tucked away where it could never be taken from it. It was that very urge that made it look to the small fishing village which was now well inside its territory. Those insignificant human lives that were so obsessed with fishing and eating only to raise young humans that would also learn to fish and eat were no longer just a source of suffering and sustenance, but also a source of labor for this endless project. It had been preying on the dreams of the children and the illnesses of the infirm for months now, but flush with the dark knowledge brewing in the prison that was its phylactery, the swamp took a wider view. The dead buried in the consecrated ground of the temple at the heart of the village were beyond its reach, but everything else belonged to it, if only it reached out to grab it. The bones of the drowned, picked clean in the pond, the bodies of murder victims in shallow graves where they were never supposed to be found, and even the small coven of witches that tried to bargain with dark powers to curse their neighbors were all the property of the swamp now. Each one was a source of energy or a possible weapon to be wielded, and it studied them as intently as it could, even though its focus still drifted frequently with the weather and the phase of the moon. Consuming the mage had drained much of its reserves, so it did nothing immediately. Instead it simply existed, letting the fetid waters rejuvenate as day and night cycled harmlessly around its domain. It needed nothing now. In time it would need more corpses to animate, and more iron to melt into hammers and chisels for them, but there was no hurry. It didn't know how to hurry anymore. All the swamp did was watch and wait until the moment was right. That moment came a month later when two men argued over beer about whose turn it was to mend the nets. The argument became a fight, and the fight led to one of them drowning in the heat of the moment not far from the village. The murderer went home like nothing happened, while the fish started to nibble on the corpse of his victim. In only 1 week the corpse would decay beyond recognition. In 2 weeks there wouldn't be enough left to animate. Tonight it trudged along the bottom of the pond until it reached the shallows and walked up a sandbar, heading toward his former village. Before he died, the corpse had been called George, and all he'd known about the swamp was that the catch was getting better but that no catch was worth staying out close to sunset. He'd been a decent man, and had lived hand to mouth for all of the 32 years he'd been alive. Now he was just a corpse with water in its lungs that was making its way to his cousin's shanty one clumsy stride at a time. No one was awake by the time it found its destination shortly after midnight, and if anyone heard Simon's scream of horror as his own victim strangled him to death in his bed, they didn't bother to light a lantern and investigate. The swamp enjoyed the brief thrill of joy and vengeance that shot through the dead mind of its puppet as it gave the dead man his most fervent wish. Death within its domain was always a thrill for the swamp. Every single act of predation fed it, from a shoebill devouring a Neil to a man slaying another man. Death was its banquet, and the farther its domain spread, the more those tiny acts of nature rotted up. A murder like this, though, full of emotion and vengeance, that was worth more than a week of nature's bounty, and the swamp was revitalized by it. Even as it absorbed that essence, it had to counsel itself against wanton slaughter of the townspeople. After they were gone, there might not be anything to feast on for a long time, so it would have to devour them slowly, a single life at a time. Murder wasn't what tonight was about anyway, not really. George dragged Simon's body out of the shed and back towards the rickety piers that served as the waterfront for the men who fished here. Only halfway there though it stopped, and left the corpse on the street as it suddenly turned and tried to enter the temple grounds. The reaction was instant, and the swamp immediately regretted the experiment. It backed away as a sharp and alien pain assaulted it, but it was too late. Even though it had only barely stepped onto the consecrated ground, the zombie began to smoke almost immediately. The swamp tried to cut its strings and end its connection to the corpse of George, but it couldn't. It was forced to endure every last sensation as the waterlogged corpse boiled while it burned from the inside out. The swamp considered animating the corpse of Simon to drag the still burning corpse of George to the water, but decided it didn't want to risk further contact with the holy tonight. The first incident had wiped out much of its reserves anyway, and it didn't see the harm in sending the village a warning. The encounter gave the swamp much to think about. Until now it had thought of the small patch of land as simply beyond its reach for now, but if that was what the divine felt like, it might well always be beyond the reach of its dark influence. The holy power that pushed it back was immediate and irresistible. The darkness that lurked in the swamp couldn't imagine any plan that would let it triumph over that power. The only weakness it seemed to have was that even if it was incredibly powerful, it was very limited in scope. Almost every part of the village, and every single home and shack was in the swamp's reach and outside of the protection of the divine. It shouldn't cause a problem, but it would have to figure out how to cauterize that small hilltop refuge if it couldn't eliminate it, lest it become a constant thorn in its side. The swamp was badly mistaken about how the people of the village would react. It did scare them when men heading to their boats found the pair of corpses hours later and ran to fetch the priest. That was hardly the end of it though. The event stirred up a hornet's nest, and even after the bodies were buried in the churchyard, they had a watchman that rotated between the families to make sure that they were prepared for any evil they might find in the darkness. Worse though, was that the idea that the dead might be rising from the dead and murdering people had the effect of making almost everyone that lived there more devout. They said their prayers. They went to church. Rather than paying lip service as they'd done for so long, they really started to believe. The swamp felt it almost immediately. Only a few days later the consecrated grounds around the goddess temple were expanding, pushing back against the darkness, and the dreams of many of the fishermen were now closed to the swamp. It was a catastrophe. Could this continue indefinitely, it wondered? Could the town grow in size and devotion so that in a year or 10 the dark shadows that the wraith hid in were entirely erased by the holy light of the divine? That was a fate too terrible to contemplate. Something had to be done. Before, the swamp had wanted to devour the villagers one life at a time for the next few years. It wanted to find just the right feuds and animosities to aggravate so it could enjoy the darkness welling up from the souls of both the murderers and the murdered. That was impossible now though. At its current pace, the entire village would be lost to it again within the year. It had to act immediately. Over the next week it was as if a plague had struck the village as so many people began to fall ill. The priest kept anyone from dying, but over the next month almost every person in town was terribly sick for at least a few days. If they weren't bedridden with a fever, then they were stuck in the outhouse wishing that they were. It was a terrible time to be there, but by the end of it, if anything, their faith had increased, even though the swamp didn't understand exactly how. Its retribution was supposed to make them run in terror or succumb to sickness. Instead, it had somehow made them put more faith in their strange god, and as its influence grew, the swamp's domain faded and shrank. It was a frightening phenomenon that could be solved only one way: war. Ch. 07, claiming the village. One day the fishermen didn't come home. The day started normally enough, with a crisp sunrise in reds and oranges that failed to entirely burn away the mist which lay heavily on the lagoon and the surrounding fence. Wives gave their husbands cloth-wrapped parcels for lunch and kissed them goodbye, unaware that it would be for the last time, and then the men of the village packed up their nets and crab pots and went out onto the water. Everyone went about their day like tomorrow would be the same as yesterday. It wasn't, though. Things would never be the same again. Even in the afternoon, when children were supposed to quit playing and come home for their chores, the docks were still empty. The skiffs and dinghies that were all this town could afford were supposed to be tied up, and the men that spent all day working them should have been heading home to their families, but they never came back. Not one ship that left that morning was back by sunset, and the silence was deafening. By nightfall, a couple of the hunters and woodsmen returned. However, their stories made the absence of almost all the other men of the village that much more ominous. The stories of the survivors were all slightly different, but to a man, they felt like they were being hunted that day. One old trapper said that someone unseen in the shadows of the mangroves had their eyes fixed upon him for the whole day. They tracked him just as he was tracking his own prey. Another said that the deer they followed made it almost too easy on him before it darted into a shadowy grove that was dark enough to hide almost any evil. Something made him decide not to follow that doe any further, and he'd come home empty-handed only to find out how lucky he was to come home at all. It was only those hunters that had experienced an intuitive flash of worry that had made it back. In a single day, the sleepy village had lost a third of its people and almost all its strongest men. They felt like they were being hunted, of course, because that's precisely what was happening. The darkness in the swamp had grown tired of slowly losing its grasp on the dreams and the blood on its only actual inhabitants. There was only so much essence that could be collected from the web of animal and insect life that suffused its domain. Real power, the power to raise the dead and change the weather, that required victims, and if nothing changed soon, the whole village would once again be entirely beyond its reach. That was intolerable. It would not be denied its own livestock. The swamp would have gnashed its teeth in frustration were it not entombed in a golden sarcophagus. The light of the villagers' faith flourished while the darkness of the swamp faded. So, for the first time in almost a year, the digging beneath the tower stopped. It was the last thing the swamp wanted, but it couldn't be helped. It needed fresh blood more than the feeling of safety that came from escaping the light. With as much urgency as it could muster, the zombies marched out into the murky depths of the lagoon over the following days. Every single one of them did so eventually, leaving the dark heart of the fens exposed and unprotected for the first time ever. It wasn't concerned. The only thing that could hurt it was one tiny patch of land that it would steer well clear of. Everything else in the swamp, even people, were just food waiting to be eaten, and it was starving. Time was often elusive to the spirit of the swamp. Sometimes whole seasons could pass by without it noticing anything had changed, but the prospect of blood and flesh kept it focused on the task at hand as it formulated a plan. It could just attack the village again. It had the forces to crush such a paltry place, and the losses would be so slight as to be meaningless to it. Then it thought again of that temple, that cursed speck of land that foiled it the last time. Who knew what would happen if it attacked there again so soon? No, it decided that it was better to kill as many as it could as far from their homes as possible lest they retreat to that island of safety. Humans thought that they were safe during the day, that it could only hurt them in the night. Under its murky waters, though, it was always dark, and it was there that its undead minions waited patiently. Its servants stood where fish were thickest because, after all, almost all the creatures of the swamp belonged to it too now. When one controlled every last detail, it was very easy to bait the hook, and as a consequence, every net that was cast that morning got tangled on the rotting limbs of its zombies. Some men never even managed to pull their hull onto the boat, they just fell into the dark water, which was soon stained even darker with their blood. Those that did manage to pull a zombie into their boat didn't fare much better. Even if they had a weapon handy, none of them managed to inflict a fatal blow before their throats were ripped out or they were strangled to death. It was a grim and silent massacre. Every last fisherman died within the same hour, but other than the swamp and its minions, nobody saw a thing. The same was true for most of the woodsmen. Only some of them realized there was something amiss before they walked into their very own ambush. For the next week, almost everyone huddled in the safety of their homes and prayed to their goddess for protection. Only a few thought to flee while they still could. The ones that fled the swamp while it was otherwise occupied were the only ones that would live to tell the tale. Without any boats, they still managed to slog through miles of mud and bog, leaving the ever-widening boundaries that the darkness controlled. They were the lucky ones, but the swamp didn't mind. Word would spread, and the tale would attract other explorers and adventurers looking to unravel the secrets of Blackwater Fen. Those that stayed thought that it was their god who was saving them from whatever had taken away nearly all of the husbands and fathers of the village, but the light's blessing only kept the fevers at bay. Those that prayed for the return of their loved ones would soon get their wish in the darkest way possible. The week of peace wasn't a blessing, though. It was only ever a byproduct of the time it took to get those fresh corpses back to the tower for dark and nameless rituals that would nearly double the size of its army. Beneath the tower, rituals happened every night as the swamp poured its dark magics into the corpses of its latest victims and brought them lurching to life. Every evening a row of waterlogged corpses was laid out on the bloody septagram in the heart of the labyrinth, and every midnight a new vanguard of its servants rose to their unlife. They were unwilling and fought the process, seeking only the sweet release of death, but they had no choice. Their souls might swirl and struggle, but eventually, they were all forced to submit to their new master. The deathly moans and inhuman chants dragged them back to their flesh, kicking and screaming. There was nothing they could do to stop it. The swamp would see them toil for decades or centuries more, but only after it forced them to murder their own friends and neighbors in the coming days. The grief and anguish of the swamp's own servants fed it almost as much as their murders had. Even in their resistance, they nourished that which they hated most. Once the darkness was done, though. Once its army was on the move, only the temple grounds were truly a safe haven. None of the other buildings in the village was strong enough to hold back an implacable enemy for very long. So, on the 9th night, after the men had vanished, they finally returned to the village when everyone was asleep. As one, the swamp rose up again as a tide of rotting flesh from the water, intent on ruining the village and claiming every last soul within it for its own. All the doors were locked, and all the windows were barred, but it did little good. Once the screams started, they didn't stop for hours. Each household called to their neighbors for help, but they were all too busy fighting their own battles to save anyone else. It was the largest tragedy the swamp had ever beheld, but the dark spirit of the Finns gloried in it. It was a night of screams and struggles where zombified corpses returned home to devour and slay their loved ones. Some families even unlocked their doors for their loved ones, making the killings that much faster. It was a vile sight that no feeling person could look upon without having their heart break. The darkness of the swamp had no feelings, though. It was just a golden shell around the mummified remains of a broken mage. It cared only for fear and pain, and tonight it drank its fill of both. The only thing better than tasting the blood of another victim was tasting the anguish of a woman who was being strangled by the zombified corpse of what used to be her loving husband. It was deliciously wicked, and the swamp's only regret was that it had to massacre them all in a single night rather than coming back to do this over and over again. In the morning, there were only bloodstains and broken windows to mark its passing, along with the 6 survivors that had barricaded themselves inside the ancient temple on the hill. The love of their god could save them from the swamp's evil, but it could do nothing to protect them from starvation. After a few days, they had to make a terrible choice: escape while they still had the strength to do so, or starve to death waiting for help that would never come. Those who left the temple to try to make it to a passing ship on the river for help were never seen again, and those that stayed would only have the solace that their bodies would not rise up again to serve the swamp after they died. The light's embrace could save their souls but could do nothing to save their lives. Everyone else had been dragged away into the depths for dark and unspeakable purposes, and each of them would be reborn into an unwilling afterlife. The strong would be forged into more zombies, and the rest would be impressed into other, stranger purposes. The sheer number of resurrections it had done recently had given the Wraith a great many ideas for future experiments, and it was eager to explore even more hideous blasphemies than those it had done so far. The town had been looted to within an inch of its life. What little gold and silver the simple folk had was dragged back to the swamp's dark hoard, and any tools of iron and steel were added to the stockpiles it would need as the darkness continued to build its true home, the labyrinth. No living eyes had ever seen it, but the deeper its roots stretched into the bedrock, the more certain it was that no one would ever survive to say that they had. Ch. 08, silence is golden. In the weeks and months that followed the massacre, the swamp was at peace. Its zombie minions retreated to the tower with their bloody spoils, returning to the depths to continue their endless toil, and the swamp continued in perfect silence without anyone to disturb it. It had everything it wanted: the blood of the innocent, gold for its hoard, fresh bodies to conduct dark experiments on, and no new enemies seeking to steal from it. Everything was as it should be. Well, almost everything. The splendor that was the holy ground remained, and the disparity was more galling than ever now that the darkness held an unquestionable sway over the lands that surrounded it in every direction. In fact, its domain covered everything from the forested hills in the west to the long snaking river that defined its boundaries to the east. Practically the entire watershed had fallen under its domain now. The swamp hoped that in time, the lack of believers would see that last speck fall to darkness as well, because it never wanted to touch that holy fire again. The domain of gods almost certainly needed the devotion of its adherents in the same way that the Wraith needed the blood of living things, so it would simply starve it out, until the purpose of the brick building on the hill faded from memory. Then it would be able to help itself to all the bodies buried there. That at least was something to look forward to. For now, though it merely drifted in and out of consciousness, becoming as placid as the stagnant waters it controlled for miles in every direction. It might have lain there forever dormant if its hunger had not stirred once more. It had been seasons since it had tasted the blood of man, and during the fall it grew restless. There was nothing to harvest, and no further places to stretch its influence, though. Neither of those facts did anything to quell the gnawing sensation that started off as a minor inconvenience and slowly became all-consuming over the course of weeks. Once it needed nothing but its small golden hoard. Now that it had a small army of minions to maintain, though, its core of avarice would never suffice, not without a much larger and bloodier pile of treasure at least. Day by day its zombies slowly went dormant for lack of sustenance, until one day the endless labyrinth beneath the tower was finally just catacombs for the bodies of the dozens of victims it had accrued in the last few years. In the end, all that was left was the silent lich at its core, encased in its golden shell. The swamp screamed in frustration at this turn of events but could do nothing to stop it. Its rage called out into the ether, making flocks of waterfowl take flight at the sudden disturbance. Then things were quiet once more as the Wraith at the heart of the swamp's darkness finally drifted off to sleep once more, however unwillingly. A bell can't be unrung though, and like called to like, so once the winter passed and the wheel of seasons turned to spring once more, new life returned to the swamp. No one new took up residence in the fishing village that was already halfway returned to nature, but trappers and hunters from other places nearby came to poach its minks and alligators before they left again. The darkness was too weak to pull them screaming into the muck, but it invaded their dreams and made sure they left with fevers and boils in exchange for their haul. Then the lizards showed up. In life, the small parts of the swamp that were Cutter, Riley, and Albrecht had heard of the lizard men. Some parts of them even worried they would encounter them in the very swamp that they were now a part of. They'd never seen them before though. Now that a group was moving in, not so far from the tower itself though, they were impossible to ignore. At first the Wraith feared that the group was a warband, intent on taking its treasure while it was defenseless. Desperate fear shot through the lich as it sat on its dark throne, about what would happen next without the power to defend himself. That it would be torn apart for the gold shell and the mummified core that had given the swamp so much understanding of how to use the darkness would fade away to dust. In the end though, they spurned the tower as having the stink of man and set up camp on the sandbars that dotted the lagoon that was expanded by that desperate treasure hunt years before. There they caught fish, built crude structures, and sunned themselves. It was a simple life for simple creatures. The swamp appreciated that. Once it saw that they had no care for riches or secrets, it was no longer afraid of them. Even though they wore loincloths and used crude spears, they were little more than animals and would do nothing to trouble it. The only problem was that they were so inhuman they were beyond its reach to feed off of. The swamp would receive some slight essence whenever they brought down a creature in a hunt and their blood splashed into the muck, but they weren't like the men who had once dwelled here. Their scaly skin kept out the bugs that would trigger its worst fevers, and their minds were just primitive enough that they were all but beyond its reach. Still, their presence was enough to stir the swamp to wakefulness most days, if only to watch and understand its newest residents. During the long hot summer when the waters melted away beneath the blazing sun, some of the lizards began to take refuge from the heat in the ground floor of the tower, and sometimes in the basement that served as the entrance of the labyrinth itself. They never wandered far from the light though, and never once brought a torch with them. That was good, because even with all their hunting the darkness only had a handful of zombies moving, and it wouldn't be nearly enough to stop a hunting party of the well-muscled lizardmen. It did have one added benefit. This deep in its place of power, the voice of the darkness was the loudest. Even if it couldn't really understand the minds of the primitive creatures, here at least it could touch them. It could give them nightmares and taste their fear. Over the long hot months that was how the wraith occupied its time. With the alien dreams of reptiles while they regulated their temperature with its shade. It was a symbiotic relationship. Then one day as the temperatures started to fall and the rains returned, they stopped coming to the tower. Instead, they started shunning as they'd always done. They did something else too though. They started to erect a totem. It was a crude and ugly thing. It had watched them carve it for some time without real interest, but as they embedded it in the ground near the tower, the darkness finally understood what they were attempting to worship. The length of the thing was carved and colored with crude dyes to represent different animals that they hunted. There was a catfish, followed by a deer and a bloodbeak. They went all the way up the pole, one by one. The lizardmen were second from the top, and the only thing above them was a bright yellow skull. Suddenly everything clicked. That was supposed to be a golden skull, they were venerating it as the most powerful creature in the swamp. It was a surprising turn of events, but not an entirely unwelcome one, especially after essence started to flow from their primitive ceremonies. It might never understand the reptile creatures, but it was clear from the way that they sacrificed to him that they viewed him as a vengeful deity with the power of life and death over them, which it supposed was true in a way. It had great power over this primitive group, just not as much power as it would have if they were human. Its desire to find a way to gain strength from their suffering waned as their sacrifices to it increased though. First it was just choice bits from a hunt, or shiny bits like shells or tree resin that they offered up to it. In time though, the offerings increased as their tribe swelled in strength. Once during the winter, they even brought back a hunter they'd come across on a hunt of their own. He was gravely wounded, but they didn't strike the killing blow until they'd forced him to kneel in front of their crude altar. Only then did their stone knife cut his throat deep enough for the flint to graze the vertebrae. The drumming and dancing went on long into the night after that sacrifice, and the darkness could feel the essence from it wafting up on the breeze like the smell from a delicious meal, but the meal itself was what made it drool. For the first time in almost half a year it had blood. It had once again tasted real death and suffering, and it longed for more. The next morning, they dumped the body down the stairs in the tower and it was never seen again. The flesh did little to sate the tower's reawakened hunger, but there was no one else to devour. There wasn't one man left anywhere in the swamp right now, so the darkness was forced to cope with the pangs from its reawakened appetite. With a steady supply of essence from the tribe, the swamp started digging its maze again. It was only a trickle of power, and not enough to raise its whole army back up, but it was enough to pursue its goal of hiding its greatest treasures ever deeper in the earth, and ever farther from the grasping hands of men. In the years that followed, the lizardmen prospered and their tribe grew rapidly. During seasons when hunts went poorly and fish were scarce, the swamp would even send them large animals in response to what it imagined were their ceremonies beseeching mercy and sustenance from him. The darkness was not well equipped to show mercy to even creatures like this, but it had a vested interest in them now. They worshipped him as a sort of god, and it was incumbent on it to make the flock grow, if only so it had more worshippers in the future. In the months that followed, the darkness sometimes wondered if that was how the divinity that still held tenaciously onto its little patch of ground around its temple still felt. Were they once a minor spirit in some far-flung village? Did it perform minor miracles as its faith spread from town to town until it ended up with a backwater temple hidden in its swamp? It was certainly possible. Maybe that's all the gods really were. Spirits that lasted long enough for most people to know them by name. If any of that was true, then the swamp supposed it was a minor deity by now, a demigod of a sort, and to at least one tribe of lizardmen that was true. It was a start, it supposed, but it was mostly just relieved that they didn't seem to care at all for trinkets of gold and silver. Ch. 09, Heroes for Hire. Caligos looked back for the fifth time that hour and glared hard at Solovino until the dandy noticed and wilted back into silence. Sneaking through the knee-deep waters of the swamp was impossible, but he'd made it very clear before they'd gotten off the boat that the group needed to stay as quiet as possible to avoid hunting packs and ambushes. Lizardmen were only a little stronger than men after all, and the most dangerous part of fighting them was the element of surprise. The scaly bastards could lie in wait in the water and mud for hours, catching just about anyone off guard. Most of the group at least tried, and some, like Marco and his woman, were even good at it, but their protagonist had been abysmal since his slippers had touched the mud, and the bard that the Count's court had saddled them with was even worse. Caligos sighed. Between them he felt like they were doing everything they could to turn this milk run into a catastrophe. It wasn't that he didn't understand why the Count wanted a poet along to immortalize their deeds. He was paying 2 wriggles a tale and a 50% bonus on top of that if they cleared out the main nest before high season. That wasn't just good money for a week's work. It was a ridiculous sum. It might be enough that he and his flock could take the whole war season off this year. Not that they would. No matter how many coins found their way into their hands, they would always slip through their fingers and into the pockets of innkeepers and whores on the way to the next battlefield. That wasn't his problem though. He'd long ago lost the right to save their souls, he'd just have to settle for saving their skins for as long as he could. As the leader of the unwritten rule, that was his main job, that and making sure they got paid. "What's the big deal, Your Holiness?" Reg asked, his voice just above a whisper as he closed the gap with Caligos. "We've already killed 8 of those snakes so far. It wasn't even hard. A few well-aimed arrows and an occasional icy blast from Von Wandern and they fall like dominoes." "Sure, when you can see them," Caligos shot back, not letting his focus drop. The further they pushed into the swamp the thicker the fog got, and the harder the job became. Last night they'd found the remains of an old temple to sleep in, and honestly that might be where they headed back to tonight, depending on whether or not they got a good lead on the lizard's nest today. But that's Von Wandern's job. He says his spell can find them 500 feet away. That's further than any of us can shoot, and a damn sight farther than they can throw those spears of theirs. With that kind of advantage they don't. Reg's whispered appeal stopped with a sputtering sound and a sudden thud. Caligos didn't even have to look to understand that his friend had gotten himself skewered for trusting a mage's spell more than his own eyes. "To arms!" he shouted, even though he hoped that any warrior serving underneath him would have seen enough already to pull out his sword before being told to. "They're here. The cold-blooded bastards are here." He didn't have to look at Reg's collapsing form to know how bad the wound probably was, but he did anyway as he jumped away while pulling out his sword. He had to. There was always the chance that he could be saved by his meager healing talents. As he looked at the obsidian chip puncturing through the front of the young man's jerkin, he saw it was hopeless though. No one could survive a spear through the heart. It was a thrown spear at least, and after a quick check, Caligos found the culprit on a sandbar off to his left. He wasn't alone though. Several other cold-blooded killers were rising up immediately before him, as well as between their merry band of misfits and the spear throwers assembling on the hill. Lizardmen were dangerous ambushers, but rarely hunted in groups larger than 3, and never in more than packs of 5, so why the hell were there over a dozen here, with more appearing every second? "Retreat," he yelled, "find cover." He didn't listen to his own advice, and strode forward to meet the 2 closest to him. The next volley of spears would be coming any second, and the only way to avoid it was to get tangled up with some of their own tribe, so Caligos did just that, swinging his giant 2-handed claymore in huge deadly arcs. The blade was heavily notched, but had always served him well. It had broken more than a few steel blades in its day, and the wood and bone that these lizards used didn't stand a chance. The first warrior that attempted to parry his blow lost its head, and the second lost an arm for the trouble. It retreated after that, and he found a new monster to tangle with, sparing only a quick look back at his men. Most of them looked like they'd made it back to some high ground of their own, so he just had to hold his own for a little while before the arrows and spells would start falling like rain and give him the chance he needed to break away from this muddy pit. The next 5 minutes were ugly. One of the cold-blooded bastards managed to take a bite out of his shoulder even as he drove his sword like a spear through its heart. He had to drop the sword after that and pull out the throwing axes he carried as a backup. There was no way he was pulling 5 feet of steel out of 300 pounds of dead lizard while these things were trying to bleed him out. Eventually though, the tide turned and the few scaly survivors retreated. Caligos didn't see what had happened to the rest of his men while he'd been fighting for his life, but by the time he got back to where they made their stand he could see they'd taken an ugly toll as well. They'd been late in coming to his aid because they'd been ambushed a second time, and almost everyone that was left was bleeding, and they were all clamoring for his aid. Either that was just about all of them, or the count was dead wrong on how long these critters have been infesting his land. "What do you think, Chief? Do we continue on or?" Marco was asking the right questions, but Caligos didn't have the time for it now. He didn't even have time to heal his wounded friends as he made a beeline for their illustrious and often useless wizard. "What happened, von Wondren?" Caligos growled, picking him up by the throat and pinning him against the trunk of a cypress. "You said you could see them. You said it wouldn't be a problem." I know. The mage choked, but Caligos cut him off. "The problem is that you weren't paying attention." Caligos continued. "The problem is you were gossiping with this fop instead of doing what I pay you to do. I'll have you know," Solovino started, but Caligos dropped the sputtering mage and whirled to face him. "Shut it, fool. You're here to watch and write, not to tell me what to do," Caligos roared. Everyone was quiet after that, until von Wondren finally said sulkily, "I wasn't distracted, you know. I still can't see them. Even the dead ones. Something is blocking my spell. Everything is working as it should though. It still detects crocodiles in this direction, and even a fleeing lizardman," he said, pointing towards the temple and the river the way they'd come. "But this way though. It's like the whole swamp is dead. So you're saying we should leave, and now," Marco said, helping his wounded lover tie a sling on her wounded arm. "Without the ability to use her bow she wouldn't be much good in any future fight," he noted. "No, I'm saying we need to go deeper and see what's doing this. It should be utterly impossible." As the mage spoke he could see the looks of skepticism on everyone's faces, so he turned back to Caligos. "I bet the count would pay a hefty sum to find something on his land that might alter the very way we look at the arcane." Caligos considered both options briefly. A lot of people were hurt, but more than a couple were dead, and all of a sudden the company would need to be paying out a lot more survivor benefits this week than he'd expected. "I agree with Marco," he said finally. "That is the Marco from a few minutes ago. I don't think there's more than half a dozen of those things left in fighting condition. They're broken and spent, So we're going to get everyone ready to move, and then we're going to push a little further and see what there is to see." The shepherd looked over his men and could see some skepticism, but he didn't let that stop him. "It's too late to get the wounded back to last night's campsite now as is. We press forward, find somewhere defensible to sleep, and tomorrow we carry a whole load of tales back with us." This made at least some sense to everyone, so grudgingly every survivor went along with it, and they spent the next few minutes getting the wounded patched up while keeping a sharp eye out for another attack. Caligos thought that his healing spells, simple as they were, weren't working quite as well as they should, but he might have just been tired, so he said nothing. When that was done and everyone could stand again, he retrieved his sword and the one axe he could find, before they continued on. 5 minutes later they were in the lizard's village. It had been utterly abandoned, but they still took the time to crush the eggs they could find, and put a torch to every structure. In the fog it was slow work, but after what had just happened, it was all the more satisfying. "So do you think this is it?" Caligos asked, walking up to the wizard who was studying a crude altar flanked by a pair of strange primitive totems. "No," the mage shook his head. "This is nothing. For an effect like this, the cause would need to be bigger. Much bigger. Like so big it should be impossible to hide." As the mage spoke the fog parted briefly and Caligos saw the silhouette of a tower looming out of the fog. "Obvious, huh?" Caligos said, a little amused by the scene. "You mean something a bit like a tower?" Through the fog he couldn't make out much more than the outline, which wavered uncertainly, but there was at least the ruin of something there. "Yeah, like a tower, but it would be close, it has to be. As you can see there's nothing here. I just can't put my finger on it." The mage continued to ramble even after Caligos lost interest and started walking forward. "All right everyone, on me," the shepherd called, cupping his hands to his mouth. "I think I found where we're staying for the night. That will give Von Wandren here time to figure out how he screwed up and give him plenty of time to find a way to make it up to us in a way we can sell for gold." Behind him he could hear the mage ask where the hell that came from, but he was happy to let him stew. All Caligos cared about was finding something that was at least moderately defendable. In the morning they could chop up these corpses, and cart them back along with the bard. Some of the money would go to the newly minted widows created by today's ambush, but the rest would go a good long way toward drowning everyone's sorrows until they could buy some new friends. He was confident that with the 8 of them and a few walls to use for cover there wouldn't be an issue. With the right fortifications he could hold back the gates of hell itself with his handful of warriors. Caligos smiled. He was going to sleep better tonight than he'd thought he would. Ch. 10. Just for the night. The tower wasn't alone on its dismal, fog-shrouded island. There was a whole little compound of moldering buildings slowly sinking back into the mud. Caligos couldn't imagine what would have driven someone to build such a building this far out into the middle of nowhere. It was a creepy old thing, but unlike the rest of the buildings, it still had a roof, and since it looked like more rain, that fact alone settled their sleeping arrangements. He'd initially planned on setting up camp on the top floor to give them a commanding view of everything, but that changed after a quick survey of the area with Von Wandren. The top of the tower stank of evil, and it didn't take his pamage's warnings to understand why. The remains of a magic circle on the floor was caked in blood. Something terrible had happened here. "I think we should tell the others," the mage said on their walk back down, but Caligos just glared. He knew how superstitious his team was. "I think you should leave your damn mouth shut and let me decide what's the best thing to tell to who, Von Wandren. You've already done enough today, don't you think?" Normally Caligos didn't like to twist the knife, but right now, he was short-tempered and didn't want to stay up half the night arguing about ghosts. He wanted to do his watch, get some sleep and be halfway back to the boat by this time tomorrow. Besides the signs of old evil, there really wasn't anything to worry about. The rest of the day had gone remarkably well. Once they'd stowed the injured and the gear on the tower's second floor, they'd scavenged wood for a large bonfire just outside the tower's front door. Then Caligos had put the uninjured to work chopping up lizardmen and stacking tails. Even after they paid out to the families of the dead, they still looked to make even more than he thought when they planned this trip. The deaths were tragic, of course, but not as tragic as wasting this windfall would be. That night the company dined well. Why shouldn't they? They'd packed on enough supplies for a week, so they had a hearty stew instead of the thin soup they usually dined on this far out in the wilderness. Did you decide to thicken this up with some lizard meat when no one was looking, boss? Saren joked. His humor didn't slow down his eating, though, Caligos noted. The bowl was halfway empty already. Saren was a big man with a powerful appetite, so he had no doubt he'd be back for seconds. Of course. Anything to pinch a copper or two, he said, absently looking past him to those assembled. Something seemed amiss, and it was only after he did a head count he realized what. Where did Marco and Lizola sneak off to now? Oh, you know them, Saren laughed. Always looking for a little alone time. Maybe when you finish that bowl, you go beat the bushes and let them know it's supper time. I don't want them out after dark. Caligos was worried about something even though he shouldn't be, and it wasn't hard to think of what. The blood-red sunset made it impossible not to think about what he'd seen on the tower's top floor, and that wasn't doing anything for his appetite or his sense of inner peace. Oh, well, they aren't out there. Too many bugs. As Saren spoke, he gestured broadly to the horizon with a spoon. Marco decided to have a look at her underground passage. I mean the tower's passage. The big man blushed at the slip of his tongue. You heard about that, right? About the trapdoor? I vaguely recall telling everyone not to wander off alone. Caligos said, his annoyance rising. Well, they ain't alone, are they? There. Saren stopped and stood. He wasn't the sharpest sort of the group, but he could see when he was about to get himself in trouble. You know what, let me just go and fetch those two lovebirds right up. After that, they were down to 6 by the fire, and one of those 6 was the bard, who was strumming his lute quietly while he apparently tried to find the right rhyming word for ambush. Once the sound of the trapdoor on the bottom floor being opened and the tromp of Saren's big boots on the stairs faded, it was a lovely night, peaceful even. A few minutes later, though, that peace was shattered by a yell from inside the tower and the sound of running. Captain! Captain! Saren bellowed, rushing back up the stairs. I think you need to get down here. I think everyone with a sword needs to get down here right goddamned now. Caligos took the kettle off the fire and picked up his sword, leaning against the tower wall not far from him. You heard the man. Everybody finish up and get ready for anything. Normally he'd chastise one of his men for overstepping like this, but Saren didn't scare easy, so if he came back up in a wide-eyed panic, there was a problem. What did you see down there? It's not. I see can't. Saren stammered, I think maybe you should see for yourself. He was obviously shaken, but Caligos wasn't inclined to doubt him. Alright. I'll do that. Caligos said grimly, you break out the torches, get Imlet and start passing them out. Then he went inside himself and started walking down alone into the dark. The void beckoned, and Caligos could feel the evil on the humid breeze from the yawning dark, but he could feel the love of his God too, and that was enough. With a thought and a silent prayer, the holy man lit his sword in a glowing holy light that was brighter than any torch, and he started walking. He soon saw what had Saren so spooked. The tunnel stank of death, and the tunnels were built in such a way that they weren't quite human. Nothing was plumb. Nothing was completely level, and nothing was straight. This was the work of something dark and monstrous, but the hard limestone the tunnels were dug through ruled out greenskins or lizards. Nothing like that would have the steel or the patience to dig a structure like this. In the minute or so he'd been walking, the hallway that Caligos was walking down had already split and divided half a dozen times, and never at right angles. This place was neither a warren nor a cellar, it was a maze built with no apparent purpose. Caligos inhaled, ready to call out for Marco to pull his pants up and get out of there, but that's when he saw the blood. It was fresh, and there was enough of it to tell the story of what happened here. At least one of the lovebirds lay dead or dying somewhere down here. He could see torches approaching him in the dark now. The rest of the company would be here soon, and he'd have to have answers for them, but honestly, he had no idea what they should be. The right answer was to follow the trail of smeared blood and save their friends or take their revenge, but the further he walked into these dark halls, the more every fiber of Caligo's being told him that they should leave. Not after a search. Not after they'd packed her at first light. They should leave right now and count themselves lucky for having escaped. A leader couldn't tell his people to run away and abandon their friends, though. Not when they'd already lost good people today. Once they had regrouped, they talked about it. A few, including their bard, had voted to leave and burn the place down, but he didn't get a vote among a company of equals like the unwritten rule. So they followed the trail of blood and broken fingernails that led off of what Caligo's had come to think of as the main passage before splitting up. They split into 2 teams of 4, with Von Wondren in charge of the other group. He could be unreliable at times, but right now, everyone could see that he was just itching to burn down whatever it was that they found. The tense silence didn't last much longer. Caligo spotted a silhouette moving at the edge of his light and had Terran and Grim put a couple arrows in it. The screaming started from somewhere behind them. The holy man didn't let that distract him as he noticed that not only did the arrows did nothing to the creature that was very slowly approaching, but that others seemed to be closing in behind it. Zombies, he spat in disgust. True evil had a face, and it was a face that was very slowly decaying. Come on, let's get back to the other group and see if we can stay ahead of these slowpokes. No need to fight what we cannot walk. Caligos tried to put a brave face on it, but he was worried. Who knew how many of these abominations were tucked away down here or even how long they'd been here? The way back was easy, and when 2 zombies suddenly appeared from a side passage, his glowing claymore made quick work of their heads, but Caligos was already regretting his choice of weapon. If they got boxed in, the thing would be less than useless, and the further they went, the more shuffling and moaning they could hear down the side corridors. Once their group had returned to where they'd split up, Caligos called out, "Wizard, where in the hells are you?" There was no response to that or the follow-up calls he made, so, in the end, he had to rely on his sense of smell, leading his team to the smell of burning that became visible as smoke after only a few more turns. "Show's over," he said, walking into the room. "Grab your wounded, and let's get out of here before we're..." The words died in his throat. This wasn't a battlefield, it was a last stand. Even as they rushed into the room to try to save the other half of their team, they found only pieces of them mixed with pieces of the enemy they'd died fighting. It was a charnel house, and just looking at the scattered viscera and the violent end it implied made Caligos gag. He turned to block the doorway and keep his remaining men, but the fop Solovino was too close behind, and his eyes went wide at the awful sight before he ran off into the darkness screaming. "Solovino, get back here!" Caligos yelled, but the bard was beyond listening, but more importantly, he was heading the wrong way. "Want me to chase him down, boss?" Terran asked, looking pale as he tried to keep it together. "There's about 15 royals running away in terror right there. Hang the money. We're leaving while we still can," the holy man said, turning around and leading them back toward the staircase. There was nothing left down here worth dying for. Caligos cursed himself on the way back. He cursed himself for deciding to stay the night in this tower. He cursed himself for not listening to Von Wondren, and most of all, he cursed himself for not listening to his gut while it screamed at him all through dinner. If Marco and his minx wanted to die as kinkily as they'd lived, that was between them and their gods. All Caligos wanted to do was live to fight another day. Fighting was something they couldn't escape, though, and by the time they got back to the main hall, they found it clogged with another dozen zombies, including the one with 2 arrows in its chest. That meant that they were surrounded now, but that fact would only become more obvious as the minutes passed and the noose closed tighter. Caligos did something he hadn't done in a long time, and he beseeched his god for aid. "Lord of blood and battle, smite this wickedness from the face of creation," he cried out, holding his claymore not as a cleaver, but as the cross that it was in the face of evil. The light of his sword shone brighter for a moment, and the two zombies closest to him crumbled to dust before they could reach him. The rest froze or backed off a few steps as they recoiled from the light, and Caligos pressed his advantage, beheading one as he tried to break through. If they could just force their way past these last few, then they could reach the stairs and flee long enough to return with a cadre of real Templars to deliver proper vengeance for the fallen. He could hear his last two men fighting their own battles behind him, but it didn't sound good. He was no mage, able to cast spell after spell, and his faith was no match for the darkness of this place. Reluctantly he let go of his sword that was stuck in the body of one of the bloated corpses before him and pulled out his last axe. If they were going to die on this spot, then they were going to die fighting. Ch. 11, The Leftovers. True to his word, most of Caligos' men died fighting, but to their credit they took down several times their weight in zombies before they fell. The swamp didn't care. All the broken pieces were just spare parts that would be repurposed for other experiments. With the tribe of lizardmen and their strange worship of it all but extinguished, it wouldn't have enough energy to fuel so many constructs in perpetuity anyway. In time they might yet grow in number again, but that would be years from now. Until then it would have to make do with less unless it could find other ways to feed its ravenous hunger. Right now that wasn't a problem though. Right now it was overflowing with blood and suffering, and with so many fresh test subjects, both living and dead, it was eager to try a number of experiments that it had been dreaming up during all the quiet years it had slumbered in the swamp. Yes, it decided, it would torture the living to power its terrible projects with their dead friends, and any that survived after that, it would find other uses for. Unlike the village, there was no hurry here. Once its zombies seized control of the tower entrance, everyone else was trapped inside, and there was no troublesome divinity to get in its way. That flicker of holy light had died with Caligos, and was at best a minor irritation compared to the painful sword that was the temple. The zombies would set his body aside anyway though. The last thing it wanted to do was reconnect with the man's angry god in some accidental way during the resurrection process. The wounded on the second floor fell quickly enough. They lasted only a day before they were dragged below. They would never see the sun rise again. They screamed until their throats were raw as flesh was flayed from bone and minds were broken by the darkest sights that the Wraith could imagine. While all that happened, the bulk of its zombies went to the surface, to gather all the corpses of the lizards that they could. They had been strong warriors in life, but they would be even stronger in death. The lizard corpses that were mostly whole would be set aside for embalming. Properly treated, they would then be able to last a century or more, which suited the dark plans slowly taking shape in the mind of the Wraith. Now that it had a mind it could plan, and those plans always led to other plans, even this one. Because the pieces of the tribe that were too maimed and mutilated to rise again were gathered too. Their tribal bonds and spiritual beliefs would be exploited as much as their rotting flesh, and their shattered parts would be stitched together into something altogether more terrible than a zombie. In the end only the bard was allowed to run free in the endless tunnels. It became a game to the swamp, allowing him to think he was almost free before a new enemy lurched from the shadows, and scared the hapless creature down another path. The bard was utterly harmless, but the swamp had important plans for him once his mind had been completely shattered, so it was important that the pitiful man stayed utterly terrified until all was in readiness. For days the darkest rooms underneath the tower throbbed with dark and baleful energies while the dead chanted and the living screamed. From the eldritch circles painted in blood, beings that never should have existed were raised into terrible unlife, destined to spend eternity enslaved to the Lich and its machinations. First came the lovers. Marco and Lizola never wanted to be parted. They had said as much with their dying breath, so the Wraith granted their wish. From two separate bodies it stitched together a single two-headed, four-armed monstrosity. Into that body both of their souls were pulled back from paradise screaming, and forced to power the wretched, broken creature that was the mockery of their love. It would have been tragic if anyone but the swamp was ever likely to learn of it. After the lovers had a chance to despair at the abomination, the swamp set them to using their four hands and still nimble flesh to assemble the true monstrosity. This had to be done outside in the ruins of what had once been Albrecht's Manor, because the thing that they were creating was too large to navigate the tunnels under the tower. It would take weeks before it was ready for reanimation, maybe months. That didn't matter to the swamp though. One stitch at a time the lovers would assemble the pieces of over a dozen mutilated warriors into something the world had never seen before. Only after all this was done did the Lich finally turn its gaze to the one that they had called Solovino. After 2 days of constant running and hiding, the man was a wreck, with wild eyes that no longer seemed to focus on anything. He was not yet the sole survivor of the expedition, but he was the only one that had anything resembling a mind anymore. When the zombies that were sent to drag him to the throne room finally reached the broken bard, he put up no resistance, and all he did when the zombies picked him up and dragged him down the hall was quietly piss himself. There was no fight left in him, but that was hardly a surprise. There had been very little to begin with. The only surprise was that despite all the bruises and scrapes he'd gotten running in the dark, he'd somehow managed to keep a hold on his mandolin. It had come through the whole ordeal without a scratch. The zombies said nothing as they walked unerringly through the darkness to the very throne of the Lich. Like everything else, they were just an extension of the swamp. They were just 2 fingers on one hand bringing them ever closer to its mouth. Whether that was because it wanted to speak to the wreck of a man, or it wanted to devour him whole had not yet been decided. Solovino was the first living soul ever to enter the throne room. It had been carved from the bedrock 3 levels below the tower, though there was no quick way to reach it without navigating most of the labyrinth in a wide and circuitous fashion. Besides the ritual rooms, it was the only place that was lit in the entire maze, and 2 burning braziers of which fire burned in the corners of the room, casting blue-purple light that resulted in dancing shadows tinged with red, making the already bizarre room look even more nightmarish. Even though the bard was physically present, he did not see. He did not see the squat bronze throne that held up the gilded body of the Lich, or the creeping patina of corruption that ate at it, even though it had been cast barely a year ago. He also didn't see that the gold that had once been hoarded in a pile had been put to better use. It now spread across the floor, and climbed the walls, forming a web of nameless arcane purpose that looked like the Baroque decorations of a royal family gone mad, but was really a series of arcane focuses allowing the heart of the swamp to better store and direct the tides of mana it received from its terrible domain. Do you wish to live? That was the question that was posed to the bard by the swamp, but it didn't come from the mouth of the Lich, for it was bound eternally into its molten sarcophagus and utterly unable to move. Instead, the speaker was the fresh corpse of another human very familiar to the bard, the mage Van Wanderen. In time the swamp would find another use for such a talented mind, but for now it needed to speak, and this was the only mouth that still had a set of lungs that hadn't been put to other uses. Solovino responded to the voice, and looked unseeingly at the speaker, but didn't respond, so the mage repeated himself with its unnatural voice. Do you wish to live, bard, or has life lost its luster? This time the bard found his voice. Why yes. I want to live. I have a family, well, a lover or 2 at least, and a king. I care not for your reasons, worm. I only ask what you would do to leave here with your heart still beating. The voice of the dead mage sounded nothing like it had in life. That wasn't because it was missing an arm or because it was 2 days dead though. It was just because the swamp no longer had the correct mannerisms or nuance to sound like a human. It was beyond all of that now. Anything. The bard shouted as he finally started to realize where he was and what was happening. Even in the depths of madness, the broken parts of him still wanted to live on. I'll do whatever you ask, Van Wanderen. The mage is dead, and his soul is mine, dog. Make no mistake about that. The swamp had not known that it was still capable of taking offense until the moment this pitiful creature dared to address it by the name of its broken puppet. The rage that flowed through it in that moment made the lights flicker and the Lich almost snuffed the lights in the impudent bard's eyes out by accident in its wrath, but it restrained itself at the last moment. I'm sorry, my lord. The bard bowed his head until it touched the stone floor, as much to repent as to avoid looking. He had felt the shadow of death pass by him, and he did not want to feel that cold touch again. "Tell me what I must do." "Swear fealty to me," the mage intoned. "I will." The bard interrupted, too afraid to do anything else. "Swear fealty to me, and wear this." With its one remaining arm the mage held out a heavy bronze chain with a large medallion attached. It was a plain thing, that highwaymen might not even steal from their victims, but that was only on the front. The back of the medallion was covered in runes and profane symbols that completed the spell. Solavino grabbed it and put it on immediately, afraid to do anything else. Immediately he doubled over in pain as the thing burned into his flesh. "What? My lord! What is this?" He screamed loud enough for his voice to echo through the catacombs. It was only when he was silent that the lich's mouthpiece began to speak once more. "The bargain is struck. I give your life, and in exchange it is mine forevermore." "What must I do?" the bard asked, struggling to rise. "You must tell my story. To everyone. Sing your songs and spread the word. There is evil here and heroes must come to defeat it." "I'll sing the song of the last stand of the unwritten rule," the bard stammered, "but I don't know your story, my lord." "How can I write a song for a legend I don't know?" "You will," the dead throat chuckled dryly. "You'll never dream of anything but my story ever again, bard. You'll sing and dance and spread my story until you break, and even then you won't get away from me. Enjoy what time you have left, because your soul is mine for eternity now." Ch. 12, The Broken Bard of Blackwater. Once he was released back into the light of day, he was frantic. He made straight for the swamp's borders, but he'd never really be able to escape from it. It was inside him now and his soul was as muddy as the velvet slippers he tramped through the muck with, and every bit as ruined. He fled upriver on the first barge that he could flag down, with promises that the Count would pay them double for their trouble. They accepted, of course, but no matter how fast they pulled upriver, no matter how far he ran from the terrible things he'd seen, the dreams kept coming. At first Aloud and Solavina tried to ignore them, but that was a complete failure. He wasn't strong enough to ignore a nightmare when he could taste the muddy water as he was drowned or feel the way the fish devoured the fleshy remnants of his corpse. By the third night he was drowning himself in alcohol, which only dulled the dreams of murder and betrayal a little. In the end, the only thing that did any good was to start telling the crew scary stories about the Blackwater. That's what he'd come to call the swamp because it had a nice ring to it. In truth, he wasn't sure it had a name. The night he told the crew about the fall of the unwritten rule was the first time he slept without waking up screaming since the day he escaped from the crypt of the swamp. It was still rough, without any of the flourishes he would need to add before he played it for anyone important, but it was a start. As long as he spent the day tuning his mandolin, and telling the swamp stories, then he would be able to sleep at night. He'd still have dreams about the terrible history of the swamp, of course. The swamp still had to inspire him. As long as he did as he'd sworn, Solavino would be an observer to the terrible history of the swamp rather than a participant. He would get to watch as the small fishing village of Treston was torn apart by the hordes of the dead, rather than be forced to relive the agony of one of the victims over and over again. It was a devil's bargain, but he took it without ever once looking back. What he didn't see was how his stories infected the minds of everyone he told them to. It was the smallest of sparks, but with each word, the influence of the golden lich that was now his master, grew. The more the bard's words spread, the larger that the domain that it was trapped in grew. By the time Solavino reached the court of his patron, Count Garvin, he'd managed to whip up not just an impassioned ballad about how the brave warriors he'd fought beside had fought bravely he called to the last man, but he'd also improved on the older song of Riley's Rotten Riches. It had been out of favor, for some time, but now that Solavino had a new horror to link to the old tale, it seemed more relevant than ever. In front of the court he delivered the sad news that even though the mercenary company was successful in purging the swamp of lizardmen, they were ultimately done in by another, far greater evil. The dreams made him think that some of the lizards had escaped, but that wasn't something the Count would want to hear, so Solavino glossed over it. The bard tried to tell them all about the lich, but he was surprised to find he couldn't. All he could tell the assembled court was that the undead rose from the ground and tore them to pieces. When he was asked for more information, he could only tell them about a few of the vile creatures, but no more. Some part of himself was no longer under his complete control, and that terrified him. The Count issued a new call to arms at once, urging brave and godly men to purge this new evil, and offering a generous purse for doing it. Why wouldn't he? Solavino thought skeptically while he maintained his mournful expression in front of the assembled guests. He'd never have to pay up for the lizard men now, so he could spend that coin wise. That night at the feast when he tried to sing his songs, nothing tried to strangle him, not even when he rhymed lich with witch and labyrinth with plinth. The darkness that resided inside him now would let him sing and tell stories all he liked, but never issue a genuine warning about the terrible danger that any would-be heroes were likely to face if they actually went to defeat this foe. It was a maddening realization, and by the time he finished with his performance of To the Last Man, he was crying actual tears, which the audience found very moving. They weren't tears of sadness though, but tears of frustration. Even if he couldn't see what he was doing exactly, even if he didn't know precisely how he was spreading evil among the lords and ladies of court, he knew he was nothing more than a puppet on a string at this point. Of course he was. That's what he'd agreed to in exchange for his miserable little life. He knew that, he just didn't expect the Lich to be able to enforce such a bargain from almost 100 miles away. Even from this distance though, every note of his new and improved version of Riley's Rotten Riches, rang with evil. Solavino wasn't sure that it was related, because even though he'd seen many of the swamp's memories, he still had no real idea of what order they belonged in or how they fit together. That kind of clarity probably wouldn't come for a long time. He did know that it was the only local tale of tragedy worth telling though, and that it would be an easy thing to link it to undead horrors rising from the swamp and make them feel familiar to his audiences. It was true though, and now the very genesis of the swamp's evil was spreading into populations entirely outside of its domain. Most of them would shrug it off, but some would get infected by that tiny splinter of evil and go home to strange dreams and a faint lust for gold. Over time they might become the swamp's creature every bit as much as the poor fisher folk of Treston had been before they met an untimely end. The wraith had now found a way to spread further and faster than even the mosquitoes it had used so effectively before. The bard wouldn't need to worry about bad dreams tonight. That night he went home with the baronetess, who insisted on her own private encore. He played her every bit as well as he played his mandolin earlier in the evening and left her even more tainted than the rest of his audience. Solavino was a spiritual leper now, and even if no one else could see that yet, he could feel it growing inside himself a little more after every performance. He stayed at the Garen's court for the rest of the season but moved north as winter turned to spring. The Count had offered him a new commission, and several women of the court had made other very appealing offers, but it was time to go. Not because Solavino wanted to of course, but because there was no solace in singing to the already converted. After months of playing his songs, everyone that was vulnerable to the swamp's message was already infected by the subtle magic of Solavino's voice. His dreams were growing ever darker, and he was certain that the only cure was to find new audiences to sing to. So, he wrote and he played. He stopped in small inns and larger taverns. He played before the local barons and viscounts, and even a duchess on occasion, but he didn't stop. He didn't dare stop, and he couldn't look at himself in the mirror. From the reaction he got from the ladies of every court that he stopped in, he knew that his voice was still just as clear and his face, just as handsome as ever, but he could feel the darkness growing inside himself. And on the occasion that he accidentally saw his face in a stray reflection he recoiled in horror. Even if his flesh felt fine to the touch, he knew that he was rotting away. It was one more secret he feared the discovery of, that one day a beautiful lady would help him remove his shirt and scream as she found the open sores and rotting flesh that must decorate his body by now. They never did though. They always begged him for another private show before he disappeared on the road once more. He added new songs to his performances. Now whenever he sang about Riley's Rotten Riches, he sang about Garen's goodly gold, too. The swamp loved nothing more than when he tried to send brave fools to their horrible ends and rewarded him with an almost pleasant night's sleep whenever he did such an awful thing. Solovino didn't stop though, even though he knew it was wrong. It was the only thing that kept the darkness at bay. Before the ill-fated trip to slay the lizard men of Blackwater Marsh, he'd been like any other bard. He'd lived for wine, women, and song. Now the wine did nothing for him, women were only used to reassure himself that he wasn't the monster he'd feared he'd become, and song had become a terrible punishment. He would have preferred that his mandolin was strung with blades rather than that he'd become the personal bard of the lich that owned him now. He'd tried to take off that cursed medallion so many times now, but each time the motion was met with a feeling that his heart was about to explode. One time he'd even tried to do it despite that. He'd gotten good and drunk and tried to rip it off as a perverse form of suicide, but he'd only blacked out from the pain and woken up in a puddle of his own vomit. He'd tried to confess to a priest, but even entering a church or walking near a cathedral was enough to make him physically ill now. It hadn't even been a year since his terrible brush with death, but he didn't even feel like the same man he once was. Some days he didn't even feel like a person anymore. He was a monster now, and as he completed his circuit through Abenian and Blackrock, before staring back towards Count Gavin's seat of power in Falrevia, he could swear that he could tell if he'd sung one of his black ballads to the people he passed by on the high road just by the look in their eyes. It was a subtle thing, but more and more as he walked by strangers, he could see a darkness dwelling inside them where the spark of life and joy should have been. It was disconcerting, but even in the place where those darkened souls dwelled in great numbers the sky did not fall, and village life still continued as normal. Normal for everyone but him. He played for harvest festivals all the way back to his patron to pay his way, but at each one he stopped at, they wanted to hear the older songs he was once known for. The Maid, Waylaid, A Pretty Winnie Ditty, and other fun crowd-pleasing favorites. The fragile smile he wore to hide the monstrosity he'd become was much too fragile for such frivolity now though. No, he could feel them looking at him with concern now, but as soon as they figured out what he'd become, those looks would be replaced with outrage and pitchforks. He had to move on before that happened. He had to keep spreading the songs of his true master before all the awful things he'd done caught up with him. Ch. 13, Heroes All. The swamp had always known that there was a world beyond its territory. It had the dimmest memories of its time as a creature of flesh and blood before it had become something altogether more terrible, and it could feel the boundaries against its domain constricting against it painfully. It was one thing to remember though, and another thing entirely to be connected to the world outside once more. Thanks to the songs of his servant, it could suddenly peek into the lives of thousands upon thousands of new souls, and each new city that Solovino went to just made the swamp hunger for more. It had settled for scraps for far too long, and now it was time to feast. The tiny splendor of evil that the bard lodged into the minds of his audience wasn't enough to toy with the dreams of the corrupted, or to draw any real power from individually. Often as not those that had been tainted managed to shake themselves free of its influence after a month or two. In the end only the twisted or the greedy were truly fertile enough ground for the darkness to take root. Fortunately there were more than enough of those in the world. Week by week they added up, and soon those tiny flickering candles in the minds of 1,000 strangers gave off enough heat that you could confuse them for a bonfire. Gathering essence this way wasn't nearly as efficient as blood sacrifice or torture of course, but the soul web it had built with the shattered survivors that had accompanied the bard helped with that at least. The tortured remnants of their immortal souls enchanted a giant web of silver strands on the deepest level of the dungeon, pulling all of the stray essence into a whirlpool of power. The same shards of evil that nourished the swamp provided early warning as well, when a group of adventurers that had heard Solovino sing, came to take Riley's riches for themselves. A band of somewhat less than a dozen warriors and a mage made their way slowly downriver, with only one destination in mind, the lonely tower of Blackwater Fen. Far from being afraid or anxious, the swamp was overjoyed. It set traps, and woke servants in preparation for their arrival, and when there was nothing left to be done it merely watched and waited. This is why it had released the bard in the first place. Everything else was a side effect. All that really mattered was its ravenous hunger for the blood of the living. Once they were inside the swamp, the wraith followed their every move, delighting in the false bravado they used to cover up their rising fear. They were 10 that first night, but their scout was dragged to a watery grave on the second day. They never found her body, or the skeletal hands that had dragged her down into the muck. The useless limbs left over from zombies that were too far gone to be of any real use anymore had been planted all over the most likely approaches to the tower for miles in every direction. Against a determined foe they were useless, but against a surprised and frightened one they were terribly effective. 9 would-be heroes made it within sight of the tower after wasting half a day looking for their drowned friend. They camped that night on a high sandbar that overlooked the crumbling edifice, and were cautious enough to set a 3-person watch to last the whole night. It didn't save them. None of the songs that the bard sang talked about dragons. He mentioned the Lich of Gold that was a terror to behold. Most people took it to be a metaphor though. He also sang about zombies and lizard men, but Solovino had never seen what the wraith had done with all those lizard corpses. He didn't know that for months zombie servants had embalmed and cured that reptile flesh before stitching the pieces into a fearsome mass and braiding all those individual souls into a singular thread of rage. The result wasn't a real dragon of course, though the Lich could to do such wonderful things with it if a beast like that were ever to fall into its clutches. The dark plays tricks on even the sanest mind though, and if you're woken up by something with the strength of 10 men ripping your companions to pieces with 8 legs and several snapping mouths, what else would you call it? Some of those warriors showed bravery, even as the swamp dragon left maimed corpses and dying adventurers in its wake, but whether they resisted or froze made no difference. They were all ripped to pieces, except those that ran. By morning none of them had reached the tower, and 2 of the 3 souls that ran for their lives were still breathing. Neither would make it back to the river. The swamp delighted in their suffering, but even before it had decided what to do with all of the fresh meat, another group of heroes had started heading its way. It was more than the wraith had hoped for when it spared the life of that pitiful bard. Week after week and month after month, new heroes made their way to the swamp. Some sought to purge the evil that they'd heard so much about, and others only bothered for the gold. It didn't matter. Neither group had any real success. The second group got lost, and saw neither the dragon nor the tower before they were picked off one by one, but the third group made it inside the tower at least before they met their end. They stood no chance against the rock-hard skin of the embalmed lizard warriors or the armed and armored corpses of the previous adventurers. By now the wraith had an embarrassment of riches in both blood and treasure. Every new adventurer that fell added to its pile of riches, as well as to its growing army. That was when it learned to make minions of the very souls of its adversaries. Soon vengeful haunts and hungry ghosts were prowling the darkness, making the swamp almost as dangerous as the tower itself. The first group to find the swamp's newest denizens tore each other to pieces on the second night as charges of cheating at a dice game grew out of all proportion until the evening ended with blood. These were friends, people that would normally die for each other, but tonight they had blood on their hands and a spirit riding their body urging them to seek deadly retribution for imagined slights. In the morning there was only one survivor, and he fled the swamp like his life depended on it. Unfortunately his story spread, and tarnished the tale of easy riches waiting to be taken. After that the woefully unwary were much less common. The well-prepared didn't fare much better though. The swamp was awash in power now. So much so that it was starting to warp and change the local ley lines, and even the flow of the mighty river that hemmed it into the east. Once what was happening began to affect the wider world, the true powers of the region finally began to take notice. The first person to send a real expedition was Count Garvin. Rather than merely offer rewards to adventurers, he raised his banners, and drew 80 men to arms under them, then he marched off to put an end to the evil on his borders. Among the men were priests, mages, and a paladin. They made it to the tower without issue, and the mages counseled him to simply collapse the ugly thing and lock the evil that festered beneath it inside forever. They could feel just how twisted the ether had become. Leo Garvin III was a man of action though, and wanted to cover himself in glory more than he wanted to end the evil that seeped up from the depth. He took 15 men, the elite vanguard of his force, with him into the dark while the rest set up camp in the area around the tower. They were down there for a full night and a day before Lord Garvin and his paladin champion finally fought themselves free. They didn't have a chance to tell anyone about the horrors they'd seen in the darkness, or about how they, after first being picked off one at a time, had been led in circles for half a day until they were hopelessly lost and beset on all sides with the ravenous dead, because the men that they'd left behind to guard the tower were themselves under siege. They beseeched their lord to leave before night fell once more and the dread dragon of the swamps came again, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Count Garvin needed at least one trophy to justify the terrible cost of this expedition, and a dragon was just the right sort of head that he could mount on his wall so that the bards would sing songs about him for the rest of his days. The night did not go well for the lord, but it went even worse for his men. At sunset they numbered 42, but by sunrise there were only 18 still standing with 3 more in bandages clinging to life. They'd managed to do grievous harm to the rotting chimeric beast as the armored men met each charge with shields and spears behind impromptu barricades, but even 100 wounds didn't stop it from killing several men with each attack before retreating into the night once more with a screaming victim or two. As they beat a hasty retreat that morning, the lord went back without a trophy, or even any way to carry back the bodies of his dead. The only monument to his expedition would be the number of strong men that he'd add to the undead menagerie of Blackwater Fen. It was a humbling moment for such a proud man, and he would never be the same after the horrors he'd seen. The swamp would make sure of it. It was so deep into his mind now that toying with the Lord's nightmares would be child's play. An archmage, from the Magic Collegium at Abenend, was the next person of note to travel to the Blackwater at the end of winter. He came with only a small retinue, and after a brief session of scrying he guided his party to the ruins that had once been the temple in Dresden and studied the problem from there, just beyond the reach of the swamp and its minions. This enraged the wraith more than anything else had in years, and that night the angry spirits of the swamp swarmed around the temple, making that displeasure known. Even though his apprentices trembled with fear at the sight, they stayed within the consecrated grounds and their protective circle, and so they came to no harm. 3 days later the expedition left after conducting a fairly powerful elemental ritual that called on the forces of air and water in a complex weave that not even the Lich could entirely decipher. The day after they departed, a powerful storm system began to brew and the wraith could finally see the magic taking shape. They'd called a thunderstorm forth, but the swamp is hardly afraid of a little water. This too would pass, and then it would find fresh fools to feast on. Ch. 14, the storm. As it happened, the storm didn't pass. The Lich had been wrong about that. Over a week, it slowly brewed before an orgy of violence in the form of wind and torrential rains burst forth. At its worst, it raged for days. Even when the wind died off to the point where it no longer leveled trees and scoured the earth, the system continued to churn slowly above the area, continuing to rain. It lingered for weeks on and off after that. Water could not damage the swamp, but as the water level rose, the flooding redirected the whole course of the river and diluted the swamp's power as well as its connection to the darkness that lurked beneath it. It was a titanic work of magic, but as the tunnels flooded and the dead that served the darkness became submerged, everything slowly ground to a halt an inch at a time. The water wouldn't hurt any of the abominations or zombies that the wraith had constructed, but letting them all slowly fall asleep to conserve energy was the obvious choice. The darkness was both timeless and eternal. Its great work could wait for an age if necessary. It could wait as long as it needed to, even until all the men that knew the song "The Last Man" died old and alone in their beds. Those mages had no idea what it was they were attempting to fight. They had attempted to purge its darkness from the world above, but they were as foolish as Albrecht had been. They couldn't erase its influence no matter what they did. All they were doing was allowing it to spread downriver. In time the waters would fall, and it would consolidate its hold on all the new territories that it had been spread to. For now, it felt numb and detached from everything save the lands closest to the tower. Even feeling for the sparks of darkness that its pet bard had now seeded far and wide became almost impossible at times. That worried the swamp, but it could focus on that problem once the storm cleared. For now, it would take advantage of the forces that the mages had unleashed. The wraith slowly turned its mind to one of the darkest rooms in the labyrinth, the library. The Lich's library contained no books, though. Instead, it held the heads of its most important victims, soaking in clay jars of preservative brine. For a long time, the room had contained only Vine Wanderin, but all of the mages and some of the other interesting heroes that came after now filled the room in row after row. They were spared the indignity of becoming part of its army. Instead, their souls were sealed away and only used for special occasions. Usually, that was to reactivate a single one to ask them important questions, but today the Lich didn't draw out a single voice from his collection, he used them as a choir. Albrecht's affinity for elemental magics had long since lapsed. The necromancy had devoured every part of him that mattered now. The heads of the slain mages were the perfect tool to channel such power through their own elemental affinities, though. The Lich was sure that a few of them would burn out under such tremendous strain, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that their tortured screams wove into a single voice of terrible power and slowly but surely redirected the currents. The darkness couldn't do anything to stop the storm now or the damage it had done, but it could steer the river to make sure it destroyed the only thing that the swamp couldn't, the cursed tamble and the consecrated ground around it that had frustrated the darkness for so long. With great effort, using up much of its power reserves that it had stored from all of the would-be heroes it had devoured, it slowly deepened some parts of the swamp while it raised others until the terrible floodwaters of the river were aimed at remnants of the fishing village it had devoured so long ago. 2 days later, before the raging flood had even started to crest, the remains of the temple were drowned in mud as the hill was practically erased by the erosion of the dark, churning waters. After that, the swamp didn't care what happened. The last shackle placed on its domain by a deity was finally gone, and no one but the wraith would ever claim dominion over any part of the swamp again. At the crest of the waters, the tower finally fell, collapsing in on itself. That didn't trouble the swamp. The original tower had been built with experiments in mind that it had no interest in pursuing. The darkness turned inward, retreating from the surface as the waters drowned its kingdom, and clung to their high water mark for a week after waterlogged week. The tunnels beneath the towers span miles in total now. Even if they had begun as a meandering maze intent on trapping the unwary in a labyrinth from which they would never escape, it had become something more. Now it was a summoning circle measured in miles or at least the start of one. Past the core labyrinth and the route that eventually led to the seat of its power in the Lich's throne room on the 3rd level, long branches extended outward. They were already almost half a mile in length, and when they reached the proper distance, they would curve around until they created a perfect circle underneath the land. No one would be able to interfere with its terrible plan when the time was right. Even if the waters were to recede tomorrow, that plan was still many years and many lives away from fruition. The number of victims it would need would be enormous, but there was no rush. Like everything else, that was a solvable problem, and even though its plans had not involved the river before, it was easily incorporated. The swamp wouldn't let any mortal derail what was coming, no matter how powerful they thought they might be. No single life could hope to accrue the sheer amount of essence that the wraith had gathered in its growing whirlpool of darkness. While only 2 or 3 of the souls among the legion of lives it amassed really mattered in the grand scheme, every single one of them counted when compared to the petty and fragile lives that sought to oppose it. So it lay there in the dark, dormant as it brooded and schemed, until almost a month later, the floodwaters fully receded. The magical typhoon had changed the whole landscape to the point that it was almost unrecognizable. All landmarks had been moved or erased, and all that was left of the tower was a pile of stones atop a hill that now overlooked the river. That was the largest change. The course of the river had shifted almost 15 miles to the west in a large oxbow that took it through the heart of the swamp now. The river was its possession now. It was now one more treasure in its hoard. None of these changes could affect the web of life, though, or the swamp's place within it. Even now, as the storm surged past, It could feel its greatly expanded kingdom slowly returning to its grasp. Every day the land dried a little more, and every night the darkness's awareness spread a little further. Its domain had increased in size by almost half, stretching further downriver. It could sense not just the few scattered lizardmen that had survived the bloody battle and fled further into the swamp, but the 24 tiny fishing villages that clung to the banks in what was now its domain. Even past that, it could sense many smaller communities that were well outside of its reach because it now had a claim on the lifeblood of their community, the mighty river Orosa, and it was connected to them through it. It could not yet see the sea where the river emptied out, but it knew it was there. The darkness was certain that further downstream, it would find any number of cities that it could sink its teeth into to further its plans. Now wasn't the time to worry about such far-off goals, though. Now it focused on incorporating the new areas and understanding the delicate ecological balances that would begin to provide it a trickle of essence day after day, even as it used that power to slowly remove the water from its flooded depths. Only after that had happened could the dead that slept for over a month return to the unlives they hated so much and begin to dig once more. Progress was slower than the darkness thought it would be. It was mostly composed of water, so it had assumed that water couldn't do much to hurt it, but the pathways of stone, filled with carved runes and dotted here and there with a totem or a bronze and silver soul web, all began to tarnish and corrode as soon as the water was gone. The untreated zombies fared even worse. Many of the older ones decayed to uselessness within weeks of returning to work. The Lich cursed those human mages, swearing it would find ways to make them suffer for the swarm of minor inconveniences they had inflicted on it. Before it could do that, though, it would have to assign its dwindling servants to clean the ruins of the muddy sediments that the swamp's waters had left behind and repair the failing soul webs lest the spirits tied to them escape completely. Zombies were not good at detailed work like cleaning, so all of that took much longer than it should have. At cleaning, they were only almost hopeless, but the detailed drudgery of heating silver and drawing the thin silver strands that were needed to repair the webs was entirely beyond them. The Lich would have to do that itself, though it did at least send the swamp dragon into the river to capsize a small barge and bring back the drowned crew. Because neither the Lich nor the waterlogged zombies had the dexterity to make the delicate repairs, it would need fresh meat that it could puppet so that, once again, everything would be as it should. Out of everything, the only part of the swamp's efforts that had suffered no real ill effects from the deluge were the lizardmen and the swamp dragon. The lizardmen were naturally waterproof to a large degree, but after they'd been embalmed, there was little left inside of them to rot. They would serve as the swamp's honor guard until the end of days, in all likelihood. The swamp dragon shared many of the same benefits. It had weathered the flood where it spent most of its time, at the bottom of the lagoon where the fishing village it had devoured almost a year ago had once been. Now the swamp dragon sat nestled in the silt of the same spot as before, but it was now in the depths of the main channel of the river. It never moved without its master's say-so, which was rarely, and only to catch and smash the smallest of vessels. The swamp still needed some blood, but right now, it needed to remain hidden more. Men had sought to destroy it with water, and the swamp had no reason not to let them think that they were successful. Both the tower and the temple were all but gone now, there was no landmark left from the stories to find it and trouble it any further, which was ironic since now its seat of power was practically next to the river. Any would-be adventurers that sought it deep in the swamp now would be looking in entirely the wrong place. That was all to the good. For what came next, it would need a much lower profile. It would be easiest if it could disappear altogether, but that would take time. It was better to let them think that the threat was gone, and the evil had been washed away than to let the kingdoms of men find out the truth, that the swamp had used their magics to take control of the river, and day by day it was claiming more lands to the south as the river's polluted floodwaters tainted everything they touched. Let them all be distracted by the superficial, the darkness decided, pleased with itself. Let them think that the danger was over while the roots only spread deeper. Once that decision was made, the Lich sent fresh streams to its pet bard. It would need a new song. Something to let the kingdoms of men know that it had been vanquished and that Riley's riches would never be found beneath the waters of the Archmage,'s flood. Ch. 15, Solovino's last song. For almost a month, Louvn Solovino had finally known peace again. The dreams had stopped almost completely. For the first time in recent memory, he'd sung all the verses of a particularly bawdy song to a crowd of drunks in the common room of the tavern he was staying in last night. He told them all exactly how the maid had gotten waylaid, and even during the encore verses, he'd felt no need to switch gears and tell everyone about that awful swamp or its dreadful riches. He'd only done it to bring the barmaid back to his room, of course. It worked as it always did, but the difference was that for the first time in half a year, he'd actually enjoyed spending the night with the buxom lass. Now, even though she'd left before sunrise to avoid a walk of shame, and her side of the bed had long since grown cold, he finally felt like a weight had been lifted from his heart. Not so much that he dared to try taking off that damnable medallion, of course. He'd learned that lesson too many times already. Just this measure of peace was enough. He slowly rose and stretched, absently scratching his neck and shoulder. Maybe today, he'd go as far as Cambria or Anwecken. He hadn't been to either village in an age, and they'd been decent to him in the past. As he started looking for his trousers, he was sure that today would be a good day. He kicked off the blankets and brushed aside his boots, finally noticing what a number he and that barmaid had done on his room. His backpack had gotten knocked over, and its contents were scattered across the floor, along with half of the pillows. Louvn supposed he should be grateful that the whole damn bed hadn't given out after the night they'd had. Tirna? He asked himself quietly. Tamara? He couldn't remember her name. He supposed it didn't really matter. All that mattered was getting dressed and getting downstairs before they ran out of eggs or sausage. Finally, he found his pants peeking out from underneath her side of the bed. Tired of standing around in just his breeches and more than a little hungry, Solovino bent down to grab his pants, but clumsy as he was, he succeeded in only pushing them further under the bed. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs. He didn't think he'd been that drunk last night and was only the faintest bit blurry now. Still, as he got down on his hands and knees to fish out his clothes from the darkness, he was grateful that, at least this time, he wasn't in a hurry to get out before an angry husband found him. The darkness under the bed was almost absolute. None of the faint light from the window reached him, so it might have easily been an abyss except for the brown cloth he was reaching for. Memories of true darkness flickered in his mind, but he pushed those memories away as quickly as they surfaced. He'd been in the pitch-black darkness of that maze for days and tried very hard to stay in well-lit establishments ever since. The bard clutched his pants and yanked them out from under the bed. The unpleasant memories were doing an excellent job of souring his wonderful morning. It would take at least 2 or 3 beers to fix his outlook once he got downstairs, he decided, frowning. Halfway out, though, the clothes got stuck and wouldn't come any further. Of course, Solovino sighed. As he crawled a little bit further into the darkness so he could grope with his hands and find out what they were stuck on. Idly, he wondered if there was a song in this mishap. Undoubtedly other men in the audience had faced a similar dilemma of trying to get dressed and get away after a rough night. But I'll need something that rhymes with trousers, of course. Hours? Flowers? He muttered, shrugging mentally. He could work on it after his brilliant creative mind had been adequately lubricated. He could. Solovino barely had time to scream when he felt the first pair of hands grab him, and he instantly let go of his clothes and tried to pull away from them. Maybe Tenessa really did have an angry husband, he thought in a panic, before he felt a second and a third pair of hands grab his arm and pull him into the darkness with irresistible strength. Then suddenly, he was back in that room with that awful golden cadaver. Aside from a foot of water on the floor and dark mold that had blossomed across the walls, nothing had changed. The bard could feel the amulet he wore on his bare chest throbbing like a second heartbeat. "You've been lazy, bard," the skeleton said with slow, precise words in a hollow voice. The last time he'd seen the lich, it had sat there, frozen on its throne like a particularly distasteful sculpture. This time though, It leaned forward and spoke. You've been lazy, and that will cost you, but not just yet. Right now, I need something from you. Anything. Solavino gasped, his voice cracking from fear as he shied away from this thing's presence. Just don't hurt me. The bard had long ago given up on being brave. He'd thought that he'd run out of those urges. But right now, he felt an anger in him that he knew would have withered to nothing under the cold gaze of this monster if he'd really been back in the swamp. This was a dream, it had to be. In a dream, there were no zombies that could rip him to pieces. I need a new song. The Lich continued. You must sing to all who will listen that I am dead, and the rains of the Archmage have washed away the darkness and, Solavino's heart was pounding in his ears so loudly that he could barely listen to what the gilded skeleton in front of him was saying. Suddenly his hands shot out and wrapped around the thing's throat and started to squeeze as he throttled it. There was nothing to choke, but he shook it violently, trying to break the brittle old bones. Dead? Why settle for a song about being dead? The bard growled. I can just give you the real thing. One final shake, and he felt as much as he heard something crack as the Lich's skull tumbled across the floor. The head rolled half a dozen feet away from him before coming slowly to a stop, face up. Compose my song, or your misery will never end, it cackled. Even as it laughed, though, the room began to darken until seconds later, only the skull was still visible. Sing about my death, or yours will be quick to follow. Solavino woke with a start, gasping for air as he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He looked down in the pre-dawn light to find that even though his hands had been wrapped around Lich's throat in the dream, they'd been wrapped around Tamira's in the waking world. No, he whispered, looking at her blue, lifeless skin in the morning twilight. No, fuck. Even in death, she was beautiful. Only a monster would have hurt such a pretty young woman, and with a sick feeling in his stomach, he realized the only monster in the room was him. The bard got out of bed and started to panic, dressing and packing as quickly as he'd ever done. There was nothing he could do and nowhere he could hide the body. Part of him wanted to turn himself in, but the rest still wanted to live. It was that part that won the fight and hurriedly left the inn after he'd covered the tavern maid with a sheet out of respect for her dignity. He didn't have a horse, and he knew that the law would be looking for him before the end of the day, so he decided to take the back way to Anwecken. He wouldn't sing there either. He'd just stay the night until he could get further on. Far enough from here, this story might become a rumor that he could downplay as gossip. From there, he could tell whatever lord sheltered him when the news finally ran faster than his feet that it was a case of mistaken identity and wait for it to fade from crime to scandalous rumor. Right here, though? Right now? There was no way to reason with a noose or a tree, and he doubted very much that the darkness that gripped his heart would let him tell even a tenth of the truth. Even if he wanted to. He stayed ahead of the events that nipped at his heels for 3 days. After the first night, he no longer stayed in inns. He knew it wasn't safe. Instead, he slept fitfully in ditches and woods, camping rough and getting off the road whenever he heard the distant sound of galloping. Eventually, he even started to compose the new song the voice in his head commanded of him, if only so he could sleep again. Solavino's luck didn't hold out, though. On the 4th night, his campfire was spotted by armed men, who, after a brief chase through the woods, bound him hand and foot before they heaved him over the back of a mule to be brought back to Linksbruck for justice. It was a miserable ride, and the darkness in his soul took no pity on him just because he was physically unable to follow the Lich's orders. For the first couple of nights, they tried to ask him why he did it. They wanted to know why he killed Tamira badly enough to beat it out of him, but for once, the bard had nothing to say that anyone wanted to hear. All he could offer was apologies and gut-wrenching sobs. As luck would have it, though, he didn't get the noose reserved for him. When they arrived in Linksbruck, a small band of Templars was waiting there to put him to the question about some of the heresies he'd been spreading. Solavino would have preferred the noose. They didn't give him a choice when they tied him to a chair, though. Please, I'm just a singer, he pleaded, I don't know anything. He tried to explain that to them. A singer, huh? You're a man of high fame and low morals, loomed Solovino. Everyone knows that about you, and now they know you're a murderer too, the Inquisitor said as he went through the bard's pack. I hadn't planned to make you sing loud enough for the whole village to hear until later, but if you want to sing now, then why don't you start with a hymn to put us all at ease? Solovino opened his mouth to try to sing the opening notes to Our Lady of Peace, but nothing came out. Yeah, I thought not, the holy man nodded. He had a touch of gray at his temples and sad eyes that didn't fit at all with the air of danger about him. Maybe this will help you to find your voice. I find the gods always inspire me in my times of darkness. Solovino was bound to the chair by his wrists, so he couldn't pull away when the Inquisitor shoved a small silver icon into the bard's hand before closing his hands around the bard's fist. Normally, this is when I would pray with you while the pain of your foul, tainted spirit burns, so we can better understand what we are dealing with before. I need to. Solovino babbled. The object that the Inquisitor had shoved in his hand had felt wrong from the first moment he'd been forced to touch it, and after a few seconds, it started to burn, but now it was pure agony. Gag him, the Inquisitor ordered, and almost instantly, one of the Templars came forward to obey. The dirty rag muted the screaming but did nothing for the pain. It was only when thin traces of foul-smelling smoke began to pour out from between Solovino's fingers that the Inquisitor allowed him to let go of the icon. It fell to the ground, where it landed in some dry hay without so much as smoldering. The Inquisitor opened the bard's limp hand and showed him the raw and mangled burn the holy symbol inflicted on his palm and fingers. Well, it doesn't look like you'll be playing that mandolin of yours anytime soon. The Inquisitor shook his head slowly as he spoke, but just between you and me, I don't think you've got much singing left in your future either. I think you might have one story left inside that corrupted soul of yours, and I'm going to pry it out of you no matter how many pieces we have to cut you into. The Inquisitor let the pain of the last minute mix with the terror of the present before he continued. You see, our hallowed Pontiff received a letter from the Magica Collegium in Abunand, warning us of a horrible danger from some backwater and encouraging us to mobilize an expedition to root it out. Can you believe it? Those dogs haven't dared to speak to us in decades, and then they send us a letter that mentions a corrupted little man like you by name? Solovino couldn't speak, so he just shook his head from side to side. He wanted nothing to do with these people or their religion. If they would only let him talk, he'd gladly tell them anything they wanted to hear. But they obviously had no interest in that yet. Our Pontiff, blessed be his name, has sent us out on a little fact-finding trip that starts with you. We've spent more than a month looking for you in all the lowest places we could find. We might never have found you if you didn't decide to go and kill that girl. The Inquisitor's lips curled into a cruel smile when the bard began to shake his head even more violently. So, you can tell me everything I want to know about this cursed Archmagus and his blasted swamp, or I can't take you apart a piece at a time until you change your mind. It's entirely up to you. Ch. 16, The Goblins. Despite the pain that was caused by the searing white light of the Inquisitor's god, the darkness stayed with Solovino until the end. It wasn't just because the bard's suffering was delicious either. Though it was. It was because with every word the fool that tortured his minion to death gave it valuable information. Templars existed to hunt down evil. There was a holy city. The church thought very little of mages, and by proxy, since a mage thought that the darkness was a grave threat, they were utterly unconcerned by it. It was almost laughable to the darkness. They were more interested in hurting the bard for his terribly licentious reputation than in understanding the darkness that suffused his pitiful soul. It didn't help matters that the bard was literally incapable of telling them what they wanted to know though. With every word, the swamp's decision to keep a low profile and disappear from sight in the wake of the storm seemed like a better and better idea. It had barely begun to explore the new opportunities that awaited in its expanded territory, and the last thing it needed right now was to deal with fending off a serious threat in its weakened state. So it watched while the bard tried in vain to tell the holy men what they wanted to know while he lost his fingers one at a time. The swamp would have preferred to keep Solovino. His songs had been useful for whetting its appetite for the wider world, but its grip on him weakened during the flood, and the Wraith would much rather that the bard was put down like the dog he was rather than give him the chance to somehow slip the leash. In the end Solovino didn't even die with a whimper. When he was finally on the verge of telling the men about the lich beneath the swamp, that same lich simply pulled his soul out of his body, completing their dark bargain and pulling the bard back to him like a fish on a hook. After a brief spasm, Solovino's body grew still, and with an acrid odor and a puff of foul smoke, the amulet on the tortured man's chest began to melt until it was nothing but slag. Moments later the darkness lost sight of the Templars, but he doubted they would find any clues on the body that would come back to haunt it. Free from that distraction, the darkness turned its attention back to other matters. It would save the damned soul for a special occasion. It had other things to do now. Last week it noticed that the flooding had placed a string of caverns to the west firmly in its reach now. That was surprising enough. It had no other formations like this anywhere in its territory. What was more interesting were the creatures that dwelled inside, goblins. The swamp knew what goblins were, of course. They were common enough. They were a vermin that had been purged from all civilized lands, but foothills and the mountains that lay beyond them were still wild places, and all manner of strange creatures still lived there. The darkness had seen larger predators like wyvern and chimera soar far above the edges of its territory, but it had no hold on them, and could only watch as they flew into the distance. Goblins were different though. They were more like true men, than even the lizard men that still worshipped it in small numbers here and there. It wasn't just possible to infect the goblins with its darkness. It was easy. The creatures had just enough of a mind to be filled with avarice and bloodlust, but not enough for anything resembling higher pursuits. In the weeks that followed, the swamp spent almost all its time learning about the small tribe that it had the smallest of holds on. It learned how they fought, how they bred, and what they ate. They were vermin with fingers, but they were his vermin. They drank of its polluted flood waters, shat in its mud, and as soon as the darkness understood them, they would belong to it, forever. More than anything else they did, they fought amongst each other and the neighboring tribes in the surrounding area for space and resources. One week they were fighting over this cave, and the next over that watering hole. The green-skinned beasts lacked a proper language. Indeed, even their dreams were little more than flashes of pure rage or fantasies to sate one of their many hungers. In time the swamp identified them by their totems, and the crude graffiti they daubed on the walls of their lairs. The tribe that dwelt in the swamp's domain was the Black-Teeth tribe, named for how the poisonous frogs stained their normally yellow teeth black as much as the stalactites that dominated their dank lair. Surrounding them were their most fearsome enemies, the dog-eaters and the burning skulls. It was unable to get much insight into the other two tribes that surrounded the cave system, but the swamp was vaguely excited when it saw a member of the Burning Skulls wielding a sort of fire magic in battle against the Black Teeth. It didn't matter what they fought over, as long as they had someone to fight, and day after day that trickle of blood and rage nourished the swamp in a way that neither the worship of the lizardmen nor the slaughter of adventurers had. These petty conflicts were the perfect flavor for what the darkness craved, and it was with that revelation that the swamp realized exactly what it could do to bring its latest pets into the fold: power. Of the three it seemed to be the only one to possess even rudimentary magic. It was no surprise then that it was winning, and slowly pushing both of the other groups of goblins out of the most desirable territory. In time it might be the only tribe left standing. The swamp wondered how that would affect the regional balance of power as it gazed across the swamps and foothills, and then north towards the plains where the humans dwelled. Between the rugged outlands where the darkness held sway were 50 miles of plains dotted with human villages. As it viewed the big picture, the Lich could see what needed to happen next. In a vision he saw them, 10,000 hungry mouths of a united goblin army. Instead of killing each other each day, they rose up as one and devoured the kingdom of man, one small town at a time. It was a tide of blood that could sweep away everything in its path. Enough blood that the bottomless hunger that was the darkness might finally feel sated. But they'd never be united. Not like this. Even if the Burning Skulls were to win and replace the Black Teeth and the Dog-Eaters, they would still be prey to a fourth tribe, or they would grow so large that they would break into two, and fight themselves for lack of another opponent. It was their way after all. They were only a few steps above the animals of the swamp. The darkness might command a crocodile to devour a trapper that strayed too far into its domain, but it could never command an army of crocodiles to invade a city. The brutality and the hunger of the former was their nature, but the discipline of the latter was an impossibility. The same might be true for the goblins, the swamp considered, but it seemed like there was enough of man in them to know fear and take orders, and for now that would be enough. All they needed was a leader strong enough to command that fear and bring the other tribes to heel, and if that goblin did not already exist, then the swamp would create one. The darkness finally found its first candidate, dying in the depths of the cave. Its name was Grodd, at least that's what the darkness thought its name was, not that it really mattered. Goblin dreams could be very confusing. The goblin was a fine warrior, but had bitten off more than it could chew in a fight with a dog-eater half a head taller than him. Grodd had still managed to win, by using a level of sheer brutality that had managed to impress the darkness. Even with a knife in his guts he'd managed to rip out the other goblin's throat with his teeth and make it home. He wasn't the toughest or the best warrior in the tribe, but he was a fighter, and he was dying from the infection in his wound. Grodd knew it too, just like he knew that his fellow black teeth were circling like vultures, waiting for him to become too weak to be a warrior anymore. Once that happened he wouldn't even be a goblin. He'd just be food. As the dying goblin slipped in and out of his fever dreams, the swamp slipped in. Dreams and illness were its purview even more than life and death. Saving this wretched creature would be one of the most minor miracles it had accomplished in years. Impressing the power of the pact on it though, and forcing it to agree to serve it would be much more challenging than actually healing it. In the end it took a night and a day, with the dream imagery getting increasingly concrete and convoluted. Rather than dreaming of battle, as Grodd usually did, he dreamed of a dank temple. On the altar was a goblet of blood shaped like a golden skull. The first time the dream played through, he tentatively drank from it. He was surprised to find that his wounds had healed, but panicked when the chains rose up from the floor to shackle him. The second and third times the dream occurred, the choice was the same, but it was more accepting of the shackles. The goblin understood. Its life could be restored, but it came at the cost of service. Whether or not it understood the depths of that service, or that it would last a lifetime, the darkness couldn't say. It didn't matter though. If the creature proved too troublesome, then the darkness would make sure it died a slow and painful death before it found another to serve in its place. 2 days later Grodd was hale and healthy again, with only a terrible black scar to show where his brush with death had been. As goblins go, he'd always been quarrelsome and bloodthirsty, but now he was worse than ever. He literally hungered for blood now, charging his opponents in every fight, and using only his bare hands and teeth rather than the crude weapons that goblins usually favored to rip them to pieces. Every death made him stronger, and no matter how badly the darkness pet goblin was wounded, the next day he was fine. Every week his standing rose in the Black Teeth tribe, until soon he had a spot close to the fire and tender meat instead of the scraps he'd always made do with until now. The goblin did its part too, boiling the skulls of his slain foes in an old pot helmet. The goblins would never have the skill to work metal, but yellow clay mixed with goblin urine did a wonderful job of turning the skulls yellow. Once they were stained, the goblin began to mark its slowly expanding territory with the fearsome totems. The tide had turned, and for once the surrounding tribes were on the back foot as the Black Teeth began to win battle after battle and seize control of key parts of the surrounding area. Ch. 17, the Viscount. After the floodwaters receded, the swamp focused most of its attention on the goblin tribes and their constant wars to the west of its domain, but that did not mean it failed to explore other opportunities. While the goblins warred, and the zombies chiseled ever deeper into the earth, it always kept a watchful eye out for new victims while it explored the edges of its domain. No matter what else it was doing, each night it devoted some time to toying with Lord Garvin. Leo had led his vainglorious charge months ago, but entering the depths in his fruitless attempt to purge the evil from his lands had given the Lich a small but permanent hold on the man. While it didn't yet know what it wanted to do with the man or the county of Gresham that he ruled over, it enjoyed filling the man's dreams with dread, and memories of the swamp dragon. In time that wasn't enough, though. With enough drink, the Count could dull even those terrifying memories, so the swamp found a fresh torment for the ruler, his sons. Leo Garvin was gifted with 3 strong sons, any one of which would make a fine ruler when he finally passed on, so in those nighttime hours where the darkness reigned, it began to create intricate nightmares of betrayal and treachery between the family. Fratricide. Patricide. Regicide. By knife and by poison the Count and the Viscounts that were his sons died almost every night for several weeks, until the old man finally had enough. Convinced that they were secretly at each other's throats and the gods were sending them a warning, he sent each of them away in separate directions. His eldest, Leo IV, went upriver to spend a season at the king's court. Theon, the middle child, was sent off to school at Obanend. Not for the whole curriculum, but just as a trial to see if he had any talent for it. Finally, Kelvin, the youngest son, was sent downriver with a royal commission, to remap the river. One of the main sources of income for the county of Gresham was the tolls that river traffic paid from the northerly kingdoms as they made their way out to sea on the Count's waterways. The storm might have cleansed the land of evil, but it had played havoc on the maps, and for every historical hazard it erased it added 2 new ones, so something would have to be done. The darkness had only intended to deprive the Count of the emotional crutch that was his family to do further damage to the old man's psyche, but it was thrilled at the idea that his youngest would soon be paying the swamp a visit. It intended to make sure the stay was a permanent one, though. Whether by sickness or violence, the swamp was going to make sure that the boy's body never left the thick dark mud of the river. If the Count could extract silver ducats from every ship and barge that plied the Arosa, then the swamp could take its tithe in blood. Strangely though, that decision changed after only a few weeks. As the small river boat slowly made its way downstream, mapping sandbars and probing for deadheads, the boy ate its fish, drank its water, and day by day unwittingly gave the darkness a window into his soul. And the swamp liked what it saw. The boy was practically a monster in his own right. His father had been a good, if vain man, but in the shadow of such men, crowded out by his older brothers, the boy's ambition grew like a creeping vine. The sword that dug into old stone and rotted wood until it dragged the whole edifice down. Night by night it probed the boy's mind with dreams that revolved around terrible choices, and Kelvin always chose power, no matter who suffered for it. The darkness was intrigued. It had learned many lessons from the bard. It had thought that absolute ownership of its minions was essential, but that too came with its own drawbacks, now that it knew about the Templars. A servant who could be picked out of a crowd by holy men would never be anything more than a pawn. It needed someone that would serve willingly. Someone it could use only the lightest of touches with, and buy their loyalty instead. So for the last few days of their trip to the swamp, the darkness sent the same dream over and over, that the boy was standing amidst the ruins of the Mage's Tower, looking down the stairs as they descended into the worldly darkness. In his hand was a blood-stained knife. Kelvin studied it, like he'd forgotten why he was holding it, and then, remembering, he kicked the body of the man he'd murdered down into the darkness. Some nights it was a member of the boat crew, and others it was his father, but the message was always the same: all the powers of the earth can be yours. All you must do is seal our dark bargain in the lifeblood of another, and you will rise, slowly but surely, to the place you truly belong. Far from being disturbed by his recurring nightmare, the boy was more cheerful than usual as they entered the swamp. That was just as well, because if he refused the Wraith's dark bargain, the swamp dragon that slumbered beneath them would rise up to rip him into pieces. It was the most fitting possible in that the darkness could imagine for a father that had failed to slay the monster on his last visit. It needn't have worried though. Their second night in the swamp they anchored on the shore near the ruins that were the heart of darkness. Kelvin let himself be led away into the dark after a couple beers by a crew member who had nothing good in mind for the lad. He never had a chance to take advantage though, because no sooner had they walked behind the rubble to shield themselves from the eyes of the rest of the boat crew huddled near the bonfire, than the young Viscount killed the old drunk. In the swamp's version it had been a clean sacrifice, with the throat slit quick and clean. The boy had other ideas, because after he delivered a quick punch to the older man's windpipe to shut him up, he produced a short, sharp knife from his sleeve, and stabbed the sailor in the kidneys over and over while he struggled to breathe. The blood hadn't even stopped spurting before the boy kicked the body of the dying man down the ancient stairs. "I chose the worst one," the boy called down after it. "The most vile old bastard of the bunch. I hope you see how serious I am about your offer, spirit, and hope that shows you what I'll do to you if you cross me." Yes, there was definitely a darkness in the light that rivaled its own, in fury if nothing else. Normally the darkness would snuff out anyone that dared to speak to it like that, but the boy would learn his place in time. Slowly the dead man at the bottom of the stairs began to rise, and with some effort, began to crawl up the stairs, one step at a time. It wasn't a true zombie. Not yet. After all the water damage the flood caused, the darkness didn't raise the dead permanently unless they had been embalmed and tanned. It was just a temporary vessel. A set of fresh vocal cords that would let it speak to the living for a few minutes to seal their pact. To the boy's credit, he didn't flinch or try to run as his murder victim slowly crawled towards him with dead eyes. He just stood there while the dead man's head flopped from side to side with each movement. Finally, when it reached the top of the stairs, the corpse wheezed, "Obey me in all things and your father's lands and title will be yours within a year." The voice that came from the corpse's throat was much older and darker than the body it inhabited, but even that didn't scare Kelvin. "But that's too soon. If my line dies so quickly, people will suspect I had a hand in it," he protested. "In all things." The darkness thundered in a way that was never meant for a human throat, finally succeeding in cowing the lad to a small degree, as the voice echoed through his soul and made a flock of bats take flight with their unholy reverberations. "Swear fealty to me, and you shall have everything your heart desires. Betray me, and I will feast on your soul for centuries to come. And if I take your offer, what is your price?" Kelvin asked shrewdly. His voice quavered slightly, and he stank of fear, but he had not yet pissed himself or run screaming into the night. "Surely you want more than one man's blood for such a gift." "What I offer you is no gift, boy. You will pay for everything I give you over and over until you are bathed in blood," the corpse rattled. "I require a terrible tithe, to be paid in oceans of blood and mountains of coin. 1 coin in every 10 that passes through your hands will end up in the bottom of the river to be claimed by me. Every year you will personally deliver a token of our contract to me here, at this very spot, or you will live only long enough to regret it." "I so swear," the boy said, smoothly dropping to one knee and bowing his head, as much to hide the fear in his eyes as to pledge his devotion. "I will have no master but you, and will obey you in all things." The corpse reached out his hand to the boy, blessing him, but not actually touching him. The last thing it wanted was to stain his soul too darkly. "Very well. It is done. The bargain is struck. Tomorrow you will continue on your trip, but wherever you go, I will go with you." "My trip? But there's nothing important to the south," Kelvin argued, looking back at the corpse. "Not until you get to Tagle by the sea, at least. Surely my place is back in Falrevia, so I can." This time the swamp did not yell or bluster. The corpse just clenched its fist in front of his face, and slowly, but surely his heart stopped beating because of the spiritual vice it was caught in. The lich held its grip long enough for the boy to swoon, and released only when he was about to lose consciousness. Only then did the frail creature come back to life. "You will do as you're told, even if you do not understand. Your father must be proud of you. Proud enough to inspire jealousy in your older siblings," the dead man rasped. "That will play into what comes next, when you volunteer to map another poorly understood part of the Count's domain." "What part is that?" the boy asked, still gasping for breath. "The hills in the borderlands to the west of here," the corpse answered, slowly beginning to lose what little patience it had left when it came to speaking with mortals. "But those aren't even Grecian territory." "Not really," the boy disputed, before he suddenly realized he was talking back to something that had almost effortlessly murdered it earlier. I mean, whatever you say. If the road to power runs through that savage place, I'll take it. You will, the darkness agreed. Now go back to your men and tell them a gator took this pitiful soul. I will put him to other uses later. The youth bowed one more time, and then rose, and with a single backward glance he walked back to the light as fast as he could without looking like he was running away. He'd walked into the darkness as hard as a 17-year-old man could be, but he learned to fear the dark like everyone else as he scampered back towards the relative safety of the light. He would never be safe again, though. He belonged to the dark now. Ch. 18, A Taste of Ashes. The darkness followed the rest of the Viscount's trip with some interest, but without having its tendrils into the boy as deeply as it had slid them into the soul of its former bard. The information it received about the world further downriver was intermittent and muddy as the water of the river he traveled on. That was fine. The swamp was still exploring its territory in that area, and continued to encounter some difficulties, even now that the floodwaters were a thing of the past and the Orosa should have assumed its new route for the foreseeable future. Day by day, the lines seemed to blur and shift. That made sense for something as dynamic as a river, but less so on the banks, where it happened with equal frequency. It was almost like something was pushing back against its slow spread, but not in the same powerful way that the consecrated ground nearby once had. Nature, it would seem, was rejecting it. None of the mages in its library of minds was certain. The best they could come up with was the idea of shifting ley lines now that its territory had become broad enough to be affected by such things, so the Lich filed away the issue for another time. As long as it could feel the villages and fishing communities scattered along its bank, that was enough for now. It was already exploring the dreams of those simple people, and learning the social webs and schisms that existed in every neighborhood. Soon enough it would aggravate them and little by little extract a bloody toll of its own as long cold grudges and dead feuds found new life. Maybe when winter finally arrived, it would spread a new fever down the river and test just how far its influence really spread. Somewhere to the south lay Tegel, a true city. It had glimpsed its waterfront and tavern rooms through the eyes of those the bard had infected with avarice, but it would dearly love to see a plague spread through the city so that it could gain true insight into the inhabitants. That was in the future, though. Right now, the important thing was the goblins. The Black Teeth continued to make great progress in all directions, their enemies lost ground. To the west their victories against the Dog-Eaters were quickly becoming a rout, and to the east and south the Burning Skulls were taking real losses, even with their magic. Grodd led his own warband now, and it was full of the most savage warriors the Black Teeth had to offer. It didn't hurt that the swamp had started to give Grodd's most ferocious warriors lesser gifts of their own. They would never be enough to be a threat to the swamp's chosen leader, of course, but it wanted more blood, and it could only taste it with more connections to the creatures that were doing the killing. So, the more savage the warrior was in the Black Teeth, the more savage he would become. It was through one of these lesser connections that the swamp first found the source of the Burning Skull's power. In a rare losing battle where Grodd had been forced to flee before a sustained barrage of fire from the massed might of several shamans, one of Grodd's warriors was slain, and that night the victorious side brought the corpse back for a celebratory dinner. Nev was the biggest warrior that had been left behind on that scorched battlefield, so it was perfectly normal that the victorious side would want to take him back to their lair to feast on his strength. Yesterday's battlefield was tomorrow's banquet in their eyes, and to those savage creatures, nothing tasted better than the flesh of their fallen enemies. The darkness learned several things about that awful dinner, though. The first was that, past the smoky fumaroles and geysers that marked the heart of Burning Skull territory, there was a cave that seemed to be their true stronghold. It wasn't a cave, though. Not like the one the Black Teeth had lived in. This one was an old mine shaft that had long been abandoned by whoever had built it. That in itself was interesting. The darkness had seen no signs of civilization this far west, so a decades-old mining site was unusual. A few of the voices in the periphery of its mine whispered that dwarves were responsible, and the darkness believed them. None of its main voices had ever met a dwarf, and it had certainly never tasted the suffering of one before, but it would like to. What was more unusual was that on the third level of the shafts, where the old mining operations gave way to a pure goblin warren, there was gold. Even as the corpse that served as its spy was dragged down dusty tunnels, big bright veins of the stuff were in plain view, and the darkness hungered for them. There was more gold in the walls of just this one tunnel than there currently was in its whole hoard, and it hungered to add it to its collection. There was no doubt about it. The burning skulls would have to fall, and probably in time the black teeth would too, but only so that the Count's men could dig this up for it. In theory, zombies would be able to do it, of course, but that would represent a fantastic amount of resources that would have to be diverted from the great work in the lowest level of the mazes. No, it would have to rely on the avarice of men to mine this, at least until after that was done. Now that it was starting to better understand the world, no more delays were acceptable. Since the victorious warriors of the Burning Skulls had started to drag this body, the darkness had been brewing all sorts of toxins and letting all manner of diseases fester inside of it. The other tribe might get to devour one of its pawns, but that would be an act that wasn't without cost. When they spitted the goblin corpse and began to roast it over the open flame, that changed nothing. All fire would do was blunt the impact of its malice, not eliminate it. That was when it felt the fire. Not the flames that licked the skin, or the heat that began to crisp and burn the grisly feast. No, that was when it felt the fire behind both of those things. There was something darker, and hotter than fire, lurking in the embers of the cook fire. It was the same flavor of magic that the shamans had wielded on the battlefield. The darkness did nothing, except for enduring the growing pain of the fire as it tried to study the new phenomenon. Was this something like it? Another spirit that preferred fire and violence to the death and disease that the swamp favored? It could have been anything, of course, even some new goblin magic that it might never understand, but now that it was looking for it, it could feel the faint trickles of essence from the totems scattered throughout the cavern. Yes, by the time the goblins were ready to start eating their feast and ripping into the sizzling flesh of the fallen, the darkness was sure it had found a kindred spirit. It had no idea if they were very common or very rare, but it also had no desire to fight with it directly until it better understood what it was dealing with. Such a loss could be costly, and the fire spirit likely had no more idea that the darkness existed than vice versa. There was a value in the element of surprise. That was a lesson that the swamp had learned again and again since the village. So, rather than risk revealing its plan and adding another dose or two of botulism to the mix, it relinquished its grip on the goblin, letting the link fade away into the ether. There wasn't just gold and goblins worth fighting for in the area. No, there was another spirit to learn from. Would the darkness be able to devour it? Would it want to, or would it be safer to simply find a way to snuff it out? It didn't have answers to these questions right now, but it didn't matter. What mattered was the new plan. The burning skulls were no longer Grodd's primary focus. They would wait until the darkness could bring other tools to bear and better understand where the fire spirit that supplied their shaman's magic got its power. For now, it would focus on subjugating the other tribes. First they would finish crushing the dog-eaters, and once that was done it would focus on the sharp spears and the bone gnawers and whatever tribes lay beyond that. The goblins would have no problems with that change in tactics. They loved nothing more than to pick on the weakest possible victim, and it was only the swamp's constant goading that had forced them to turn their attention to the superior foe. It was still certain that its chosen tribe could beat the burning skulls and their fiery magics, of course, but it would do so easier once it had crushed the surrounding tribes and formed their survivors into a terrible fist that would make short work of its fiery enemy. It was a simple plan, and one that was eagerly embraced by Grodd after several nights of dreams were enough to impress the swamp's will on it. From that point, they only harried the burning skulls enough to keep them on the defensive. They trashed the scum's ashen totems wherever they found them, while their real warbands raided their neighbor to the west over and over again until the other tribe no longer had a single mangy dog rider left to its name. If the thing it was facing really was a spirit, then it had to follow similar rules to itself, the swamp thought, complete with territory and boundaries, didn't it? The best way to disrupt those so far from the murky embrace of its muddy waters and undead army was simple. The goblins needed to tear down every scrap that indicated the Burning Skulls ever owned a particular piece of territory, and replace it with their own grisly trophies. So, soon each skirmish to the east led to ritual defilement of any area that the other spirits' tribe seemed to care about. The swamp took a sick joy in this behavior, even before it felt the boundaries start to shift. A few months ago, it had only the most tenuous of footholds in the area that existed mostly in the minds of a few goblins that had drank from its polluted floodwaters. Now it had a tribe to its name and a blood-stained territory that was slowly but surely growing in all directions. Those gains were cemented when the dog-eaters finally fell. Not just because Grodd beheaded the chieftain in front of a bloodthirsty mob drunk on victory, though, but because as soon as he did that he immediately turned around and crushed the chieftain of the Black Teeth as well. The crowd went wild at this turn of events. In the space of moments, the monster that the swamp had created had abolished 2 different tribes and established himself as the war boss of a new one, the Gold Skulls. Ch. 19, Dying Embers. Krumvner was disgusted by its circumstances, but that was nothing new. That was the first emotion it felt each evening, as it flared to life when the Burning Skulls added fuel to their cookfires and lit the bonfires at their shrines. During the day, when it was slowly reduced to embers, it lacked the awareness to contemplate such things. Each evening it was born again, though, which meant that it had to remember how far it had fallen all over again. Krumvner, once the scourge of the Underrealm. Stoneburner. Sacker of Ginnel and Morndon. Once, dozens were fed to the fire each day, so it could feast on their flesh and mana, but now it lorded over a handful of goblins. That there were less than 200 of the buggers only added salt to the wound. How a dwarven demigod had fallen so far that instead of inhabiting the forge fires of a dozen cities, it dwelled only in the campfires of a single tribe of greenskins, it couldn't quite recall. The further back that the flickering fire spirit tried to think, the hazier things got until there was nothing but dark smoke and bitter disappointment. The goblins wouldn't have been enough to support it now if they weren't so bloodthirsty and didn't dwell in the shadow of a dead volcano. Krumvner seemed to recall that it had been forced to flee something in the dark when its last fortress monastery had fallen and that it had chosen the volcano as a place to be reborn. Like a phoenix from the ashes, it had planned to detonate it and use the eruption to ignite the nearby forest on fire in a conflagration that was truly worthy of its majesty. It had lacked the strength, though. Over time, it had withered away until its bride had atrophied so much that the idea of being a war god to a vicious army of goblins hadn't seemed like a terrible idea. It surveyed its shrinking kingdom and knew it had erred mightily, though. Perhaps it might have been different if it had been an orc warband full of rage or even hobgoblins with their crude sense of discipline. Goblins simply weren't cut out for greater things. As it was, recently, the Burning Skulls had stopped expanding. No matter how much power he poured into their shamans, they could barely hold back the resurgent Black Teeth. All of a sudden, its tribe suddenly seemed to lack the strength to match such an insignificant tribe like that to the west. Yet, it was still nowhere near strong enough to brave the plains to the east and the humans they would almost certainly find there. It was maddening. The spirit would have withdrawn its power from the incompetent bastards entirely if that wouldn't have spelled its inevitable doom. Without blood and fire, it was doomed to fade into the background until even it forgot it had ever existed. Even if it was a fruitless struggle, the fallen god would cling to life in the same tenacious way that the goblins did when they ripped each other to pieces for scraps of territory. It tore its gaze away from the goblins' filthy warren and took to the sky to survey its kingdom. Today, not even the beauty of its gold could mollify it. Once, that had been its focus, to conquer enough land to bring slaves back to mine it, but it had never materialized. Now it served as an unwelcome reminder of better days. The nighttime hillside wasn't much better, though. Only a year or two ago, it had 24 fires burning for it. Now the spirit had to settle for less than half a dozen cookfires and a few torches. It was pathetic. How could the shamans that claimed to worship it even expect to have enough mana to sling their bolts and blasts around if they would not pay homage to the fearsome Kromvner and his terrible hunger? When they went to bed at dawn, but before the fires had guttered entirely, it would chastise them in their dreams and make its displeasure known. The spirit trembled with desire at the prospect. Its prophetic dreams hadn't seemed to be having much of an effect on its worshippers lately. Still, it enjoyed tormenting them just the same. Besides the taste of meat, it was the one joy left in its life. Had its territory always been so cramped? It wondered as it floated from hill to hill, surveying its tiny kingdom. It used to be that its world stretched far enough that it reached most of the way to the horizon. Now it seemed like almost half of that was in a shadow that its flame wouldn't penetrate. Instead of the ash-covered skulls of its enemies dotting totems along the old boundary, there were only the new yellow skulls to replace them. It didn't even understand why either tribe would use a yellow skull. What was that supposed to signify? Were they meant to mock it? Kromvner should have been marshalling patrols to go and strike down the strange totems, but it couldn't be bothered. Not unless it concerned a fight or trips to one of the stands of trees still standing in its territory to gather firewood. Nothing else mattered. Eventually, that's what the spirit decided it needed, and it stoked the emotions in the warbound leaders. Tonight it wanted a fight. It wanted blood and flesh, and after a bit of coaxing, they did too. They seemed strangely reluctant to deal with the black teeth to the east, and the broken remnants of the stone fists were too far north to deal with without more planning. Vanishing into smoke each morning after the fires died made it somewhat difficult for the spirit to plan anything anymore. So they set out. A warband of 30 would be more than a match for any scouting or scavenging party they found. Kromvner let the group drift further away from the main strongholds of the Black Teeth and hunt for one or two that it could get alone near the watering hole just outside its domain. There amongst the reeds and the weeds, it was easy enough to pick off a straggler and take it back to the caves to feed. It had been a favorite strategy of the Burning Skulls for a long time and had worked to excellent effect lately. It had, first against the dog-eaters and later against the Black Teeth after they'd usurped that boundary. Once, the spirit had tried to instill some dwarvish martial discipline into its ragged tribe of greenskins, but it had never taken. Now it settled for some hit-and-run sneak attacks and the sheer ferocity that goblins naturally excelled at. Further thoughts about tactics and planning drifted away like smoke as the ragged cry went up. Someone from another tribe had been spotted. Instantly, the vast majority of the warband surged forward. They'd been goaded into such a frenzy that each one of them wanted to be the one to rip out the throat of the enemy. Only the two shamans and their flunkies stayed behind at the edge of the tall grass. They weren't wary, exactly. They just saw no reason to get involved in chasing down a single warrior. The only fire needed for such a small meal was already burning back in the lowest level of their warren. Outside its territory, it could only see through the eyes of its goblins, but that was enough to enjoy the spectacle. Through half a dozen pairs of eyes, it saw flashes of a single goblin fleeing for its life as it ran at the water's edge. Its lead was shrinking, though. 10 feet. 5 feet. Any minute now, the Burning Skulls warrior would catch it and disembowel it. Except that's not what happened at all. Suddenly, a wall of black teeth stood in front of the fleeing goblin, and he seamlessly slipped through a hole in the lines before it closed behind them. There were at least 24 of them. The worst part wasn't even that they seemed to have appeared from nowhere, it was that the ones at the center of the ambush were the bigger, crazed-looking goblins that had been responsible for their recent gains. It had to have been some side effect from the poison toads that the tribe ate in tough times, because the berserkers that charged heedlessly into battle had dark veins throbbing underneath their skin, crisscrossed with dark black scars. In a battle of savages, they were monsters. The Burning Skulls tried to fight at first, but what was supposed to have been a simple ambush had reversed now. Instead of being a quick bit of sport followed by a snack, it was a bloodbath that was quickly becoming a rout. The claustrophobic battlefield dominated by shadows and dense foliage that was much too wet to burn played to all the Black Teeth's strengths and all the Burning Skull's weaknesses. It was almost like they'd planned it that way. That was impossible, of course. None of the other goblin tribes in the area had a patron spirit, or magic for that matter, which only made the moment that much more humiliating for Krumdner. Its strongest warband was getting their faces bashed in, and it was all due to dumb luck. The burning skulls broke before the fourth body fell, bleeding into the muck. Even though they outnumbered their enemy, they could feel the danger radiating off the warband leader and the core of his warriors. The only thing they had which could stand up to that sort of violence was the fire. So, they broke and ran back towards their shamans. It was a desperate flight, both because of the fear of the enemy they ran from, as well as the fact that some of the burning skulls closest to them would inevitably be burned alive in the crossfire. That was fine with Krumdner. Either way, it tasted flesh and the screams of agony it craved. It was practically drooling for the climactic conclusion when those black-toothed bastards burst out of the tall grass only to face a wall of fire. They might have bloodied its nose, but they would pay a heavy price for the privilege. At least that's what it thought, but when the first burning skulls burst out of the wall of cattails and could finally see their shamans again, that view changed everything. Krumdner warned the shamans quickly enough for them to turn and see what was bearing down on them, but by then, it was too late to summon fire or to run in fear. No matter how fast they ran, they would never outrun the dog riders bearing down on them. Dog-eater cavalry and black-teeth berserkers working together? It didn't make any sense to the spirit, but that's precisely what was happening. The fire spirit had fought enough real wars with soldiers wearing fire-forged armor and wielding its steel and its flames to know this was an ambush. It was a classic pincer move, and it was almost as ashamed that it had been caught unawares as it was angry that it was losing so many of its warriors. This was a trap that had already been sprung, and it could see that there would be no survivors. Krumdner accepted that. What it could not accept was being outwitted by a goblin chieftain or the idea that two different tribes had suddenly started working together. This had something to do with those strange yellow skulls. It was sure of that much. Ch. 20, a growing threat, as the new chieftain of the larger tribe, Grodd immediately went on a rampage in every direction. He knew the meaning of neither caution nor restraint. Under his bloody leadership, it might have seemed to the surrounding tribes that the only thing that changed was the pace of the killing and the body count. That was only true on the surface, though. Everything had changed when the Gold Skulls had defeated and absorbed the Dog-Eaters. That boost in size and capability gave their brutality a crucial new element it had never had before: speed. After so much fighting, the dog boys that rode their hounds were too few in number to turn the tide in any direct confrontation, but as scouts and messengers they were critical. They could also pick off, or at least distract, the most troublesome elements of other tribes, like archers and shamans. Suddenly, his three warbands could be practically everywhere at once. Nowhere was safe anymore. Every prime watering hole and hunting ground became the exclusive property of the Golden Skulls, and any tribe that chose to test those boundaries quickly suffered for it. Grodd had been infected by the darkness. Not just by its strength and inhuman healing either by this point. The greed had infected him too. In time, that would make him an ineffective leader. The swamp knew that, but for now it was a perfect combination. He not only coveted everything of any value, but he had the strength to take it from whoever was keeping it from him. Just like that, being a neighbor to the Gold Skulls became a death sentence as they expanded relentlessly, in almost all directions. Only the burning skulls were inexplicably spared after they'd been neutered so violently, and that minor miracle was all thanks to the guidance of the swamp. Pieces that the goblins could never understand were slowly falling into place. It would need human help to capture the angry fire god of that tribe, who fascinated the Lich at the center of that dark whirlpool so much. The last thing it wanted was for his pet goblins to snuff it out before it could study the rival spirit. So they were left to suffer and lick their wounds in their few remaining warrens while Grodd's minions focused on the rest of the hinterlands. They responded to that order with glee, cutting a wide swath across the hills with their nightly raids and wars. The blood-soaked land felt almost as much like home now, as the swamp. Sped along by the constant death in the totems that its tribe put up obsessively now, the red clay and rocky outcroppings had become a place of power, and it would walk them at night, gazing off into the distance, always hungering for more. After the dog-eaters fell, the sharp spears lasted less than 2 weeks. It was almost anticlimactic. Even with their superior weapons, they simply had no answer to the Gold Skull's unrelenting bloodlust. Their territory abutted the western hills, where the boulder fields gave way to scrubby trees that eventually became a primeval pine forest. That darkness was outside the swamp's domain, but it would add to it eventually. From the towering pines in the west to the distant mountains in the north, it would allow nothing to exist beyond its reach. Though Grodd and his inner circle continued to favor their teeth and claws as they devoured their enemies to feed the swamp's hunger just as much as their own, the weapons of the sharp spears proved to be a bigger boon than even the dog boys of the last tribe to fall before them had been. With better weapons and stronger warriors than the bone gnawers and the stone fists to the north, the biggest enemy of all quickly became distance. Soon their command over all the lands that were a night's march in any direction was absolute, save only for the tiny cave systems that were still defended by the burning skulls. There was only so much territory that a warband could navigate in a single day, and only so much the swamp could do to aid its minions once they left its territory for the mountain foothills. The goblins and their bloodlust would not be denied though, so as they set about finding new tribes to war with, and marked their new territories with reckless abandon, the darkness focused its attention elsewhere. In 6 months the goblins had gone from a local danger to a regional threat. The size of the Gold Skull tribe had doubled and then doubled again in that time due to forced recruiting more than anything. They numbered over 1,000 now, and more were flocking to their banner every day in an effort to avoid becoming casualties. Grodd was a boss of bosses now, and sat on a blood-drenched throne that none of his rivals could hope to climb. As far as it could tell, none of the humans that he had studied had any idea. Lord Garvin certainly had no idea that a terrible army was growing on his doorstep. That man's kingdom might be running just fine, but it was no thanks to him. He was in a perpetual stupor as he sought to escape the dreams. Alcohol wasn't strong enough to keep the darkness at bay, though. All his drinking would do was turn his muscles to fat and the respect of people closest to him into apathy. That was fine with the swamp. The duller that man became, the brighter his replacement would shine. Kelvin was a rising star in the court of Falrevia. While his brothers were away he had the spotlight all to himself, and as he showed off the new and more accurate map which he'd had very little to do with actually creating, he received accolades from everyone worth knowing in the city. The map itself didn't tell the darkness anything it didn't already know, but it was still clarifying. The whole area was a minor peninsula in the grand scheme of things, and the Oroso snaked from north to south before emptying in the Sutter Sea. On the west the territory it could possibly control was bounded by mountains, but on the east side, across the river, were fertile grasslands that might hold all manner of human lives just waiting to be devoured. It wasn't long after that, the swamp began to give the boy dreams of his next mission. They always started out the same, as lonely, trackless plains far to the west of Falrevia, past the furthest farms that his father collected taxes on. Each time the boy wondered where he was, but as soon as he looked at the map in his hands, the answer was clear: he was in the west, and he was on a mission for his dark master. The map didn't show the political boundaries between the counties, and the cities and roads that were marked upon it were incidental. What really mattered was the gray stain that was darkest in the swamps and the foothills that bordered them. Falrevia had some darkness too, and much of the southern part of the Orosa was polluted by it too, but the focus was definitely the swamp. Amongst all the darkness, though, there was a single golden X in the foothills of the Wooden Spine Mountains. It was an obvious enough goal, but night by night the dream changed. In some versions, the trek there was easy, and in others, the expedition was assailed constantly by goblins. After some research, Kelvin started to plan, and night by night he argued with his father that they should add a map of their western lands to go with the one he'd just finished of the river. The argument that proved to be the most successful was convincing him that it would strengthen their case about the disputed border region with Linville County to the west. In truth, it didn't matter who the hills belonged to. Neither lord had bothered to build roads to them because of their terrible soil and questionable value. Besides that, They were well known to be infested with goblins and other monsters. In the end, all the land belonged to the High King, and the lords were merely stewards of it. It had long been a bone of contention between Lord Garvin, who was the undisputed master of the river, and Lord Hamish, who controlled the western coast and the dark forests that lay upon them. Finally, one night at dinner, he relented. "All right, lad, I hear you. I'll fund your little expedition on two conditions." "Thank you, father," Kelvin said sweetly. At this distance, the swamp was forced to watch the exchange through his father's eyes because of his weak hold on the boy, but it found it interesting that Lord Garvin could see none of his son's vicious nature that was so obvious to the swamp. Did that mean that the young Viscount was an excellent actor, or merely that the father was oblivious? The swamp couldn't say, but it was an interesting detail worth exploring more. You know, those lands are infested with goblins, and while they may not be much in the daytime, when night falls they can swarm by the hundreds, the Lord cautioned. "I'll let you go, but only with 20 knights at your back, and your solemn word that you will return as soon as there is trouble." The swamp took a sick pleasure in how far this man had fallen. There was a time, only a few years ago, when he'd thrown caution to the wind, only to have all his fearlessness and bravado smashed against the undead of the swamps. Now he was afraid of a few goblins. The irony was delicious, especially since he had every reason to be afraid, even if he was only jumping at shadows now. "Of course, father," Kelvin lied smoothly enough that his father couldn't see it, but the swamp knew who the boy's true master was. "I want to expand our lands and help the kingdom grow. You and Leo are welcome to keep all the adventure to yourself. One day you'll learn that there's more to life than books, son." Lord Gavin laughed, even though the only part of the whole thing that was funny was the idea that none of it was true. Kelvin's eldest brother Leo the Fourth might pretend to emulate his father during his glory days, but they were almost a decade behind him now. The man would never pick up a sword in anger again, and it was only because of his power that everyone around him continued to humor him. Eventually plans were set, and a few weeks later the boy started west along with a cook, a cartographer, 2 surveyors, 3 servants, 4 wagons, 6 teamsters, 9 horses, and 24 knights under his command. It was an extravagant, and ostensibly very safe expedition. After all, who would trouble the boy when he had his own personal army? They had a simple mission: travel west, update the maps, and if they encountered anything dangerous, they were to come home immediately. The swamp didn't care about any of that, though. Even Kelvin, as useful a tool as he was utterly disposable. All the swamp wanted now was that fire spirit, its gold, and as much bloodshed as possible. This expedition promised to give it all that and so much more. It had to wait only a little longer until everything was in place. Ch. 21, Uncertain Promises. Kelvin removed the wide-brimmed hat to wipe the sweat from his brow as he gazed out at the broken, brick-red Badlands in the distance. The hat was ugly, and he'd refused it the first day because it in no way matched his riding outfit, but once it had started warming up, and they'd run out of shade, he'd changed his mind. The heat shimmer made the boulder-studded hills waver uncertainly. He was glad to have it. Even its shade didn't help him to spot the last outpost of civilization they'd see until their return trip. They were meant to reach Holt sometime around sunset. According to what people said, it wasn't much. The village was just a few farmsteads and animal pens clustered close enough together to merit a farce of a wall that would keep the creatures of the night at bay. He had no idea why anyone would choose to live out here when they could live close to the river or Fall Riviera, but he supposed that some people just liked to suffer. This part of the county, in the dry lands, dealt mostly with sheep herding and cattle driving. Maybe that was easier than spending all day tending to your fields, and that made up for the stink. Kelvin hoped to never find out about more of the profession than that. The horse he was riding was bad enough. It would make for good bragging rights at least, he thought, trying to look on the bright side. To say that he'd been all the way to Holt at the edge of the disputed lands. To be so close to the Wodenspine Mountains that they seemed to touch the sky. Neither of his brothers would be able to say that. Even with that feather in his cap, this still seemed like a complete waste of his time. The expedition would have functioned just as well without him. He was only here to curry favor with his master, and his father, he supposed. Lord Gavin was an afterthought, though. He'd already forced Kelvin to endure a month and a half of boredom on that boat ride, which would have been a complete waste of time that he could have spent carousing and gambling were it not for the thing he'd found in the swamp. That had been the only valuable part of the trip, and now he was traipsing across the bog country, between villages so small they were scarcely worth the name. They would have both been complete wastes of time if it weren't for the darkness and its promises. With a bland smile pasted to his face while he looked into the distance, Kelvin let those dark thoughts tumble through his mind. He had no way to know if the spirit would keep those promises, or if they could even be kept. All he had were a few words and the occasional vague dream, but as always his mind returned to that moment. There was a sense of power there. True power, and it dwarfed anything that he'd ever experienced before. All the stories said that something dark and terrible dwelled in the swamp, so there was every reason to believe it would do what it said as long as Kelvin kept up his end of the bargain. It was an uncertain reward, but for Kelvin it had cost very little so far. If the darkness didn't do as promised, then the only thing that it had cost him was a little blood on his hands from the murder of the buggerer that Kelvin had been planning to make disappear somewhere before Tegel anyway. He shrugged mentally, and stretched. No matter how often he reviewed his situation, he reached the same impasse. Even if patience wasn't exactly one of his strong suits, he would just have to wait. His impatience wasn't exactly helped by the vague dreams the swamp sent him. The dreams promised blood and fire, but the only thing they ever found on this interminable trip were hot days and dull nights. He passed the time listening to the knights that were here to protect him. Their colorful jokes and war stories were far more interesting than the cartography lessons he was supposed to be studying with the mobmaker and the surveyors. Those had been deadly dull and almost put him to sleep in his saddle. A count needed to know nothing about optics or lines of declination. That was what he paid people like this to know. Even interesting stories grew dull after hours of listening to them, and eventually the most interesting thing to Kelvin was the promise of roast mutton and a safe place to lay out his bedroll. Almost lost in the last flickers of the blood-red sunset were the unimpressive walls of Holt, only a few miles away. Sometime in the next half an hour, they would be safe inside them to recover after their 2-day-long ride. At least that was the plan until they saw the fires and heard the screams. Suddenly the night was broken by gouts of flame bursting from the dark to attack the sod walls of the structure. Shortly after that the town's small church bell started to chime a shrill warning. The village was under attack by something that could wield magic. "My lord, the eldest of the knights, Sir Farvis said. We should withdraw, or at least wait until we have some idea of what's happening before we join in the fray." "We'll never find that out from here," Kelvin said, continuing to ride forward. He didn't need to know anything else. This was it. This was the fire and blood he'd been promised. The dreams had told him it would be an easy victory against a scattered opponent. The dreams hadn't quite specified who that opponent was exactly, but he was sure it was no more than a small band of bandits. "We need to," Sir Favris began to patiently repeat himself. "Men," he shouted, "our people are under threat. We were told to avoid danger, but not to retreat from saving our fellow countrymen." The line brought up a few rage cheers, but most of them stayed quiet. They knew that the old knight lecturing him was the one that was really leading the expedition. That was why Kelvin intended to force his hand. "We ride for Grecian," he yelled, drawing his sword and digging his heels into his horse's sides. The darkness had planned all this, and he knew they would follow to protect him. He had nothing to worry about. Krelmvner was outraged that it had come to this, as its minions crossed the plains to the settlement. In the fading hours of the day, they were intensely vulnerable, but there was nothing for it. The awful black teeth in their hideous yellow totems had taken over everything worth taking in the hills, and the only prey left lay in the farms and settlements of the human lands. The burning skulls no longer stood a chance against their own kind, and numbered barely 100 anymore. Without meat the tribe would never recover their numbers, and without blood the spirit's mana would soon run dry. Once the tribe was without fire, They would be devoured by their enemy within a week, and the fire spirit would finally be reduced to nothing. For an entity like it that was almost a century old, the very idea of being snuffed for good was intolerable. So Grimdark was forced to do desperate, stupid things. At least thanks to its tactical brilliance they'd been paying off though. For the last few weeks they had raided the smallest, farthest trenches with full warbands of over 30 warriors. The prey had been caught completely unaware and was easily overwhelmed with almost no losses. The human settlement though would be more challenging. Even once the fire spirit had decided that his tribe should take it and burn it to the ground, the chief and shaman had resisted his decision for days, until they had been sufficiently tortured in their nightmares to do as they were bidden. This time they marched to war, not just against a larger, more fortified enemy, but one that was a full 2 days from their prime warren. It was a desperate gambit, but Grimdark was confident they would succeed. By bringing both warbands to bear, they could pit 3 shamans and almost 60 warriors against what would be perhaps 50 humans, many of which would be the weak delicious creatures that they called women and children. This would be the victory that would set the burning skulls back on their proper course. This would be a night of violence and brutality that would make the stars quail in terror at the ferocity of goblin fury. The attack started off better than it could have hoped, and the warbands snuck from the farmhouse they'd raided the previous day to the walled village as the blood-red sunset slowly faded to ash gray and coal black. It was a good omen if ever it had witnessed one. The humans had barred their gates, but the thick bricks of dried sod were scarcely a barrier for its warriors, and a few fireballs quickly weakened their pitiful defenses before the guards could even bring their crossbows to bear. It would have been a quick, clean kill, but then out of nowhere the warriors came from the night with sword and lance like they'd been waiting for this somehow. It was a replay of the marshland drought all over again after that. The ground was splashed red here and there from fallen men, but green blood ran freely too. Suddenly, while the warband's best warriors were already inside the battered walls, and tearing at the soft underbelly of men, a line of warriors on horseback was making for the vulnerable shamans with no way for the fire spirit to save them. Few goblins were killed with the humans' weapons. They didn't need to be. The most dangerous steel on the battlefield that night were the horseshoes of their mounts. The warriors that were not crushed or kicked to death were soon running in fear. Grimdark used the last of his strength to try to force the warriors that remained to hold the line. Even with the loss of half their number, they still outnumbered the humans, but it was all for nothing. The goblins were ruled by fear now, rather than by rage or hunger. More than anything, they wanted to live. That made the stragglers easy to cut down, by the small force that was exterminating more and more of them by the second. As the last few goblins were cornered and put to the sword in the walled village, all the small fire spirit that had once been so much more had to show for it or a few small fires on a handful of buildings. These could quickly be extinguished once the fighting was done. Then it would have nothing. Nothing but a few small goblins that were too puny or weak to fight with the war bands, and a vein of gold it would never have the strength to properly mine. One by one each pair of eyes that it could see out of were eliminated, making it feel ever smaller. The rage and humiliation was bad enough. Worse than that, though, was not knowing how all this happened. There was some critical piece of the puzzle here, and Grimdark was unable to determine what it was. In the end, that one galling fact burned inside his dark heart even more than the humiliating loss he'd endured: he didn't know what had made it happen. Ch. 22, extinguished. The writer emerged even before the battle in far-off Holt was finished. Its head breached the surface of the muddy pool at the northwestern edge of the swamp just before its mount stepped onto the muddy shore. It wasn't the edge of the darkness's territory, but it was the closest place that any of its undead servants could wait out the harsh light of day. There was no place to hide in the plains, and though the red hills were drenched in death, they were still inhospitable to undeath. It didn't matter that the pool was only 2 feet deep or that, on its strange mound, the Dark Rider was almost 8 feet tall. It had been nothing but a pile of bones and shadows until moments ago. It was more magic than man and scarcely counted as real according to most definitions of the word. The core was necromantic, and its messenger rode on a steed made of bones, but the rider wasn't a ghost. It was barely a shade, and the souls had been stitched together with so many shadows to make it that the result was practically invisible to the eye. It had only one purpose: to move faster than all the Lich's other servants combined. Even though it had emerged from its hiding place less than a minute ago and was still dripping water, it was already devouring the land beneath it at a staggering pace. It had a goal and a limited time to achieve it. Accomplishing that was the only thing that would keep it from being consigned to oblivion when dawn broke in 8 short hours, and an errant ray of sunlight burned it away to nothing. The only sound as it moved through the night was the wind in its wake and the click-clack of the bony steed as it charged forward with all its might. The Lich that had crafted it had no horses. It had slain 100 adventurers and half as many knights, but not one had ever brought a mount into its domain, so it had been forced to improvise. The result was a monstrosity of function over form that would inspire nightmares in anyone unfortunate enough to see it. The body was formed from the large bones of a dozen men, with more than a few animal replacements from crocodiles and other large predators to make them fit together, providing a sturdy place to attach the 6 powerful legs of the beast. Though the human femurs and patellas were used for the upper portions of those legs, they were too short for the lower limbs. There, elk bones dominated. Those longer tibias and fibias gave the thing's legs a spindly, spidery look that allowed it to reach farther than it would have otherwise with every stride. Cloaked in shadows as they were, it would have been hard for an observer to make out most of those details. The shod hooves, by contrast, were very visible as they sparked from the force of almost every step, leaving an angry trail of flickering lights in its wake. Each leg ended in a human hand drowned in molten iron. The results were nightmarish, letting the thing ride over incredibly uneven terrain without slowing and allowing it to grip the earth so that it could push off the ground powerfully with every stride. Powered by magic and the suffering of the souls bound within it, the steed was tireless and could travel nearly twice as fast as the mundane horses its very existence mocked. The rider carried no weapons or armor. It used no saddle. One hand gripped the reins while its body drifted behind the steed like a flowing cape, and the other held a tarnished bronze lantern. As challenging as the other 2 constructs had been to design and build, they paled in comparison to that evil little thing. It was for that evil little lamp that its rider was leaving the bounds of its territory for the first time. It was the key to everything, but as it glittered and rattled under the starlight, it gave no clue about its purpose, nor would it until it was time. It moved at speeds that humans would never know, but it still took 2 hours of tireless galloping for the nightmare rider to reach its destination. Even with the trip only halfway over, though, it was clear to the darkness that the servant might not be up to the task. Fingers were missing, fractures were appearing, and the bony head of the mount, an elk skull, was snorting frost with every breath. The Lich didn't care if the thing suffered. All that mattered was that it completed its critical mission as the shadowy rider finally dismounted and glided above the abandoned battlefield. The bodies of the men had been dragged inside the pitiful walls they had died defending by their victorious allies. The goblins had been slaughtered to the last and were left to rot where they had fallen. Their bodies were cool but not yet cold, and only a few embers were all that remained of their once formidable fire magics. That would be enough, though. The wraith drifted over the battlefield to the remains of a pyre. Then it opened its hooded lantern, selected a still smoldering ember, and placed it inside. Now that the darkness had what it came for, it finally let the Gold Skull tribe off the leash. For weeks, it had been struggling to prevent Grodd from snuffing out the last layer of the burning skulls. Punishments for trying to devour their last enemy within an easy march had included pain, weakness, and nightmares, as usual. Eventually, the swamp had been forced to add debilitating diseases to that list, temporarily crippling its tribe to hold them at bay. That was all over now. As soon as its Dark Rider had begun its trip, the Lich let his goblins off the leash. After that, they needed no urging. Without fire magics to call upon and only a few warriors worthy of the name, their gold-riddled warrens fell in a few brutal hours. On one side, there were less than 50 burning skulls, and on the other, there were 10 full warbinds of gold skulls. It was a massacre. By the end of it, there wouldn't even be enough meat to justify the hunt. That wasn't what it was about anymore. It was about dominance. For the first time in generations, a single chief controlled the Red Hills, from the pine forests to the base of the mountains. There were still other tribes to subjugate and gather past that, but Grodd had grown into a brutal chieftain thanks to the swamp's influence, and no one would dare stand against him. The Gold Skulls were careful not just to purge the life of every goblin in those warrens, though. In addition to goblins, they hunted down every last totem and effigy. They defaced every image of a blackened skull they could find. Once that was done, they extinguished every fire that was still smoldering. They didn't know why they did this, but they didn't need to. It was a compulsion, and the goblins obeyed. In a single night, the fire spirit and the tribe he had guided for years were all but erased, as if they'd never been at all. As soon as the shadow raised the lantern, the ember within it caught fire and began to burn a dull yellow. Second by second, that color shifted, slowly turning chartreuse, lime, forest, and ultimately a pale olive color as any real light or heat was bled away from it. It was the ghost of fire, in the same way that the wraith was the ghost of a man. That trick had burned out two of his best mages in weaving the magic. Just as the opposite of life wasn't truly death but undeath, the opposite of fire wasn't truly water. It was Stygium. Each element had an anti-element, the Lich discovered as it researched the subject more, though for now, at least he had no need for the other three. It turned out that past the veil of life and death, things got very complicated. Of course, the fire spirit hadn't been converted into undeath, though that might come later. It was just being bound in place by its antithesis. It would make the experimentation easier. Once the colors stopped shifting, all the remaining mana related to that lonely ember drifted toward the lantern in a slow spiral of faintly luminescent streamers. Souls rose from the corpses of its recently deceased minions in translucent cyan streamers that were dimmer than the waning moon. Sparks and flickers jumped from the ashes of its dying fires in whites and yellows. For perhaps 5 minutes, the Dark Rider was surrounded by its own dim galaxy of strange lights. Fiery stars were scattered amidst the colorful nebula, slowly orbiting the shade like a dark fulcrum. Eventually, all the light and color faded as they collapsed into the void ember at the center of it all like the black hole it was. Less than 10 minutes after it arrived, the rider was remounting its still breathless steed and returning to the southeast. This time the travel was slightly slower to start and slowed down further as it went. When it reached the swamp's edge 4 hours later, the horrific mount was down to 3 fully functional legs and limping badly. It would have to be scrapped, unfortunately, the swamp decided, but it had learned valuable lessons on its failure points that would help when constructing its replacement. The thing crumbled back into a pile of bones at the bottom of a pool of water once that determination was made, and the Dark Rider continued on its own. From where it stood, it had 30 miles left to cover by sunrise. That would have been an impossible distance for a human, but the Shade's steps didn't sink into the muck. It ran effortlessly across the surface of water and quicksand alike as it struggled to reach the safety of the dungeon. For it, the water offered no safe refuge. Any attempt to hide there from the sun would extinguish its valuable cargo and make the whole night meaningless. The void ember was worth more than the Shade. It knew that, and so it knew that failure would only be rewarded with oblivion. The swamp knew that too, though, and as dawn approached and the distance still looked too great, a mist began to boil up from the stagnant waters. The fog couldn't shield a creature of pure shadow from direct sunlight, but it could keep the pre-dawn twilight from turning its servant into a puff of acrid black smoke. The Dark Rider stepped into the sweet embrace of the Lich's dark tunnels only minutes before dawn finally broke. It had not only avoided a gruesome and painful death, but it had successfully brought the Lich the thing it wanted most. Trapped in that small brass lantern was the suffering spirit of Kromdner, a petty godling that had once been so much more than the flickering spark that he was now. There was so much that it could teach the darkness now, whether it wanted to or not. The Lich was very pleased. It had not yet decided if the fire spirit would be a meal, an experiment, a toy, or a servant, but no matter how it chose to use it, it would always be a trophy that it could add to its hoard. It was one more piece of evidence that nothing could hope to prevail against its patience and cunning. Tonight it had conquered the Red Hills and united the goblin tribes under its banner. In time every scrap of land and everything that dwelled on it would belong to it, too, no matter how long that took to come to pass. Ch. 23, The Spoils. Kelvin never made it to the lair of the Black Skulls, or to the gold vein that his dreams told him was there for the taking. The darkness didn't make him suffer too much for that decision, though. It wasn't his to make, after all. After the night of blood and fire, his expedition spent another few days in Holt as they helped to shore up the battered defenses of the village, and then they left for the long trip home. It was just as well. With the fire spirit caged and awaiting all the experiments that the Lich could think of, and with the help of his library it could think of a great many indeed. With its new toy, both the Viscount and Grodd got very little of its attention. Those pawns could think for themselves while it focused on what really mattered, power. Not the petty spread of influence it had been focused on up until now, where it managed to gain a few feet in this direction or another hillside in that direction. The darkness was not aiming to become the god of meadows and pastures. It wanted, no, needed to consume everything, and for that it needed more power, not more shepherds and trees. It turned out that quite a few spirits could use those things, of course. They put out a fair amount of mana, but it was the wrong flavor for the darkness. The subtle trickle of mana from a tree was less than the dream of a suffering child, but it reeked of light, so it was worthless. The darkness could only make use of it if the land itself was poison, in the same way that the fire spirit could only harness it if it was burning. That was why its grip on the river was shrinking instead of expanding. In all these months, the darkness hoped to have reached the sea by now, but instead its reach had almost been pushed back to the swamp. This had as much to do with the other spirits that no doubt dwelled within it as it did with the clean water resisting its corruption, but both things were problems that could eventually be dealt with, once they were understood. So the darkness learned, by destroying the fire spirit over and over again. In its cage it was separated from the whole world, so when a bit of tinder was lit from that wicked lamp and used to start a natural fire, it created a copy of the original, rather than expanding the might of the spark it held hostage. Most of the time, the Lich would let it burn for a few minutes and watch as the mana current slowly stirred to life, gaining additional complexity minute after minute, and then it would sunder it to pieces to better understand how the pieces fit together and what they looked like. Sometimes it would let the thing burn higher and faster before extinguishing it, or rending its soul apart, letting it gain full sentience and become a shadow of its former self. On those occasions, it would speak to it for a time, alternating its blustering and raging with begging and pleading. The Lich let it go on like this at length, just to see what the fire spirit might say. It learned some things this way, but less than it did by simply shattering its spirit and studying the pieces before they faded completely. It found out that its name was Krelmner, of course. It seemed strange to the Lich that it should bother with a name, but it was fond of shouting it out whenever the darkness allowed it the strength to speak. I am Krelmner and not to be trifled with. You shall rue the day that you showed Krelmner disrespect. I shall melt you down and add you to Krelmner's collection of the vanquished. The spirit was a broken record when it came to such things, but it amused the darkness to hear it repeat itself so often. The Lich thought that it would have made the perfect court jester, if it had a court, and if that court had visitors. As it was, all it could do was teach the swamp how spirits worked by dying repeatedly, because it had no real knowledge of how it came to be or how it had fallen from godhood to the wretched little thing it had become. That fascinated the swamp as much as anything. If it had been a god, it would remember every detail. The days when whole seasons had slipped by it unnoticed were long past now. Trapped in the lantern, the core of the captured godling couldn't feel any of these torments, of course, but the Lich let it watch, and it knew that it could see what was happening because of the tiny tremulous screams of outrage and anger that escaped the lantern. It had seen the Lich casually dissipate it 100 times, and worse, disrespect it on a number of occasions. The Lich thought that it might be able to do this every day and never grow tired of it, even if it hadn't been making terrific strides in understanding the nature of spirits and how best to detect and kill them. That had been its plan, to murder the other spirits that called the Oorza home, but it was only after it started to plan the weapons it could use to murder them, that it realized its time would be much better spent looking for ways to trap them. This was an oversight, but only a minor one. The swamp was growing bored with its pawns, and found the ideas it had stumbled upon while tormenting Krumvner much more interesting. After all, the only victim more appetizing to the hungry dead than a suffering human was a spirit bursting with essence. It abandoned spiritual weapons for the moment, though, and instead sought to make traps that it could create to harvest them. While it did so, the darkness finally took a moment to gaze at the outside world and was surprised to notice that over a month had already passed since it had last viewed the world beyond this room. In that time Grodd had subjected his northern neighbors, the Stone Fists, conducted several large raids of villages on the coast, and was now moving east, intent on finishing the raid on the human lands that the now dead Burning Skulls had started. That hadn't been a part of the Darkness plan, and it considered stopping it, even though it would probably have to kill the goblin leader to do that at this point. In the end, it was a couple of thousand goblins, though, and the idea of that much bloodshed was too much to resist. It would just have to make sure that its human pawn, the Viscount, was far from danger, in case Grodd proved too successful for his own good. Kelvin kept a bland smile on his face while he observed the dancers at the third and final gala being held in his honor. Despite not actually accomplishing his mission to map the Badlands, he'd still returned home a hero, and his father had not yet gotten tired of celebrating that fact, much to both his and his older brother's annoyance. Sure, right after he came back to Falrevia, his father had been pissed off enough to demand to be called Lord Garvin, but he'd gotten over that as soon as he noticed how the knights were looking at his son. After that, he wasn't a foolish young boy, he was a hero. Leo's obvious frustration was the only thing that was actually good about it, though. The man was almost as green as his crushed velvet doublet with envy. He'd expected to return from the king's court as the talk of the town, but instead he'd barely been noticed, and instead he'd been forced to endure the story over and over again. Kelvin's smile gained some genuine warmth as he thought about that and took another sip of wine. It was worth the temporary exile being forced on him to watch the pretentious little lordling squirm. He wasn't happy about being sent away, of course. Not when he'd just caught the eye of so many young eligible ladies of the court, but they would still be here when he got back. Leo might have prevailed upon father to send Kelvin back to the river with craftsmen and soldiers as part of a toll scheme that some aristocrat or another had proposed to him, but even if Leo was here by himself, he'd be stuck in Kelvin's shadow for a long time to come. Not just with father, either, but with the people that mattered. Leo had spent a season lounging around court and learning to dress nicer, but Kelvin had led 2 successful expeditions and beaten back the largest goblin raid that anyone had seen in a generation with nothing but a few knights and a pair of giant brass balls. At least that's how the story went when his father was in his cups. There he was, my youngest son, Lord Garvin would say. Leading the charge, outnumbered 10-1? Do you know what he told Sir Farvis before he charged? Do you? Kelvin had heard his father say that same thing almost a dozen times in the weeks he'd been back. He'd practically memorized it. It was embarrassing, really. For both of them. The truth was that Kelvin had never been more terrified than that night, and it was only because he'd managed to get himself drenched in goblin blood that no one knew he'd pissed himself. He'd barely managed to hold onto his sword, when what was supposed to be a few bandits or something had suddenly resolved into dozens of gibbering goblins with spears and spells. It was only because of the protection of the darkness that he'd lived. It had to be. There was simply no other explanation on how he could have ridden through such a mob with so little armor without suffering a scratch. That's what happened, though. He just kept going, and swinging his sword, and he just kept right on living while the knights charged along beside him. He hadn't even noticed the goblin mage he'd run down until it was practically under his horse's hooves. 1 second there had just been confusion and darkness, and the next, well, the thing's staff had briefly glowed with light bright enough to spook his horse as it shattered under a well-placed hoof. And now he was no longer Kelvin Garvin, third in line to the throne, he was Goblin Spain, protector of the West. It was enough to make him laugh when he was alone with his friends, but in public occasions like this he had to play the role of dutiful son, no matter how ludicrous. So he was going back to the swamp by his father's request. Starting tomorrow he'd be going down river with 2 boats, 36 men, and all of the supplies they could cram into the boats without sinking them. It was another duty he wasn't exactly thrilled to be carrying out, but it would be fine. They'd sail down river for a few days, then he'd spend a few weeks watching other people work hard from the shade, and finally he'd come back with one more success under his belt. With any luck, he'd be back just in time to welcome Theon home and rub it all in his face too. Ch. 24, Muddy Waters. Everything was in motion now. The swamp was used to having days and weeks to plan and decide, but for reasons not entirely within its control it didn't have that luxury now. One moment it was designing its first spirit traps, and commanding its dark messenger to lay a few of them up and down the river, so it could test them, and the next it looked up and everything was burning. The Viscount at least was safe enough still, the swamp thought as it briefly checked on their progress. The men he commanded had spent days putting up temporary structures on the area that had once been the Lizardmen's camp, and before that the Mages' Island. It was only now that they were getting ready to build something more permanent, although they seemed more interested in setting up a smithy and a kiln than building anything that had any true purpose. There was no time to study the folly of men now, though, because the Golden Skull horde had run rampant in the west, and village after village had been burned to the ground. The only people that had survived the onslaught were the ones that had fled. The first thing that the swamp did was to force the infernal creatures to slow their advances, and the second thing it did was to slowly pull the horde back together as it moved east and south. The greenskins could only succeed like this as long as they faced no real resistance. Against an army, or even a large patrol, they would be hopelessly shattered, but they were much too stupid to understand that. It was only when this was done, that it reached out to the minds of the region that had been infected with the bard's songs to find out where the human warriors and adventurers were. It wasn't a difficult search. It found a few clustered around campfires, halfway between the fertile lands around Falrevia and the villages that were currently being sacked by the bulk of the goblin forces. It wasn't just a middling group of adventurers, either. The minds he could peer through the dreams of were just men-at-arms in a much larger force that numbered over 100 men, including knights and a corps of trained crossbowmen that had loaders and pavises. Apparently, Kelvin's oldest brother had decided to step out of the shadow that the darkness had placed over him with his younger brother's victory in the most forceful way possible. That wouldn't do at all, the swamp decided as it felt anger circulate through it like a deep current. Even if it wasn't already hungry for the older boy's death, and eager to drive another knife into the old count's heart, he never would have allowed so many of his pawns to be displaced without gaining something more valuable in their place, and it had no hold on this man. There were no easy answers, though. Not without revealing its undead to the world so long after it had withdrawn them. No, it would need another course of action. After 2 days of deliberation, it woke Grimdark with a bonfire large enough that it had a mind to speak with. This time it did not toy with it. Instead, it made the prideful godling an offer. "Serve me and I will allow you to live and prosper, Grimdark," the darkness intoned voicelessly. "Cross me and you will only be of further use in my experiments." "Why would I ever give a monster like you anything?" the spirit crackled. "You have already taken everything from me." "I did. And I can do it again. I beat you, so now I use you how I will," the swamp agreed, "but if you were useful to me, I might be willing to give you back a few of the things you held most dear. Fuel. Influence. Blood. You think I would serve you for a single bonfire?" The fire spirit spat. "You think that is all I can offer you?" The darkness would have laughed if it was capable of such a thing. Instead, it just pitied the poor limited mind that was barely more capable than the smoke it was made of. "Even now, my goblins ravage the west. Soon they will take a human army. Every village that burns could be your feast, and some of the blood that falls could be yours to lap up. You would treat me like a dog?" The idea seemed to enrage Grimdark even more, but even boiling over, it didn't say no. "Like a loyal hound," the Lich agreed. As long as you obey my commands, I will give you your freedom, and you will feast almost as well as I do." "What must I do?" the fire spirit said, admitting defeat, even if its pride would never let it truly kneel. "You must help the goblins raise the human kingdom to ashes until I decide they have created enough fear and death to suit my needs," the swamp commanded. "Do this, and you will be a servant instead of a prisoner." The ripples in the smoke and fire spoke of frustrated rage, but in the end it didn't argue further, and agreed to help the swamp in the battles that were to come. The Lich had no doubt that the spirit was doing this for its own selfish reasons and that its only hope was to gather enough power to escape the grip that the darkness had on it. Normally, fire and the light it created was the mortal enemy of the dark, but in this case the swamp isn't too concerned. Such a paltry mind could never outwit the legion of souls that swirled within its core. A few days later, when the blacksmith's forges were lit at what the men had started to call Kelvin's Landing, it was done with a spark of Krelmvnir's fire. Later that night the first of the goblin shamans started to feel its power flow through them, and as that poor little hamlet burst into flames, a dozen other goblins quickly harnessed the power as well. The fire godling was no longer just a flickering flame. Even under the thumb of the Lich it was already more powerful than it had been in years. The darkness doubted that such a detail mattered to the haughty spirit. No matter how much power Krelmvnir gained, its pride would always be the stronger force. That would be a problem for another day, though. Now all that mattered were that the goblins were unified, and they had the weapons they needed to boil the human knights in their own armor. It was something that the Lich needed, because even with all the gifts it had given Grodd, the goblin's strength and viciousness would do precious little good against plate mail. After that, the darkness began to steer his warbands north, and night by night they got closer to the Grecian force. The place that the Lich ultimately chose for the battle wasn't special. It was just a hill, slightly taller than those around in the middle of the plains. The ground here was still fertile enough that farmers lived here and there, eking out a living. It was far away from anywhere that mattered, though, and at least 24 miles outside the Lich's blood-soaked domain. That would have made all the difference in the world if it was using its undead minions for this fight, but the goblins could kill anywhere with equal ease, as long as it was night out. For the past few weeks, Grodd's warbands had been moving from barn to hamlet to homestead, killing anything they could get their hands on before moving on to the next meal, but tonight they would get the fight they had been spoiling for ever since they'd left the Red Hills. Grodd was a brutal wargif, and he didn't just want death, he wanted victory. The night started off as quiet as any other, and the small army of men laid out their camp quite sensibly on a defensible hilltop with picket lines, watchmen, and plenty of fires to keep the night at bay. They took no chances, but even their caution wouldn't save them. Shortly before midnight, a fog began to boil up out of the lowlands that shrouded the surrounding hills. It wasn't as thick or as overwhelming as the Lich would have been able to create in the bounds of its own territory, but it was the most it could do from this distance using its dark messenger and a few trinkets it had created in the course of its experiments on water spirit traps. That fog wouldn't have been enough to hide the torches and the horses of a human army, but for bands of goblins, it was more than enough. They crept through the dark, and the wily greenskins were practically on top of the men before they even knew to sound the alarms. The horns eventually sounded, but not before screams of pain had already shattered the stillness of the night. 100 men are a fearsome force, but only if they're wearing more than their small clothes before the battle starts. Some of the warriors had a chance to put on their boots and pants before they charged into battle, but most only had time to pull out their sword or load their crossbow before the fight was joined. Even then, a desperate man with a sharp blade can kill his weight in goblins before he's brought down, but that hardly mattered when they were so completely outnumbered. There were 100 warriors when the fight started, and without anywhere to escape to, even the cowards fought bravely, but a few minutes later, only half that number were still standing. Bravery wasn't nearly as effective as the charge of heavy cavalry or a suit of chainmail you were actually wearing. Lying with those 50 dead warriors on the ground were almost 300 dead goblins, but that barely put a dent in a force that measured well over 2,000 strong. In the flickering firelight of the final moments of the battle, the darkness noticed that the Count's eldest son fought exceptionally well. He was so like his father, the swamp decided, in both skill and vanity. The elder Leon Garvin had been able to fight well too, but that had availed him as little in his duel with the swamp dragon all those years ago, as it would help his son in his battle against the Green Tide tonight. In other circumstances he might have grown up to be a true hero, but that was not to be. He'd gone west looking for an easy victory that he could use to return to the spotlight, but he'd found only a painful death instead. Tonight he would be just one more body for the goblins to feast on. The goblins celebrated their monstrous victory until dawn began to color the sky in the east. Only then did they seek out places to hide from its rays, leaving the sun to find only a corpse-strewn field. The hill wasn't a battlefield, it was a massacre, and over the next few days the carrion eaters that circled would grow so thick that they would all but blot out the sun. No one but the Lich was ever to see such a beautiful sight, though, because now that there was no real military force outside Fall Rivia to stop the tide of blood that the goblins were unleashing as they once more moved in all directions to slaughter the simple people of the land before word of the violence could spread fast enough to put the villages that lay ahead on the defensive. Ch. 25, laying the foundations. Kelvin hated it in the swamp. Even though the heat had dramatically decreased over the last few weeks as fall started to set in, and the biting flies and mosquitoes left him strangely untouched, he was still miserable. There had been nothing to do here for weeks besides watch other men work. Once the rains had started, things had somehow managed to become even more deadly dull, if such a thing was possible. In the evening he'd found a few soldiers to play cards with, but that was it. Anything else his tutors quickly put a stop to, and with the rains he couldn't even leave the pavilion to escape them. It was truly his version of hell. Even the dreams had stopped, he thought gloomily as he pushed away the grammar book he was supposed to be memorizing. He had no idea why it would be important to walk out into the swamp in the middle of the night to retrieve a guttering torch and use it to light the forge fires of their newly constructed smithy, but once he'd done so, even the strange dark dreams he had so often finally stilled. That probably meant that he was doing exactly what the swamp wanted of him. Of course, but all of that added up to a fate worse than death as far as he was concerned. Like a condemned man, every day he would listen to the smiths forge a few more links in the 300-foot chain they were making. Meanwhile, any number of saws and hammers that were creating the timbers that were used in the construction of the tower added to the racket. In time, it would become the tax authority for the whole southern reach of the river. It was a shabby little building of timber and stone, and a poor start for what would inevitably become a village, at the very least as far as he was concerned. If it were up to him, he would have commissioned something more beautiful and imposing to represent his family's authority. A keep, perhaps. Anything was better than the little drum tower they were building. Because they were mostly using the older stones of a tower that had been erected here previously, it was doomed to be an ugly, squat little structure. Some of the workers wondered about that, and rumors spread through the camp about the old stories. The fact that they hadn't been devoured by a ravaging horde of undead seemed to disprove that this was the site of the Swamp Dragon massacre. It was though. That was the only bright spot for Kelvin in all this. It was the secret he couldn't tell anyone. They were helping the Lich that they hated and feared by rebuilding the very tower that haunted his nightmares as a child. If not for that secret, Kelvin probably would have drowned himself in the river just to have something to do. He had no idea why the swamp would want a tower or a forge in the heart of its domain, or why it seemed perfectly okay for them to build a pair of sturdy docks, even knowing that those docks would doubtlessly bring more people. It wasn't his job to know why, though. His job was to do as he was told for another year, and then when the title and the lands were his, he could do whatever he wanted to again. Well, within reason, he corrected himself, as he looked upriver at a small barge heading their way. You couldn't exactly double-cross the devil after you'd made a deal with him, but once he gave Kelvin what he promised, it wouldn't be such a one-sided relationship between them, where the swamp commanded, and Kelvin did as he was ordered. He wondered if they had the paperwork and the stamp showing they'd already paid the toll or not. If Tom or Denny had been around, he would have bet them 10 obols that they'd never find out. The Lich wanted them to finish this chain for the same reason his father did, to get their cut of the river's wealth. Every day the fisherman took a piece of the Orosa's infinite bounty, and his father collected some duties at the docks in Falruvia. Everyone that chose to deliver their goods a village or to upriver dodged the taxman completely, and Lord Garvin was tired of not getting his due. The chain would stop all that. Everyone would have to pay to use the waterway to pass this single point, and whoever that unlucky tax collector was, he would have a small garrison to keep him safe from his unhappy customers. Kelvin had no idea what the Lich in the depths of the swamp would want a garrison of soldiers for, or what it would do with the brewers and bordellos that would surely follow, but as long as he was known as Count Kelvin Garvin I by his next name day, he really didn't care. He would. The cane of his letters tutor suddenly slammed down hard on the table in front of Kelvin, startling him. "And what is so interesting, Lord Garvin?" Timonen asked, peering down at him through his spectacles. Kelvin didn't answer. There wasn't a point. He just pulled the book close to him and went back to memorizing the conjugation for irregular verbs he doubted he would ever need, like obnubilate and impignorate. The Lich watched the barge carrying steel ingots and other contraband beneath the thin layer of lumber as it passed down the river along with its young minion. The difference between the two was that the swamp would have its payment though, one way or the other, and since the boat had chosen not to pay in coin, it would send the swamp dragon to capsize the vessel and devour its crew instead once night fell. The steel, it could use, but everything else would wash down the river as a warning to the other sailors who might try its patience in the future. The swamp isn't too concerned with such things, though, and had noticed its passage only by accident while it focused on the hidden currents beneath the water's surface. In the weeks since it had laid its first traps, it had learned much about the water spirits that practically infested the river. It teemed with life, which had turned out to be the real reason why it was always slipping out of the swamp's grip. But it had their number now. It could see the way they moved invisibly in the form of currents and waves. The first traps it had used were crude brass things, and hardly fit for purpose. Most of the spirits they'd managed to trap had suffocated in the tiny vessels and passed away before it could send a servant to retrieve them. After a little trial and error, though, a few living samples had been brought back to the depths alive. Despite the fact that they were creatures of water and not of fire, they shared a great deal with Krumdner, and the swamp had enjoyed devouring them once it had finished studying them. They weren't quite as delicious as raw and bloody man flesh, but each one had writhed and fought until the end and been full of a surprising amount of magical essence. Each one of them had also claimed to be called Orosa. All of them seemed to think that they were the one true spirit of the river, no matter how big or small they were. It was an interesting question as to whether that was true for all or any of them, but not one that the darkness planned on focusing on right now. It didn't care what they were, beyond the fact that they were prey. Instead of trying to understand them, it was figuring out how it could use the chain that the humans were building to anchor a series of larger spells across the breadth of the river. The only problem with that plan was that it would need to rely on Krumdner to burn the runes into the iron once the chain was in the water, and outside of battle, it had no faith in that miserable godling to do what it was told. If the net spell was successful, then it could feast daily on a whole new source of energy to fuel its underground army and their constant efforts to dig its circle. There would probably be some ecological cost to this for the villages and the fishermen downriver to have so much energy removed from the world, but that was hardly its problem. If that didn't work, well, it had two other ideas to try. Now that it knew what to look for, the first was to stitch a few souls into the corpses of animals and build mobile hunting traps. It could make such things fairly easily from the preserved corpses of crocodiles. They would lurk beneath the waters waiting to see things that should have been invisible to them, and then bring their fresh quarry back to its lair through the new river entrance its zombies had built on the first floor before it closed the surface entrance, so the humans could build their tower in relative peace. That would definitely work, but those minions would only ever be able to catch the smallest spirits, and never huge quantities the Lich thirsted for. The second option was far more ambitious, and a great deal more rewarding, but it would involve poisoning the very headwaters of the river itself. It would have to be done at the watershed far up in the Wooden Spine Mountains, to the north of here where the river first took shape. If it could possess the river from the first moments it trickled to life, then it should be able to seize all of the energy that was within it for its own use and starve every other spirit in the river of life. That would require the distillation and use of the unwater element collyrium, in ways that were similar to how it had used stygium to trap Krelmdner. The only thing that held the Lich back from this plan was that it might have unforeseen effects on it. The river was a powerful force and introducing that much water energy into the dark heart of the Lich might only serve to dilute its darkness, at the same time it poisoned the water. It was a conundrum that would take more study before it was willing to try even a small test. The swamp wanted to consume the river, not be shattered into 1,000 petty little spirits that each thought they were the swamp. Time was on its side, though. It could study the problem by day while it watched the goblins burn their way across the plains by night. In the weeks they had been on the move, they'd burn a bloody swath to the west. News had only reached Falrevia a few days ago that his son's army had been massacred, and Count Garvin hadn't been sober since. In time, they would formulate some sort of defense, the swamp was sure, but for now all they could do was mourn and despair as they hid inside their homes in fear of what was coming next. Ch. 26, A World on Fire. The goblins tore through the soft underbelly of the county of Gresham for the next few weeks on their relentless journey to Falrevia. Wherever they went, smoke followed in their wake. Krelmdner made sure of that much. He was overflowing with power now, even if he bristled at the idea of serving anyone and made sure to point that out to the Lich in every conversation they had. "But I am the stone burner," the godling would say whenever the Lich ordered it to do something that it considered to be beneath it. "The world once trembled before me. And it will again," the Lich agreed, "but only if you do as you are told." Some villages offered token resistance, but most of the people had long since fled, and only the most foolish of heroes attempted to stop the endless tide. None of them survived their own foolhardiness, and even after countless smaller battles and skirmishes, the goblins finally reached the capital with just under 2,000 warriors baying for blood spread across 10 war bands. The last few months had seen their numbers reduced by almost a third, and they had come so far from the Red Hills that the swamp doubted very much that they could ever hope to find their way home without its help. Very few of them would make the return trip, though. They were here for two things, to kill and to die. Not just so the Lich and Krelmdner could feast on the carnage, either. The sheer amount of deaths involved in this impromptu war were terribly effective at poisoning the land so that the Lich could claim it as his own. Nothing pushed out the competing spirits faster than the unnatural darkness that suffering provided, and even though the darkness had lost much of the territory it had gained on and near the Orosa, almost all the lands between the Red Hills and the swamp belonged to it now. Even normally troublesome places, like temples, and consecrated grounds had been burned and desecrated to the extent that they belonged to it now too. Now, though, the goblins weren't just devouring backwaters that no one had ever heard of. They nipped and probed around the borders of Falrevia, the capital itself, and were thirsting for the battle to come. The Lich had no intention of letting them sack the place, though, no matter how much they might want to. Goblins were useful for many things, but building cities and mining for gold were not among their talents. For that it would need men, specifically, its man, Kelvin Garvin, who was now second in line to the throne. This hadn't been the swamp's original plan. It had intended to kill the boy's older brothers with poison and disease, letting his father watch his entire family tree wither to nothing before it struck down the old fool. Bloodshed was quicker, though, and the timing was convenient. This army would only exist until the darkness found Theon, and then after that it didn't care what happened to it, as long as its ending was as bloody as possible. Falrevia was a city that had been growing for the better part of a century. At its core was a building of stone, more palace than fortress. Since it hadn't suffered an attack of any kind in decades, many of its defensive features had slowly been supplanted with more decorative ones. Around it was the old city, which was protected by a wall of earth and brick. The bulk of the city lay beyond that ring, though, following the river until it slowly faded out into farmlands. It was the last part that the goblins assaulted, killing and burning as they went. They had no scaling ladders, nor any real desire to be out in the open long enough to be shot by crossbowmen, so they stuck to the narrow alleys, and the streets farthest from the watchtowers. Near the waterfront, few victims remained, since almost everyone had evacuated for the crowded city center. But each day, the small army they had still sallied forth from the gate to try to hunt down the menace that was destroying their city. They met with very little success, because the goblins along with their violence evaporated until darkness fell once more. In order to appear less impotent, the Garvin finally led a nighttime raid to try to push back against the threat. That was the moment that the darkness had been waiting for. He wasn't half the warrior that his father or older brother had been, but he went out with almost 50 knights anyway, thinking that if they stuck close to the walls they would be safe enough. They were wrong. No sooner had the gates closed behind them, than goblins boiled out of the surrounding buildings and the sewer line. In the space of less than a minute, they'd gone from empty streets to almost 1,000 gibbering warriors. It was a complete bloodbath, on both sides, but the darkness didn't care. Arrows fell from the walls like rain, killing or maiming a dozen of its servants every second, but that only served to heighten the moment while the doomed warriors fought to the last man. The sheer amount of death made the scene glow to the eyes of the Lich. It had a terrible beauty to it as the souls evaporated, and the gutters overflowed with blood. Even an horsed knight in armor was more than a match for 20 goblin warriors, but he was no match for a single goblin shaman, and human warriors fell almost as quickly as their goblin counterparts as the darkness threw away its pawns in a frenzy of killing and death. Partway through the battle, reinforcements tried to come out of the postern gate in an attempt to save the young Lord Garvin, but that only resulted in a small flood of frenzied goblin warriors making their way inside city walls before they could shut the gate again. Only 4 dozen made it inside, but it was enough to terrify the defenders, and for a time the archers turned to focus on their own problems. That was the turning point. After that, the shamans had nothing to fear and blazed a path through the last of the humans. By the time they were finished with the little lordling, no one would even be able to recognize his body. It wasn't until almost a week later that Kelvin landed on what remained of the docks to survey the burned-out waterfront. He'd known what was happening even before news had reached him at the landing thanks to the relentless streams of fire and blood that started the nightfall Revia had been assaulted. With the small number of soldiers he had, he doubted there was much he could do, but even so, the dreams demanded that he return home to turn the tide. Most mornings he awoke to the image of him standing victoriously atop a pile of the dead. Even that hadn't been enough to sway him as he'd made preparations to depart. Not until one morning, his older brother Theon lay atop that pile. That spurred Kelvin into action. All he had to do was go and rescue his father, and the lordship would practically be his. The journey north took several days. At each village and landing along the way, Kelvin stopped to gather more men. In the process, he had to promise an irresponsible amount of silver, but he was sure that his father was good for it. So, over the last few days his 2 barges were joined by a small armada of fishing ships and other small boats full of men that weren't quite eager to join the fight, but probably wouldn't retreat in a panic as long as they were winning. Kelvin had no doubt that he would win, thanks to the swamp's protection, and as long as he was confident, no one had any reason to doubt that Kelvin Goblin's Bane Garvin would once again be victorious. Today we fight not just for the Count, but for all our futures, Kelvin said, trying to sound inspirational. If we fail today, then the whole of the west bank of the Orosa will be lost to the good people who have cultivated them for who knows how long. We cannot let that happen. There were a few ragged cheers that went up at that, but by and large the men were not impressed. Most of them people he'd gathered lived on the east bank, and knew the goblins were unlikely to learn to build boats for some time. They were here for the money and the fame, in pursuit of what they saw as an easy victory. As the sun began to set, Kelvin and his nearly 300 volunteers and mercenaries began their long walk through the ruins of the commercial district toward the gates of the old city. The Lich watched the progress of his servant and his ragtag army with dark amusement. It was shabbier than either of the ones his brothers had stood at the head of, And yet somehow it was going to be victorious where those better men had failed. The goblins watched them too, waiting for the right moment to pounce and rip them to pieces, but the darkness was unconcerned. It was focused instead on Krumdner. The godling knew the plan, but the Lich found it very unlikely that it would follow it, and everything hinged on that obedience. Without the shamans there to slaughter the armored humans, the rest of them would quickly retreat under the withering barrage of arrows. The Lich watched warily as the fighting began in earnest in the main square, just far enough from the towers to avoid the worst of the arrows. At first, Kelvin's army acquitted itself quite well. Then the fire started, flaring out from burned-out market stalls in several places along the east side of their formation in an effort to break it. It almost succeeded, too, the darkness noted as it turned its gaze away from the battle and towards its servant. "I warned you, Krumdner," the darkness intoned icily. "I warned you of what would happen if you disobeyed me. What can you do?" The dwarven demigod blasted back in a shower of sparks. "I am Krumdner. I am free of your cage and more powerful than ever." "It's true," the swamp agreed, hiding its annoyance while it toyed with the fire god, distracting it from the battle at hand. "You haven't been more powerful in a long time, thanks to me. You should respect that." "Respect? From the thing that put me in a cage? Nay." The fire sputtered. "Once I finish turning this city to ashes, I will take this army for my own and then march it here and burn you and all your corpses until they're naught but dust, and there is nothing you can do to stop me." "Nothing?" the darkness asked, its words full of venom. "Be careful what you say to the one who holds your heart in their hand." "My heart? I will," Krumdner screamed silently then, as the darkness had one of its minions close the door on the brass lantern that contained the true spirit of Krumdner. It had been left open for so long that the petty fire god had forgotten the significance of it, if it had ever understood it in the first place. In a very real sense, the pathetic spark at the center of that bauble was the godling, and when the door was shut once more it cut him off from the whole world, instantly snuffing the 1,000 fires that he had started. The shamans that had most fully embraced him, likewise, fell over stunned or dead. It was like Krumdner had been ripped away from the world, which, in a very real sense, he had been. He still existed and would perhaps be of some use to the swamp in the future, but only after he'd learned a bit more obedience. Ch. 27, Slaughter. For a moment, all was lost. They'd fought their way to the gates of the city walls without too much trouble, but now Kelvin and his sellswords were surrounded. One minute there were only a few goblins amongst the ruins, and then at some unseen signal they poured out of the wreckage on all sides of the market square. Even then, the Viscount still thought they had a pretty decent shot. They were only outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1, which would have been a death sentence against a real army, but was pretty close to an even match when it came to these beasts. At least that's what his men had told him. With this many goblins people would die, of course, but he was towards the center of the formation, so he should be fine. That's when the fire started. Kelvin shouldn't have been surprised, but he was. He'd seen them use magic at Holt just before he'd ridden that shaman down. Everyone knew the greenskins had dark powers, he just didn't expect them to be so, well, powerful. Out of nowhere, a wall of flame scorched everything on the east side of the marketplace, and men died by the score, and he was lucky to be just knocked off his feet by the blast. At that moment he lost hope along with most of the men he'd led here. The dreams had promised him victory, but there would only be death here. There was no way they could face such terrible magics without spellcasters of their own. That was when the rest of the goblins charged, and Kelvin almost ran for his life. It wasn't appearances that stopped him, though. He'd rather be a live coward than a dead hero. It was a moment of complete shock. For a few seconds the plaza had been as bright as day once more, and even after that, men and structures continued to burn, bathing the place in a flickering orange glow. Then, just as suddenly as the fires had appeared, they vanished. Not just the ones that the shamans were casting, either, but the ones that had been left behind. In a single second, every last fire was snuffed out, and the moment of pure terror was replaced by a strange calm as both humans and goblins looked around, wondering what had happened. The assault that had almost broken the back of his men dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, and Kelvin rose shakily to his feet, grateful that very little of the blood that he was covered in was his as the fight roared to life once more around him. The first thing he did, was to stab an already dead goblin not once, but twice. It wasn't rage that this thing had almost killed him, or even vengeance for the man that the thing had killed. Kelvin was more pragmatic than that. Now that the fight was rejoined, the tide was already turning against the goblins, and even now they were starting to retreat on the west and south sides of the square now that those wretched shamans had stopped casting their terrible magics, and in another minute or two there might not be any goblins left to fight. So, Kelvin needed some green blood on his blade before anyone looked around and noticed how little fighting he'd done himself. The moment that he'd cowered for his life as the gouts of flame all but consumed him wouldn't be remembered by anyone. Not anyone that mattered, anyway. They would remember only that he had taken the field and beaten back the green menace. The bards that he would pay would make sure of that. Kelvin looked around, and spotted a group of goblins that were already starting to flee before the scything blows of a pair of hardened mercenaries, and shouted, "To me! Let's beat the bastards back!" As he charged towards the retreating enemy. He made a good show of it, but never once got close to the goblins. He repeated this several times, never reaching a group of goblins before they'd fled or been felled. In the dark of night, the sudden absence of fires made it hard to see what was happening at all times, but he was fairly certain they either were winning, or had already won. All that remained was to find out the butcher's bill. That's what he was thinking about when a sudden blow from out of nowhere hit him on his blind side and sent him sprawling. Kelvin managed to hold on to his sword, and scampered to his feet, only to see the biggest goblin he'd ever seen ripping out the throat of a warrior with his teeth. Most of the goblins of this fight stood between 3 and 4 feet tall. This one was a little under 5 feet tall, and across its dark green skin were a web of scars and muscles that covered him like an evil spider web. For a second, all Kelvin could do was stand there with his sword outstretched, but then the thing turned and locked its glowing red eyes on him. He did manage to piss himself as he stood there in utter terror. It jumped off of the dying man and charged at Kelvin, and suddenly he was filled with the certainty that he was going to die. The battle might be won, but this thing could still kill him before he could enjoy the fruits of his hard work. Then suddenly, the thing just froze. Less than a foot from Kelvin it simply stopped walking. Instead, it stood there, with straining muscles, but all it could do was snarl and snap. Kelvin was confused, but he wasn't about to waste this miracle, and he ran the monster through. Even with a sword in its chest, it took the goblin far too long to die, and in its death throes it did more than a little damage to Kelvin's armor as he bore it to the ground and pinned it to the cobblestones with his blade. By the time it stopped squirming, and he looked up, it was all but over. A ragged force was riding out of the city, and the tide had clearly turned against the greenskins. They were in full retreat. The fact that they were running didn't mean it was over. Not really. It would be weeks before the stragglers were dead, and months before there was even a semblance of normalcy in the city. For Kelvin, all it meant was that he'd lived, even if he couldn't stop shaking. By the time the last of the visible goblins had been butchered, and the wounded men that might yet live were bandaged, it was pitch black out. The torches that had been distributed didn't quite fix that problem. They just trapped Kelvin in his own little bubble of light as he walked with the last of his warriors to the gates of the city, and in that little bubble all he could see were dead goblins by the hundreds. Just getting rid of this many corpses would be a serious undertaking, he thought, smiling, as he tried not to step on any of the grotesque bodies scattered in front of him like a green carpet. If they'd been closer to the swamp, Kelvin had a feeling that most of them would disappear in the middle of the night to serve some unspeakable purpose, but as it was, it would take weeks just dig the graves big enough to bury all of them and let them rot. That wouldn't be Kelvin's problem, though. He'd never dug ditches in his life, but even if he had, he certainly wouldn't now that he was the heir. In spite of all the terrible carnage that surrounded him, that thought buoyed him. He was not only the savior of Falrevia, but also the heir to his father's title. Those thoughts made it hard for him to pretend to be somber and serious as he slowly made his way through the throngs of battered warriors and well-wishers to the palace. All he would have to do was wait until the old man keeled over, and then he'd finally have it all. The title. The money. The power. Everything. Did he really have to wait, though? He asked himself as he climbed the familiar steps to his home. His father was growing old and feeble, and was drunk half the time anyway. A sudden fall down the stairs, a touch of poison, or even a pillow over his face while he slept. Any of those would be better than waiting, he realized as he walked into his home, ignoring the servants as he focused on more weighty matters. Kelvin realized he could easily hire a professional to handle this once everything had settled down. That came with its own drawbacks, of course, but none of those would be the reason he didn't have someone else do his dirty work for him. No, Kelvin wanted to do it himself. He wouldn't say he had a taste for killing. On the battlefield it terrified him, and off of it, it was only a middling thrill that couldn't hold a candle to girls or winning at dice. Killing his father though. That would be something. He'd thought about it before, of course, but deemed it too risky. Here though, now, in the aftermath of these terrible battles while the city was still smoldering, who would know? Kelvin could blame literally anything. The suffering of Lord Garvin's people, the death of his second son, or even just the will of the gods. Who would question any of those things on tonight of all nights? Right this way, sir, if you could come with me, one of the manservants said, trying to grab Kelvin by the elbow, but the boy shook him off. I will visit my father when I've taken care of other matters, Marcus, Kelvin snapped, annoyed to be disturbed in his moment of triumph. He still reeked of piss and would not visit his father to hear his congratulations or to murder the man until he was clean and presentable. But, Kelvin stormed off, leaving the servant sputtering in his wake while he went to his room to clean up and change. Wearing blood-spattered armor and stained trousers was not the way to handle such an important moment in your life, he muttered to himself as he shed his garments and used the wash basin to clean up. Once that was done, Kelvin returned to the hall, and strode confidently down it while he tried to hold a resolved expression that would effectively cover the joy that was swelling in his heart that he was so close to true victory. The servants, likewise, looked at him with respectful and somber expressions as he made his way to his father's rooms. Some even had tears of joy in their eyes as they looked at him, and he nodded to each of them in turn, giving them the dignified response that he imagined a lord would. Since very soon he would be, not just a lord, but the Lord. All those thoughts and plans came to a sudden stop, though, when he opened up the door to his father's bedroom to find him surrounded by graybeards and other lords. For a moment, Kelvin thought that the man had summoned the leading luminaries of the city to praise him very publicly. It took a few seconds for him to realize that many of these men were doctors and priests. Which meant his father was dead already. Kelvin shook his head and lowered his face to hide his tears. They weren't tears of sadness, though, but of frustration. He'd wanted to be the one to deliver the blow, but someone, either the gods or his patron, had stolen that opportunity from him. Kelvin should have been thrilled. He was finally Count Garvin, and ruled over the whole region. He wasn't though. On the day of his greatest triumph, everything tasted like ashes. Ch. 28, a bold vision. As he rode beside his knights past yet another burned-out farmstead, Kelvin chose to reflect on this latest adventure rather than the reason so many were dead. He tried to tell himself the goblins would have attacked no matter what on earlier days, but it never felt entirely true to him. The other nobles had been none too pleased by his decision to ride west and crush the goblin scourge decisively enough that it would never threaten the region again. They tried to insist that he stay, but as their new count and the still grieving man who'd lost his whole family to greenskins in the last 2 months, they could hardly tell him no. Truthfully, Kelvin wasn't much happier about the turn of events. He'd wanted to focus his efforts on rebuilding Fall Revia and returning life there to some vision of normalcy. His dreams of being count had involved pretty serving girls and afternoon hunts, not more bloodshed. The bodies had been cleared from the streets of his city already, but the market square still smelled of blood and burning more than of baked bread. That would need to be fixed, and soon, or the county would suffer terribly from it. Kelvin had wanted to be the count so badly. He thought that nothing would be too high a price to pay for that, but then he never knew the swamp would extract such a bloody toll. Thousands of villagers were dead, and almost a quarter of the city lay in ruins, including most of the docks. The tax collectors told him that his revenues might fall by a fifth for the next few years until things were rebuilt, and nearly all the existing funds would be spoken for by such a vast project. That wasn't a setback. It was an unmitigated disaster. That, more than their increasing levels of fear and vividness, was the reason he'd ultimately obeyed the dreams the darkness sent him and launched this expedition. The men only knew that it was to slay goblins and root them out of their lairs. They knew nothing of the gold. If the dreams could be believed, then the place they were heading to had veins of the stuff wider than his fingers. It was a huge windfall that would do much to solve his potential problems. For now, that was Kelvin's secret alone to bear. He trusted these men with his life, but perhaps not with that much fortune. Money did strange things to people when they weren't as equipped as he was to handle such things. It hadn't been his only secret, of course. "Excuse me, your lordship," an unfamiliar knight asked, riding up beside him and disturbing his reverie. Kelvin noted that the man had his metal helmet on instead of one of the broad-brimmed hats that were so popular among the men, even though there was no way there would be a goblin attack with the sun this high in the sky. "Me and the boys. We was wonderin' how you knew where the goblins are and when they're going to attack?" Kelvin suppressed the knowing smile that always tried to creep onto his face and instead kept the wan expression of mourning firmly fixed on his face. "My father warns me. In my dreams," he said, managing, somehow, to keep a straight face. "He's come to me almost every night since he passed away and tells me that he cannot rest until we annihilate the enemy." The first time he told someone this, Kelvin had meant it almost as a joke. He was shocked when they'd believed him. His father's ghost was certainly very busy elsewhere. If the darkness really had taken him, then even now, his father was probably screaming in some diabolical torment that might never end. This soldier reacted with the same look of awe that the others had, and after another couple minutes, he rode off with a distant look in his eyes. The lie was probably more believable now than it had been a week ago, thanks to the dreams the darkness gave him. Those dreams had shown him where every nighttime ambush was about to happen, and several times they'd revealed the locations where large groups of goblins had attempted to hide from the daylight. Each time they massacred them, Kelvin wondered why the darkness was giving up his pawns so easily, not that he cared. The victories made Kelvin look like a master tactician as much as a visionary. How could you not look good, though, when you knew when and how your enemy was going to attack? It was child's play. It was easier than beating his brothers at chess when they'd still been alive to play. Fortunately, that was almost completely behind them. In 2 more days, they'd reach the cave that was supposed to contain the gold, and if it was everything the dreams said it was to be, he'd make building a new mine and mint a top priority. With a fresh source of revenue, rebuilding would become much less complicated. He'd studied the maps that he'd helped make on the trip, and he decided exactly what he would do with that wealth. The closest approach of the Oroza to the Red Hills was the oxbow that they'd built the toll station. If they were really going to be hauling tons and tons of ore and equipment to and from a place without roads, then a canal that started there and got as close as they could get would be the best answer. Not only would it unlock vast tracts of new lands in the freshly degoblinized area, but it could drain a great deal of the swamp and reduce the power of the only thing left in the world that could still tell him what to do. The only man above Kelvin should be the king, and distant as he was, he exercised that power rarely. With some luck, the darkness would fail to understand the significance of such a far-sighted move until it was much too late. Once the gold was flowing, hiring a few earth mages to cut the channel would only take a year or 2. Kelvin looked down to give himself a second to suppress his smile again. Everything was going splendidly. They'd dig up the gold, purge the goblins, and drain the swamp all in one blow. In 5 years' time, his county would be flourishing, and he don't owe one anything at all. It had been a delicious few months for the swamp, but now that the bulk of the goblins had been slaughtered, things were returning to normal. It had made vast inroads on the lands of Grecian, particularly in Falrivia, where everything but the temple grounds were now its private hunting grounds. It was an old city, and the darkness could feel the layers of spirits that dwelled within it. The vast majority of those were ghosts kept alive through myth and ancestor worship, but there were a number of petty household gods and other stranger creatures that were harder to identify. Other than Kelvin, who was currently away and making progress towards securing the darkness gold, it had no servants in the capital. In time, it would fix that, but it wasn't a priority yet. With tens of thousands of souls massed together, the darkness did not need to feed on them very heavily to sate its hunger. For now, dreams inflaming their recent trauma, and forcing a few hundred residents to relive those terrible nights when the goblins had almost sacked the town, were enough. Finding the best victims and servants was a process that would take time. The Lich was still focused on the river, almost to the point of fixation. It caught and consumed water spirits almost every day now, but it still wasn't closer to understanding them. In large part, this was because they didn't seem to understand themselves. That wouldn't matter if it was gutting a man or an elk. The anatomy was the same every time. In the spiritual realm, though, things were more in flux. Krelmvner might be a pain in the ass, but at least he had a strong sense of identity that greatly benefited the Lich's study in a way that the water spirits never would. They wriggled and writhed but had nothing useful to offer it besides sustenance. Other than catching them to consume them, the small river spirits served no purpose. The chain might have allowed the Lich to catch large specimens with better results, but Krelmvner's rebellion had made that impossible. The chain would only be used to stop mortal traffic for the foreseeable future. That was why the Lich had decided that it needed a new focus, polluting the river itself. While its Dark Rider explored the headwaters of the Orosa for the most likely spots to try its experiment, the Lich's servants were distilling the foul chemicals necessary for the unnatural materials it would need. Poisoning the waters themselves and watching all the plants and animals die wouldn't be a particular challenge, but that wasn't what it was looking to do. A dead river would eventually lead to dead cities, and the Lich would eventually need many more humans than those that were currently at its disposal. No, a more subtle perversion was necessary. Something that could taint the very spring that was the headwater of the massive river. It would be a slow process, but there was no hurry. The Lich had all eternity if necessary. While it waited for the sulfurous distillates to reach maximum potency, so it could lead to the next step, the Lich turned its attention back to its latest experiment, splicing the souls of dead goblins together to see if it could make something more interesting out of them. The goblins that had served it so ably for the last year had very little in the way of mind, and not much more than that, spiritually. Their souls were thin and not much more substantial than the water spirits the Lich had been consuming. It could just devour them, of course, but the recent slaughter had provided it with so many that it thought that now would be the time to try a few experiments in preparation for future works. It was much more challenging than working with a proper human soul, though. The spirit of a human was rich in texture and quite durable. It could be manipulated like a piece of calf skin and could be cut and molded into any form the Lich might desire. The goblins, by contrast, were barely more than shreds of burlap. They had to be almost completely unraveled and then held on a distaff of bone and steel until they could be spun into something the Lich could work with. It almost wasn't worth the trouble, but there was such a wonderful quality of violence and rage left over in the finished product that the Lich toyed with it anyway. It would never be as loyal or as tractable as the embalmed lizardmen in its honor guard, but in terms of pure savagery, there was no comparison. So far, both of the corpses that it had woven its goblins into had fought so ferociously in the tests that followed that they had torn themselves to pieces in less than a week. Next time, it would have its zombie flesh grafters more thoroughly reinforce the limbs before it tried again. The fact that a body needed to be more steel than human when it was powered by undiluted rage struck the Lich as more than a little interesting. Ch. 29, Deeper Currents. It was only after the Lich poisoned the headwaters that the river turned against it. What had been benign neglect, on the part of the river towards the swamp as the water spirits ignored the poaching in their midst, quickly became something more. There had been no reaction the day that its dark rider delivered the sieve of verdigris-encrusted colarium into the spring that was the first trickle that became the mighty flood that was the Orosa. That placidness didn't last though. In the days and weeks that followed, as the river began to taste the poison that slowly seeped into the main channel, it rebelled. Violent undertows rippled up and down the body as the thing became agitated. Its power was strongest in the places furthest from its heart, though, and it could do nothing to dislodge the screen that perverted every drop of water that passed through it. It did what it could to hurt the swamp in other ways, though. It tried and failed to break the chain that belted it at the toll station, but it did manage to capsize 2 of the many barges that Kelvin had sent down to assist as construction on various projects intensified. People died, but the swamp would shed no tears for them. To it, a single life was no more valuable than a drop of water flowing down the river. The Orosa didn't stop there, though. Even though it had ignored the Lich's spirit hunting constructs for almost a year, they were all dashed in a single night as larger water spirits that took the form of translucent blue sea serpents began to prowl the waters of the swamp. Until then, the swamp had only ever seen spirits that emulated fish and eels. These were new, though. They had come from the south, near the mouth of the river, where its power was strongest. The Lich outfitted the river dragon with wards and claws of tainted metal, lest it meet the same fate. That only extended the thing's life by a matter of weeks, though. The decades-old titan of the swamp fought in battle after battle, but each time a new storm refreshed the river's strength, the combat would start all over again. In the end, the broken wreckage had to crawl 3 miles across the muck on a moonless night to avoid total destruction. With the handful of arms it had available, it took most of the night, and by the end it was an exhausted, broken toy instead of the nightmare monstrosity it had been for so long. The Lich raged at the turn of events, and vowed to rebuild it to be stronger than ever, but adding cords of pure rage woven from the souls of goblins would mean that the whole skeleton would need to be reinforced, and a more powerful color to control the thing from their poor impulse control would be required. It would be a massive undertaking, and risky too, now that so many humans were in the region. The fool of a boy, Kelvin had earth mages deep in the swamp surveying ley lines for road building or some such too. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but pulling massive amounts of magic for a new project would be something that was sure to arouse their attention. The swamp was just considering how best to make them disappear when an unwelcome visitor unexpectedly entered its lair through the river entrance. At first glance it looked to be nothing but the corpse of a drowned woman, but the way she swam through the hallways as the tidal surge carried her ever deeper into the fetid darkness while she surged with elemental power were more than enough indications that she was possessed by something far greater. Indeed, as the first of his servants engaged her, only to be torn to pieces he saw it, the river dragon that wore the woman as a skin to walk in his tainted domain, in the same way he had used aquatic corpses to travel the river for so long. She might look like a normal woman that had been pretty enough before the river had begun to warp her flesh. The ghostly claws that drifted near her hands, though, they were powerful enough to do even its swamp dragon in. The Lich had not been forced to deal with a threat in the heart of his own domain like this in over a decade, and the strains of panic began to rise in the symphony of souls inside it, though it was quick to push them back down. It immediately pulled back all of its minions of any value, moving its honor guard to its throne room, and feeding her only enough of his most worn-out zombies to slow the spirit down as its specters and trojans retreated to other parts of the dungeon. She might never have been here before, but even still, she walked unerringly through the maze that it had spent so many years digging. It was maddening until the Lich realized that her blind, milky eyes saw nothing, and that she was just doing as all the river spirits it had ever interacted with were doing, swimming with the currents. In this case, the current was the tide of dark mana that it pulled constantly toward itself, revealing its location for anyone with the senses to see it. In trying to poison the river, it had revealed those dark currents to the river spirits, giving it the chance to finally see the undeath that had lurked within its waters for so long. Now it was coming for it, and the Lich had limited options. Limited options weren't the same as no options, though. As soon as the woman was far enough from the entrance that she wouldn't be able to stop it, the Lich slammed the stone door shut, severing her from the river. That stopped her swimming for half a moment as she considered her options. Tied to the river, her powers were practically limitless, but separated from it, she was only about as powerful as the Lich itself. In the end, she pressed on, and started swimming once more towards its throne room. The Lich had been prepared for that. With every second she was delayed, its minions moved and adjusted things, shifting the throne slightly to alter her path through the door, and then opening some sluices from the swamp to let in a few inches of its polluted waters to hide all evidence of the trap that awaited her. She came with all the force of the tide, descending through the complex, quarter-mile wide labyrinth in minutes. In the end she found the Lich where it always was, ensconced in its throne, while a dozen of its embalmed warriors were arrayed around it with their dark steel shields and spears. They would offer some resistance to even a powerful spirit like this, but both the Lich and the river dragon knew that it wouldn't be enough. "You have tainted my waters," it roared like a crashing wave. "Remove your cursed implement, and I will make your end swift." The Lich regarded the woman in his throne room with a mix of fear and anger. Even at the height of Grimdark's insolence, he had never felt threatened, and it did not care for the feeling. It had not come this close to true peril since the mage had toyed with it in those experiments so long ago, and it had spent all the time between then and now making sure that this would never happen again. "You have a poor bargaining position, River God," the Lich rasped through a fresh zombie that stood next to it. "Even if you could kill that which cannot die, you will never be able to touch the knife I've lodged in your heart." The dragon's only response was to roar in outrage at the truth of its statement as it surged forward on a column of water. She planned to crash right through its guards and then smash the Lich into pieces, but she never got that far. 10 feet farther into the throne room, as soon as it crossed an invisible threshold, there was suddenly a wall surrounding the woman and her wave on all sides. That the wall was invisible made it no less impenetrable for her. "You cannot stop me!" the river dragon raged. "I am the tide and the storm." "No," the Lich corrected. "You're the Orosa, the same as every other spirit I have ever dragged from the river, and any spirit can be bound if you know its true name." The Lich made it sound so simple, as if it was a fait accompli, but the ring of bronze was a thing that had been built for testing and toying with Grimdark. His name had been effaced, and the new one had been hastily scrawled in its place. There was no guarantee that the new runes that had been carved in the place of the old would hold up to forces like this. It was only because the Lich was cast in metal that it was able to maintain a straight face as its soul groaned under the strain. The Orosa was the tide, and it was the storm. That much was true, and all that force crashed against the walls of the circle, and with only the barest amount of leverage, the darkness had to meet that force and push back. The binding circle wasn't the victory that it pretended that it was. It was only a battlefield. A place where it could pit power against power. The swamp's resources were not limitless though. Though its guards and interpreter continued to stand motionless, and the Lich sat there quietly pretending that it didn't have a care in the world, in the background, every servant it didn't need fell to the floor as the power was drained from it for a more important fight. In the swamp above, whole flocks of birds fell from the sky dead, and workmen that had eaten of his game fell sick or lame as the darkness drew from them. In the faraway red hills, the goblins that were most attuned to the dark died sudden, silent deaths. Even Kelvin felt dizzy for a moment as the swamp pulled every erg of power it had from every pawn it had ever touched. None of them mattered. It would deal with the consequences another day. Right now, all that mattered was its survival. And there was no mistake about it. The very survival of the darkness was on the line. If it did not hold the water dragon back in a cage made of its own name, then the Lich would be sundered beyond repair. The darkness would still exist after that. So would the swamp that it had inhabited for so long, but it would be so much reduced that it would be no better off than the broken and caged fire godling that it kept in the corner as a trophy. Without the wizard's mind to direct the maelstrom, it would quickly lose track of the world around it, and turn it back into the slow, limited thing it was before. The Lich had to win. It was a fight for its very survival. In the opening seconds that had seemed doubtful, but when the walls held, The river dragon pulled back to regroup. Even as it struggled, the water level inside the circle began to fall. It could feel itself weakening with every blow it tried to strike. This was no longer a duel, but an endurance match. Could the river overpower the darkness, or would the swamp outlast the raging waters and the tormented soul of the drowned women it had used to invade the Lich's inner sanctum? Ch. 30. Tainted Waters. In the darkness of the bedrock beneath the swamp, hours became days and days became weeks as the two struggled against each other in a test of wills that resounded through the whole region. The river dragon would lay there quiescent for days at a time before bursting out with sudden unexpected attacks that were as deadly as any undertow. Their clashes caused sudden thunderstorms to spring to life where there had been only overcast skies, and blights to spring into existence where there had once been healthy fields. The amount of essence being burned took almost as much of a toll on the combatants as it did on the world around them, though. Sometimes these outbursts lasted for only a single moment, like a lightning strike as she threw everything she had into a single fierce attack, and others lasted for week after week as she beat against his barriers with all the patience of crashing waves as she sought to erode his wards rather than shatter them. She proved to be a canny opponent, but in spite of almost losing several times, the Lich managed to retain control of her prison. It was only after the fifth storm surge, though, the Lich knew that it had won. The dragon had tremendous power at its disposal, but it was separated from the river and had no way to replenish that power from where the Lich had trapped it, so day by day and outburst by frantic outburst, it grew weaker. Not so weak that the Lich dared to turn its back on it, though. It could feel the binding circle shivering underneath the opposing forces at times as it got so hot from the strain that it boiled the surrounding water. One of the heads in its library pointed out that without that water to cool it, the apparatus would have long since melted to slag. It was a little irony that the Lich would have to address in the future. It had come too far to leave its fate to the merest of chances. The idea that its unwelcome visitor might have been a creature of any other element, and that it would have to face oblivion as a result, ate at it more than words could say. Some months later, when the river dragon was no more than a corpse lying weakly in a few inches of remaining water, the swamp was finally able to look at the world again, but beyond starting its laboratories and returning their undead slaves to life, the swamp didn't care. The opportunity was here. Kelvin could scheme and the goblins could fight and die, but neither one of them could help it to take control of a river and the titanic flows of energy that made their way through it. The first thing the swamp did when it was safe to look away from the dragon was to have a second ring built around the first, in case it should fail. That much was child's play, and the forges were relit at once. The second part was much more delicate though. It was going to weave a second collyrium sieve and use it to see if it could keep the river dragon from expiring completely. After all, that was what the elemental wanted. The swamp could see her eyes begging for death when the woman stared at him from her position on the floor, but even if the Lich's servants now had a chance of killing her, it would never waste such an opportunity for mere bloodshed. She was more valuable than that. From here, it could taste the subtle pollution that already flowed through the Orosa. It was dilute enough that it wouldn't even sicken one man in 10,000, but it was there, and already the river spirits were choking on it in the same way that a freshwater marsh would as the tides shifted, and the salt overwhelmed whole sections of bog. Soon the river dragon faced the same treatment, on a vastly accelerated scale, as the swamp began to fill her dwindling pool of water with fresh poison. In small quantities, she just lay there and tried to ignore it, but as the potency increased she once again stirred to life, this time howling with pain and rage at what it was doing. "A monster like you does not deserve to live," she screamed, slashing the barrier with her newfound energy. She sought to use the energy to give her one more chance to tear the Lich's head off, but that was not to be. It counted on this impulse, and was giving her just enough power to think she had a chance, but every mote of essence she burned to power her attacks lodged a little more of his poison in her soul. After several more weeks of constant struggle, she finally succumbed to the collyrium and slipped into a coma. The powerful river spirit had trapped itself in the body of a slowly rotting corpse, and it was so lost that even full immersion in the waters of its home might not be enough to ever let it wake up again. The Lich considered building her a vessel like he'd made for Kromdner, but had quickly decided that it would be pointless. Something as proud and angry as the river dragon would never bend the knee, so there was little point in holding it in captivity. It would have to be yoked to a larger purpose or devoured in total. There was no third option. The possibilities flashed through the mages of his library back and forth, but most had never even imagined that an elemental spirit could get this large, so their ideas were less than useless. The Lich considered devouring her and integrating her soul into his maelstrom, but she was more powerful than any single soul it had ever consumed before, and the results would be unpredictable at best. The Lich wasn't even sure what it would want if its thoughts and desires shifted to a point halfway closer to the water elemental. Would it want to stop poisoning the river? Would it become the river? It was impossible to say. Ultimately, there was only one vessel that it owned that could hope to channel such power, the swamp dragon. The Lich had already been reinforcing that ancient skeleton to deal with the fury of the goblin essence that was being used as tendons and ligaments in the newer version. The Lich had planned to use it to fight creatures such as the river dragon as they sought to stop it from seizing control of the river. It was ironic that instead of using it to slay the river dragon, the two would be melded together to become one. It turned out that stitching her into place at the heart of the monstrosity was easy enough. Adding enough countermeasures to ensure her control was somewhat harder. In the end, he bound the corpse hand and foot in ornaments of gold and onyx. The gold was an unfortunate choice that had to be borrowed from its hoard, but the Lich had to ensure that water could not corrode the fine lines and delicate inscriptions that went into their creation. A single misstep could free the monster bent on its death. In the end, the jewelry served two crucial purposes though. It not only forced the creature to obey its new master, but it prevented it from leaving the body and trying to flee into some distant corner of the Orosa. The river dragon remained in a stupor during the long months that the new rib cage of bronze was forged and bolted to the stumps of bone that remained from the original swamp dragon. It was only when the thing made the long crawl from where it had been repaired deep in a swampy lagoon back to the river on a stormy night that the water spirit woke up once more. What have you done? The tortured spirit silently screamed beneath the water while it took stock of its predicament. I have given you a body to match the shape of your soul, the Lich taunted. Do you like it? I am not meant to be chained to flesh. The elemental roared. The sound of its suffering wasn't enough to breach the surface of the water, but it was enough to wake up every mortal with a sense of self-preservation for miles in every direction. For a moment, each of them rightly feared for their lives. Most went back to sleep, sure it was a dream, but for the river dragon, the nightmare would never end. It was true, of course. That was the awful part. A creature of pure elemental majesty should never have tied herself to something physical. She'd made a terrible mistake in trying to face a threat beyond her comprehension, and she would pay for that mistake. You wore the body of a dead woman, so you could leave the river and challenge a master of death, the Lich gloated. It is little surprise that you lost, and now you will suffer the consequences of defeat. I will never serve you. The river dragon tried to thrash and break her new body of metal and bone, but the words glowed brightly as they were invoked to keep her from hurting herself. Your service is not optional, the Lich responded. Starting tonight, you will do exactly what I require. You will prowl the dark water that you used to serve, you will devour the other spirits called Orosa that you used to share the river with, and you will bring me back their essence to fuel my other experiments until the whole of the river is a graveyard, and you are the last of your kind. The river dragon's only response was a wordless scream of pain and tears of rage. Please, have mercy. Don't make me do this, she sobbed, as she started to swim downriver. There wasn't an ounce of compassion in the Lich's soul though, and the only thing that filled its heart as it watched her go was triumph. Boundless, overflowing triumph. She hated her orders with every ounce of her being, but she could do nothing to stop herself from fulfilling them. She might secretly hope that some bigger fish would be able to destroy her, just as she had helped to destroy the original swamp dragon, but that was unlikely. She was a master of water, fitted into a creature built to slay her kind. Even a god of the ocean, if there was such a thing, would be hard-pressed to fight her in her current form. The swamp dragon had always been fearsome, But now it was a killing machine that would cleave a bloody path downriver. It had the rage of whole goblin tribes, the strength of 24 lizard men, and both of those things were powered by the ethereal heart of a captured water dragon that was wrapped in layers of runes and enchantments that made it utterly obedient. It was the finest work that Lich had ever done, but it knew before too long it would dream up some new dark servant that would make the dragon pale in comparison. It only needed inspiration, because it had all the time in the world. After basking in its triumph, the Lich finally turned back to its other servants. It had been almost a year since it had started its fight with the river spirit, and in that time other matters had surely developed that required its attention. Ch. 31, Lost in the Dark. It was hard to believe the world had changed so much in the darkness's absence, but when it returned its focus to the world beyond its lair, it found the map practically rewritten. It wasn't just its influence, either. The patterns of both people and mana from the wooded spine to the Oroza had shifted more than it would have thought possible. Its shadow was still spread across the world, but all the pieces had been rearranged in its absence to the point where the game no longer looked the same. As it ventured out into the night to gaze upon the world with fresh eyes, it saw that its territory had advanced farther than ever upriver, and the poisoned river slowly bent to its command, connecting the islands of blood-stained territory from the swamp to the capital. The swamp could touch a dozen fishing villages it had never even tasted before now, and through the traces of poison that it had lodged in the spiritual life of the river it could see the patterns of those spirits almost without trying. As it soared over the river it inspected the life it contained, and was pleased to note that among almost all of it there was the faintest trace of death. Only a year into its plan, and already the mighty river was closer to the swamp than it had ever been before. It was a beautiful sight. Before its protracted battle with the river dragon, the Collyrium might have only sickened 1 in 10,000. It wouldn't be surprised if that number had doubled and doubled again in the meantime. Unless it further tainted the wellspring, the swamp didn't expect the taint to grow much thicker, but that was fine. This was enough for now. Falravia showed fresh scars, but it was no longer in ruins. Throughout the city, rubble had been cleared, and new buildings were being erected on the foundations of the old. It was a slow process, but it was that slowness that spoke to the swamp. For the repairs to have advanced so far meant that it had withdrawn from the world for a very long time, at perhaps exactly the wrong moment. There were still wrecked blocks that it could carve out some sort of special purpose, but many of the most geometrically appropriate locations for a second lair were already being occupied by half-finished row homes and trading houses. It was a terrible waste. The swamp looked throughout the city for Kelvin, but found him neither in his palace nor in the city, so it shifted its gaze to the southwest, looking for him. In the Red Hills it still held sway over most of the land, but in their defeat the goblins had fractured into a dozen different tribes that warred against each other and posed no threat to the men of the region. It would take some time to put those little pieces back together, and the swamp wondered if it was even worth the effort. It still held sway over much of the region, and many of the tribes kept the yellowed skull totems even as they brandished their own. The Blood Smiles, the Dark Claws, the Dog Boys, and so many others. These were the tribes that warred with each other as their numbers slowly regrew. None of these facts mattered as much as the new outpost of humanity that stood where the Burning Skull's lair used to be. A mining outpost. The boy had finally done as instructed and begun efforts to mine the precious gold from the cave. As the darkness drifted effortlessly down the shaft, he found new shoring timbers and primitive tracks being laid for mining cars, even though they used donkey-driven wagons for now. The efforts were crude, but the shiny ore was leaving the cave a little at a time, and the thought that some of that would eventually end up in its hoard made the darkness burst with greed. So much so that it couldn't help but notice how many nuggets were ending up in the miners' tents and the overseers' belts. As the men sat around campfires, they would roll dice and gamble little bits of food and unrefined metal with their fellows. They were drinking and laughing while they played with their stolen wealth that had been filched in its caves. It would have to do something about that, of course, but today was not the day. It would not let anyone get between it and its rightful share of the gold. The young count wasn't here either, though the darkness could sense his presence. He'd been here recently enough that it could follow the trail across the moonlit plains toward the swamp. The darkness was neither omnipotent nor omnipresent, but at night in its own territory it might as well be. Nothing could hide from it. Certainly not a mind that the darkness had already touched. It eventually found Kelvin camped in a river on the edge of the swamp. The young man was snoring softly in the largest tent of the group. The darkness glided past the young count's guards and his tent flap and walked directly into his dreams to quickly rifle through his memories. It was surprised and even a little impressed by what it found. The pawn was actually thinking ahead, and rather than trying to manage the non-existent roads from his new mine to the capital, he'd hired mages to build a canal through the swamp. Between that and the river they were planning to divert, they'd be able to make this rugged landscape bloom. The swamp approved of such a slow, long-term plan. More people within its domain was always better, and if thousands of people lived clustered around the swamp, then it could easily afford to make a family disappear every now and again. The bloodshed would be blamed on the goblins, and not on it, so it would be all to the good. The darkness walked through the young cretin's mind, but besides the plans he had for what was now his kingdom, he mostly thought of women, and what the other nobles of the region thought of him. It was a shallow pool that was dirtier than the swamp water it called home, and the darkness quickly left when it determined that part of the gold that the count was bringing back to the capital with him was intended to be delivered to it. That was the most important thing. The darkness had gone to great lengths to give this worm that power he ached for, and now it would be paid for that work, in gold or in blood. That was all the darkness needed the lording for now. To mine its gold and populate its land with more victims. As long as he was doing those two things, it didn't care how frivolously the lad spent his time. Everything the darkness had seen was strange enough, but as it returned to the heart of its swamp, it was truly astounded by what it saw. What had been a tower and couple small buildings for collecting the river tolls had become a full-blown village while it had been distracted fighting for its life. There wasn't just the rickety piers that Kelvin had sunk when he first arrived. Now there were 3 piers and several small fishing vessels moored at them. Next to those docks were fishmongers, net menders, and 2 separate bars. For a moment, the swamp could not comprehend so many changes, or the huts that people slumbered in behind them. Where would they have found enough earth to raise so many buildings above the water line? That was when it noticed the canal. It wasn't a particularly deep wound. It was only 5 feet deep and almost 15 feet wide, but cut by magic, it traveled straight through the swamp like a line to the northwest. What had once been an unimportant backwater was now the most important crossroads of the region, and it was drawing men to it like maggots to a corpse. The swamp had mixed feelings about that. Part of it wanted to snuff out every last one of these interlopers and fill the new canal in a tide of blood that would be washed out to the Orosa. It stayed its rage as well as its minions, though. As good as that would feel, it would be incredibly counterproductive. In truth, nothing that the lordling had done was detrimental to its plans, but the fact that the swamp had not ordered him to take these steps still galled it. It disappeared into the caverns beneath the tiny boomtown in a puff of mist and re-emerged in its own darkness. Here at least it was comfortable, and it could forget that only a few dozen feet above it were men sleeping in what they thought was perfect safety. It would teach them otherwise, eventually. The Lich stared into the dark as it considered the variables. There were too many possible plans to consider, and a million ways it could let its attention be divided if it wasn't careful. In the end, it decided that it would have to gather the goblins back into a single fist eventually, but they were not the only minions in the region. As it surveyed the swamp, looking at the damage that the Count's canal had wrought on the landscape, it found the lizard men were flourishing once more in the places farthest from man. The swamp would devote some attention to them, it decided, but not before the mages that had cut this scar. As soon as they completed their great work, the swamp would devour them whole. Not only would it bring more elemental knowledge to its library on a topic that was sorely lacking, but it was the only reward that seemed fair for all the hard work they'd spent defacing its home. Yes, the goblins and the lizards would make fine servants, but the Lich had its sights set on larger targets. When Grodd had brought the stone fists to heel, it had learned much of the monsters that had preyed on the goblins deeper in the mountains. There were no true dragons unfortunately, but there had been ogres, chimera, and wyverns, and the darkness would dearly love to make some truly monstrous creations with the parts that those creatures could provide. All of that would require a separate entrance, though, it realized as it imagined the logistics. There was no way that it would be able to get the fresh corpse of an ogre down from the mountains, and through the small river entrance before it had completely putrefied. At a thought, it moved 24 zombies from what they had been doing to a new task, building an entrance to the northwest. If the humans insisted on building a canal through the swamp, then the Lich could use it too. At least that would be true after it built a deathly ferryman appropriate to the task. Item by item, the list formed in its mind, getting longer and longer all the time. At first it was just a list of the things it needed to do, but slowly each of those became a separate list of the things it would have to accomplish to achieve the larger task. Soon it was a long and wandering list that was still growing all the time like a cancer, but as each item was decided on, somewhere deep within its necropolis a servant woke from storage and started shambling through the empty halls in a quest to fulfill its master's desire. Sometimes that was a skilled flesh grafter, but often as not it was a common drudge with simple steel tools. All of them labored in the sightless dark for the Lich. Its will would be done, no matter how many months or years it took to accomplish. Ch. 32, Draining the Swamp. Kelvin woke shortly after midnight with a start. Despite the warm night and the sweat stains on his night clothes, he was shivering with cold, and when he lit the lamp on his bedside he could still see his breath fogging. After all this time, the darkness had finally come back to pay him a visit, and it had not been gentle. While Kelvin lay in bed paralyzed, he had felt the shadows rifling through his mind for anything of interest. He swallowed hard, worried at what that dark spirit might have found. It had been almost a year since the day that the fear and the pain had shot through him. One moment he was celebrating how easily they'd taken the mine, and the next he was overcome by fear and nausea as pain shot through him. He'd thought his vile master was going to kill him for his seditious thoughts, but after a few minutes, it passed like their connection was ended. The doctor they'd brought with him decided it was nothing more than a fever that had already been sweeping through his men, and bled him to cure it, but even though Kelvin knew that wasn't what it was, he stayed silent. That silence had started out perfectly natural. After all, who could he tell? Even if he had someone he could talk to, what would he tell them? I made a deal with the devil in exchange for power, and now my family is dead, and my birthright is in ruins? There was no priest he could confess that to. Now that he was 18, they'd just execute him and install one of his cousins in his house. It wouldn't matter if the death was a punishment for evil deeds or mercy killing because he'd gone mad. Either way, there would be no more Garvins, and a Gorwin or Geldon would rule over Gresham County in his place. Kelvin would never accept such a travesty. This was his birthright, and he'd let no one steal it from him. He'd not only defended the region against the goblins and crushed them, so they could never rise again to threaten him, but he'd made a huge gold discovery that would be more than enough to finance all his future plans. Without the dreams and the other little reminders that he was chained to a larger power, it had been easy enough for him to believe that he'd accomplished all of this himself, and after he'd lied to himself long enough it wasn't even really a lie anymore. Everywhere he went, his people agreed, he was the hero his father never was, and had been sent by the gods to save them. Between that and the fact that there hadn't been a single report of a new attack by goblins or zombies, it was easy to believe that everything he thought he remembered about that grinning golden skull were just fairy stories from his childhood. He couldn't anymore, though, because it was back, and even after all this time, he'd been powerless to resist it even a little bit. Kelvin wiped the sweat from his face with a sheet and then leaned forward, covering his face in his hands. It had been so tempting to believe that this was over, but that pleasant delusion was gone. Kelvin stood and walked across the tent to where the heavy chest lay, and opened it. In the near dark, it was hard to see the lumpy bags that hid the lustrous metal, but Kelvin knew what was in those bags just as much as the spirit that had visited him tonight. "I haven't forgotten," he whispered, certain the spirit hadn't left completely. "10 bags of gold, and one of them will disappear when we reach the river. just as I promised. Even when he'd been certain the swamp had been part of some desperate fever dream, he'd still planned on tithing the river just in case. The toll income had been excellent, but the geomancers that he'd hired to plan and dig the canal had told him that the river was ailing for reasons that they couldn't understand. The swamp itself apparently had terrible energies about it, but they expected that to get better once the water was flowing, and it was Dr. Kelvin cut off his thoughts forcefully there. That was the very last thing he wanted to think about. He tried never to talk about it, and to avoid thinking about it wherever possible, but tonight it would be especially bad. If the darkness said he'd sold his soul to thought that its pawn was double-crossing it, then he had no doubt that his life would be forfeit. Kelvin repeated why he was here. First in his mind, and then out loud, as he forced his mind to believe that this and only this was the reason he'd come all this way. I'm here to ensure the first delivery of gold bars from the Leo mine, and on the way back I decided that I wanted to see how the third phase of the canal was going. He said it with conviction, but his mind rebelled against it. It was all true. They'd dug a trench clear through the swamp and were gathering rivers to keep the upland stretches full, so they could use it, but that was hardly the only reason it had been built. Kelvin gritted his teeth. Trying to focus on what he could and could not think about in light of tonight's events was going to make it an especially long trip back to Blackwater Landing. In the morning, he reviewed the plans with the mage's apprentices, as humiliating as that was. He hadn't come all this way or paid so much gold to be talked down to by boys his own age. He'd paid good coin for elementalists from the Magica Collegium in Abnend, but they were off studying the ley lines and weaving the spells that would make the whole thing possible, and were not to be disturbed under any circumstances. Kelvin scowled as he studied the map again. So then these two streams and this river will be redirected to the channel here and here, he asked pointing to the map, and that will get the channel to the mine? He'd helped draw two of these already, and he would have thought that would make them easier to read, but all the small lines the mages used just made the whole things swim before his eyes until they glazed over. Unfortunately, no. One of the apprentices answered, though Kelvin couldn't remember if it was Friedeck or Lancel, and didn't want to embarrass himself by asking again. As my master's missives to you have stated, given the Terena Canal all the way to your mine will not be possible, but he can, and that's why I'm here, Kelvin interrupted. To make it possible. I'm not paying a king's ransom for most of the way. Do you understand that? But sir. Your lordship, be reasonable. The other one pleaded. If you look at the lines of elevation, you will see we're not lying. No magic can make water run uphill. The best we can do is to flood this valley and steer the canal to there. At only 10 miles away, it will, still be very susceptible to attacks by goblins and bandits now and in the future, Kelvin yelled, slamming his fist on the table. I need you to do better, or I will find someone who can. After that, despite his best efforts to explain himself, the meeting devolved into a shouting match, and Kelvin eventually stormed out of the tent and told his men to begin packing up. This had been half the reason for the trip, and it felt entirely wasted because these supposedly smart men couldn't understand his vision. Once he calmed down, and the servants had started loading the barge, he realized it was all to the good, though. Even though it hadn't ended as he'd hoped, his annoyance would make good cover for the shadows inside of him. If he couldn't be bothered to remember every detail of a meeting like this, then why would the darkness that watched him pay any attention at all to it? Before the young lord had even made it back to the landing, the dreams returned. They were hazy things filled with dread at first, as he wrestled with a woman who was also a rotting sea serpent, and he slept very poorly as a result. By the third night downriver, though, those dreams had resolved into something even more vicious. He was torn to pieces by workmen that bit his teeth and fingers over games of dice. At first, Kelvin worried that the swamp had discovered that he was double-crossing it, and was taking its time to torture him. It came to him only very slowly that in the dream, the pieces of him were metaphors for real theft that was going on in his minds. It was a gold rush, and it was far more lucrative to smuggle out a few nuggets than it was to break your back for a few coppers every day. None of this stopped Kelvin from dropping a 5-pound bag of gold into the river on their first night on the Orosa, but it was only when he decided that something needed to be done that he stopped. He'd meant for it to be a more solemn occasion, but in the end he'd just chucked it over the side between rounds of drinking with some of the mates. So if they're really gambling away your gold, then why don't you cut off their fingers? A sailor asked as Kelvin returned to the warmth of the candlelit cabin. He'd been talking about his problem while they diced the night away, and he'd probably said more than he should have, but there was nothing he could do about it now. If I cut off the fingers of every man that cheats me, then there'd be not one man in 100 left to wield a pickaxe to mine the gold in the first place, Kelvin answered as he picked his drink back up and smiled. Everyone laughed at that before they helpfully chimed in on everything he could do to stem the tide of the theft, which, if the dreams were to be believed, was abominable. Flogging, hiring more overseers, and paying better were the options that tonight's drinking partners suggested the most, but the one that stuck with him the longest was the strangest by far. You could invite the priests to oversee the mine for you. They're the real penny pinchers, they are, and they have no qualms with flogging a man until he's seen the light. As odd as it seemed, eventually Kelvin decided that was the best response, if the darkness would let him get away with it. Not only would they be happy to provide some incorruptible oversight for a healthy tithe, but their influence and protection against the swamp in the future would be welcome as well. In the end, it took Kelvin weeks to draft the letter, but that was only because he had so many balls to attend to celebrate his successful return to Fall Rivia. The only darkness that intervened to prevent him from writing the missive sooner was the sort that occurred in the bedrooms of all the women that wanted to personally thank him for saving the city. The shadow that haunted his dreams didn't seem to care that it had invited the servants of the divine to shepherd the idle and wayward souls of Red Hills. It wasn't the response that he would have expected, but if the dread golden eyes were busy looking at something else besides him, then he was hardly going to complain. Ch. 33, The Tide of Progress. The county of Gresham didn't have a throne, per se, but if it did, Kelvin would have sat uneasily on it. It had an audience hall, but most of the important decisions were made around the table in his family's parlor amongst the real power brokers of the city, long before they were ever aired in the grand gallery. He couldn't shake the feeling that many of the decisions he was forced to make over the next few months had already been decided elsewhere, and that they were only brought to him to rubber stamp. Everything was just going a bit too smoothly that autumn, he decided. The waterfront was practically back to normal. The gold being sent from the mine was more than his treasurers had forecast, and the king himself had sent a royal decree by messenger, thanking him for avenging his father and putting down the goblin menace before they could do further damage to the kingdom. The only thing that had gone wrong is that the damnable mages he'd hired to carve this canal had just disappeared one day. It wasn't his fault, of course. They'd finished their work and been paid, of course. But according to the Magical Collegium in Abanon, they'd just disappeared sometime after that. Their entire party had. They'd vanished without a trace. The Collegium had blamed him, of course, and weren't happy about the situation, but he was blameless. Kelvin's patron might have something to do with it, of course, but if it had, he didn't want to know. That would lead to too many unthinkable thoughts, too much worry about why the swamp might have decided they should perish, and why he might be next on the hit list. That blow never fell though, and even though it was the worries about his court that forced the young lord to winter in Fall Rivia, the idea that he might just disappear one day was never far from his mind. The dreams still came through the winter, but less often, and they were less clear in what they wanted. The only one that even gave Kelvin something like a specific task, was that in the spring, the darkness wanted a temple built to honor the Orosa. That was an easy enough request that would have happened eventually even without his assistance. Many small shrines already existed up and down the river. The dreams were very clear though. It wanted a shrine to Orosa the Flood Dragon, the most powerful and unpredictable of her forms. That at least was unusual, as this far north the river was usually venerated as the gentle water bearer or the languid serpent, but Kelvin wasn't going to argue. It mostly just left him wondering. Why would an evil spirit that dwelled in a swamp want to venerate a river goddess? Had building the canal forced the swamp to change its ways or altered its elemental alignment somehow? So many warriors had tried to slay the undead threat for so long, when the whole time, all that needed to happen to take the wind out of its sails was to drain the damn thing. It was a start at least, but his Dark Master took a back seat to his other worries. Even with the snows piled high, no one attempted to poison him during any of the midwinter balls he attended, and even on the nights where Kelvin slept alone, no one attempted to garrote him. Nonetheless, that gnawing sense of uncertainty and precariousness never left him. By the spring, he'd doubled his spymaster's budget to make sure that everyone worth watching was being watched, but even that bore no treacherous fruit. "Maybe the only one after you is me," Adana told him one frosty winter morning while they were in bed together. He'd taken advantage of the pleasant afterglow to whisper some of his doubts to her in an unguarded moment, but she didn't see what he was worried about. "Well, that can be true," he said, with a hollow smile as he tried to figure out whether he'd made a terrible mistake by telling her anything at all. "If that were true, then how would you explain Farah, or Susanna, or—" "Oh, you monster," she said with a light slap that was followed up by a kiss. Even if his imagined enemies at court weren't real, he certainly wasn't imagining the women that hunted him. He was the region's most eligible bachelor, and if one thing had been true since all of this had started, it was that there had been no end to the marriage offers that had been proposed by the other families of the region. Once winter broke, he would leave the city again for Blackwater Landing for a few weeks, just to escape them, he decided, once Adana had finally left to get dressed. A few seconds later, he decided he should probably have her watched too. He trusted her, but jealousy could do strange things to people, and everyone was jealous of his successes lately. It was shortly before spring that he proposed his biggest plan to date, free land for the peasants that would farm it. The nobles were against it, even after he assured them that none of their holdings would be reduced to make this region. That seemed to anger them further, which had been entirely unexpected until his advisor had explained to him the reasons why. "Even if you increase their holdings, it would do no good," Tamanan said after he'd pulled him aside. "Their peasants will still flee for the better offer, leaving no one to work the existing lands." That at least made sense to Kelvin. There was a critical shortage of strong, able bodies after the carnage the goblins had caused last year. Fields were already going fallow for a lack of both plows and plowmen, but he wouldn't let that change his mind. Not only would changing his mind after making that kind of announcement make him look weak, but there would have been no point in draining that damn swamp if he wasn't going to be sending people to there to take advantage of the fertile land. Farmers would bring their gods and their shrines with them, and with a little luck Kelvin was sure that within a few years he could bury that giant evil with the prayers of thousands of the devout. In the end he mollified his nobles by announcing that they would use the newly vacant land to recruit immigrants from other parts of the kingdom. They would rebuild Gresham and make it a home worth defending. "Why should we have outsiders in our fine lands?" Baron Barrington boasted. "Reusins? Duttons? They'll never be true Greshams like the rest of us." Even if he wouldn't admit it publicly, he would privately concede that the Baron had a point, but that point didn't matter just now. "Either we import the manpower to rebuild this great county, or we'll forever be known as that backwater that was burned to the ground by the goblins. Is that what you want? To be a laughingstock?" At that moment, he took the xenophobic pride of his fellow nobles and turned it against them. No matter how much he might agree that the people of the river were better than their rivals on the sea or the plains, the last thing any of them wanted was to see their local prestige last to a string of defeats at the hands of mere goblins. The short but violent war had made Kelvin look good, but it had made the domain, and the previous ruler of it look both feeble and ineffective. They would have to change that lest he lose the favor of the king. In the end Kelvin commissioned several bards to spread the word of his new decree, and soon songs like the Green Hills of Gresham and Black Earth Bliss were being spread from end to end to go along with his tales of goblin slaying and the older tales like To the Last Man. It would take time for this strategy to pay off, he was sure, but Gresham surely needed the new blood. The swamp receded half a mile since the canal had been cut, in all directions that weren't abutting the river. Even without all the new land that had been reclaimed from the swamp, though, many of the villages that had been ruined in the heartland between Falrevia and the Red Hills had never been rebuilt. If new farms and communities weren't established to fix that, it would not only be catastrophically bad for his tax revenues in future years. It would let the lands go wild, and if that happened, then who knew what monsters would occupy them? No, everyone knew it was better to handle this as quickly and decisively as possible. They just wanted him to bear all the costs. These expenses at least would be borne by all the nobles of the region, though, no matter how they might feel about it. After all of that was set in motion, Kelvin's fears redoubled, but it wasn't until a poison tester of his died shortly after he announced the new temple to Orosa the dragon, that he finally had something to hold on to. The doctors said that it was an acute illness, and not an allergy or a poison, but Kelvin was unconvinced, and shortly after that he made plans to relocate to Blackwater Landing for a season at least. He was popular enough with the people of Falrevia, and did not fear his subjects, but the county capital also held almost all the other noble families, and one or more of them was definitely out to get him. He thought about asking the darkness for help, but decided the last thing he wanted was to owe that unknowable creature any more than he already did. If left alone he could smother it in its sleep, but giving it some new goal or intrigue might reverse all the progress that Kelvin had made so far. Blackwater Landing was safe enough. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as Garvin Manor, of course, but enough money and time would fix that, and in a few months, once everyone had calmed down and his spymaster Wormth had figured out who had tried to poison him, he could come back to be reunited with his stable of lovers. He might even find a few new ones while he was there, he decided, perking up at the prospect. A guileless country girl might be just what he needed to help him get over his brush with death. But what if it really was sickness, the old fool had asked him, the night before Kelvin was to depart. What if no one tried to poison you? I'll be back in 3 months, Wormth. 5 at the very latest. And when I get back I'll expect a very short list of names. If you don't have one of those for me, well then I might have to make one myself. You wouldn't like to see me pluck those from the air at random, would you? Kelvin let the threat hang there in the air for a moment before he spoke again. Who knows who I might decide belongs on there? After all, I'm not half the expert that you are in these things. Of course not, my lord, the old spymaster said, swallowing hard. Kelvin had clearly made his point, and that fact alone made him smile all the way to his destination. Ch. 34, regaining control. The swamp was dying. It was a slow process that would be measured in years, but the darkness could feel it just the same. Day by day, the waters receded from the shallowest edges of its domain, and what had once been shallow lagoons or deep pits of mud slowly solidified into soil. The grasses came after that, binding all that sand and silt to the ground like a thousand little ropes that sought to restrain the darkness and separate it from the world above. No matter how slow it was a process that was impossible to hide. It wasn't a secret, even though his figurehead Kelvin thought it was. The reason was clear. A great gouge had been cut through the whole area, and every day a little more of its dark water left to poison the Orosa. 5 years ago that might have been enough to slay the darkness, or at least cripple it. Back then it had been the murky waters as much as it had been an unquiet spirit. Now it was merely a nuisance. The falling waters affected the flora and fauna of the region even more than the cholerium affected the animals that dwelled in the river, as whole ecosystems were overrun, but none of that affected the darkness that had been incubated in its heart for so long. The boy had tried to slay the monster that had haunted his dreams, but he had succeeded only in striking at the sloughed-off skin of a snake that had long since molted and metamorphized into something all the more terrible. In time the lich would repay the insult with interest, but for now it merely bided its time. For so long it had been a region or a place more than a person, but its lengthy duel with the river dragon had forced it to narrow its worldview to a single point for so long that it had started to identify with the body again. That statuesque body was nothing more than a gold-clad corpse, though. It was one more thing that would have to be fixed. It had labored at length to build ingenious creations like the swamp dragon, the dark messenger, and its new ferryman, But in all this time it had not improved the only corpse that really mattered in the whole dungeon, its own. Everything that its foolish count had done was to the good anyway, whether the lordling knew it or not. The swamp needed blood and souls more than it needed privacy or seclusion now, and as the waters receded, they were replaced with rich black earth that the farmers were flocking to. In time those farmers would have families and build villages. Those populations would grow even larger until towns erupted, each with hundreds of souls waiting to be devoured. In that sense, the darkness was sowing seeds of its own, even if it would be years or decades before its bloody harvest arrived. The Count had apparently put out a call for all the poor and landless to move to the region, and in exchange for the hard work of taming the land they would be given tenancy for free. The darkness had neither known nor cared about the foolish and short-sighted offer until it found the offer in the dreams of hundreds, but it was interesting nonetheless. All these souls had left their homeland for a better life, and they had come like sheep to the slaughter. They brought their own gods and faiths with them, but none of them found much purchase in ground that was already owned by the darkness. It was subverting existing faiths faster than the servants of those superstitions could even attempt to tie it down. Already the friezes that were being painted for the new temple to the river dragon or Rosa depicted her as a drowning victim rather than the queen of the river that she usually was, and no one seemed to object. Why should they? They knew it to be true deep down. Especially the priestess, as it had given visions to as to exactly how far she'd fallen. She was neither a swamp dragon nor a river dragon anymore. She was a leviathan, and she relentlessly hunted anything that thought of itself as the Orosa from one end of the river to the other, leaving the spiritual ecosystem of the place just as tattered and threadbare as her worshippers' faith. The Lich had thought that the river dragon was just the largest of the spirits in the river it had seen so far, but it had been wrong. At least according to the cult that surrounded her, she was more than that. In the vernacular of the region she was a small god, a being of local and narrow powers, that was powerful nonetheless. That meant that she was closer to what Krumvner had been, than the fallen wretch that the godling was now. It was an interesting idea that had provoked much discussion between the Lich and its ghastly library. Was the only difference between the highest gods and the lowest river spirit or fated ghosts merely a question of magnitude? It would have thought that there should be more to it than that, but increasingly it appeared that that might be the case. She was a being of pure essence and water, well at least she had been. Now she wore the same decaying flesh as the rest of its servants and the chains that were both magical and spiritual in nature. She'd once been the guardian of her ecosystem, but now she was merely an attack dog for his domain. She wouldn't be the last though. The same techniques that forced her to obey him were even now being tested on a skeleton of steel too strong for Krumvner to melt, but even when the runes were complete and understood, such a complicated work of art would take a long time to forge without the godling's help, and there was no way it would help the Lich willingly at this point. The tiny spark of life that fire spirit still had served two purposes: to bluster and rage and to scream in pain. Beyond that its lantern flickered in silence in the Lich's innermost sanctum like the forgotten toy it was. The darkness had moved on to other, more loyal servants. Right now it was in the midst of gathering the lizardmen tribes and removing them from their habitat before the humans decided to mobilize men to purge the fierce hunters themselves. The Lich knew how that ended and had no desire to waste that strength in the embalming vats of the sprawling second floor of its dungeon. The ferryman was taking them north, in small groups to the foot of the Woditz Pine Mountains. The lake valleys they were being delivered to were a little cold for the reptiles, but the swamp had already proven to its own satisfaction that they would be able to hibernate through the winter. That wasn't the important part. It didn't need them to flourish there, it needed them to kill. In the swamps the lizardmen were the top of the food chain, but in those treacherous mountains they would be somewhat closer to the bottom. It was no matter. The swamp would give them the same deathless strength that it had previously lent to the Black Teeth. They were being relocated for one purpose: to bring the Lich the corpses of true monsters that it could use as the raw material for even greater horrors. Their formidable strength alone wouldn't be enough to bring down a manticore or a griffin, but the darkness would make sure that they survived the attempt to try again. Their tireless devotion to it through the years had earned the tribes that much. This time, Their totem poles would rise in their new home and reflect all the strange creatures that they killed in its name. There were only so many ways you could manipulate the bones and spirits of men and common beasts before they were warped beyond recognition after all, and it would need more than the zombie legions it had and the goblin tribes that were slowly being reformed under the leadership of the Dark-Eyed tribe for the wars that were to come. The goblins might be useful against their southern neighbor at least, though it would be a long time until the fingers of the tribes once more curled into a fist worth using against any opponent, and unless it tamed Kromdner once more, that fist would lack any real force. It could feel Lindville stirring to the west, even as Dudden eyed its neighbor enviously from across the river to the east. The enmity between Gresham and the county of Lindville which hugged the coast were well known and long-standing, but the discovery of the region's new gold mine in the Red Hills had added their other neighbor, the county of Dudden, to the list. For a long time they had been the richer of the two river-dominated regions. They had better soil and consequently, more people than Gresham. The poisoning of the river was affecting the other kingdom more though, if only because of the direction that the Lich drew them on. The loss of poor sharecroppers to better lands merely added insult to injury. The fool Kelvin was more obsessed with treachery in his inner circle than he was with the enemies that were beginning to gather in all directions. Ostensibly they were all stewards of the king's lands, and wars between those lands were supposed to be rare, but if the king felt threatened by the glorious ascent of Kelvin Goblin's Bane Garvin, then he might allow such a thing. And if a war came to pace, the Lich had no doubt that both of Gresham's neighbors would strike at once. Necessarily, such a war would have to be one fought between mortal powers, the Lich thought with frustration. It would be easy enough for it to field an army of the dead and crush either region, but that would draw in the church, and upset all the Lich's plans. No, since its pet lordling was busy chasing the skirts of barmaids in Blackwater Landing, it would fall to the darkness to stop the war before it could get started. Normally it would be all in favor of a little war. Some infighting that left thousands dead while nothing else really changed was exactly what the Lich had just done to the county with its goblin army. A new army would remove his pawn though, and with it the gold that had been promised to it, and for the darkness, that was intolerable. Something had to be done, and for better or worse, the only tool it had that could work such a miracle was a plague. It had been cooking up several, using the Grey Shivers as a basis, but until recently it had been focusing on creating diseases that maximized suffering rather than contagion. That had changed. Now it wanted something that didn't just make the afflicted pray for death, it wanted something that made sure that where one victim fell with a fever 10 more would soon follow. This would take time, so for every minute the Lich wasted on building the perfect disease that would kill off enough men to ensure another war-free year or two, it increased the boy's paranoia just a bit more in his sleep. If the Lich wasn't going to be able to focus on what was truly important, then neither would its servant. Ch. 35, every single body. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense, Todd said, mostly to himself as he sat against the wheel of the wagon that held the bodies and took advantage of the scant shade that it provided. The other boys were letting him rest because he'd gotten overheated from the work they were doing. That's what he told them at least, but he doubted they believed him. Why would they? It wasn't a particularly hot day, so sun sickness was unlikely. Cowardice or enervation at the sight of the corpses that he and the other orphans had been charged with burying in the churchyard today was much more likely. That was doubly true considering he'd fainted right after one of the sackcloth bags had ripped open, spilling limbs and viscera onto the patchy yellow grass. He was sure he'd seen the man in the bag move though. The corpse had fixed him with its dead eyes and tried to warn him about the gold just like the last one had. So, now he was very carefully staring at his own feet to avoid seeing anything else unnatural while he recovered from his embarrassing fainting spell in the shade. Is he still talking? Bradwin asked Cole, pretending he couldn't hear Todd's muttering. Talk? All I hear is croaking. I don't speak animal, Cole answered. They both laughed at that, but even their jokes at his expense didn't stop their digging. There were 4 corpses today, and if they had any prayer of getting all of them in the ground before dinner, they needed to hustle. Very funny, guys. Todd answered, rolling his eyes. You see what I mean though, don't you? He tried his best to play off jokes like that, because he knew that they would only get worse if he revealed that they got under his skin. He didn't think he was ugly enough to really be compared to a frog, of course, but he was smaller than the other boys, and his name. Well, no one would accuse the lads that took their frustrations out on him of being clever. Garvin's gift, as the priests insisted they call the monastery, was still only half built, but even the red clay walls that were slowly rising a little bit every day, and the tents that sheltered inside them from the wind were a kinder fate than he'd be able to find anywhere else after his village had been wiped out, and his family with it. He tried to be grateful to the gods for what little they gave him, even if he had to deal with this kind of nonsense every day. Okay, Toad, I'll listen, but when you're done with your fairy story your break is over and you're getting back in the pit to dig. I'm not working late because you've been out of the water too long, Bradwin answered, interrupting that train of thought. Explain it again, but this time use your small words. Cole, he ain't so smart as the rest of us. I'm smart enough to know I can kick your ass, Cole spat back, but he did nothing beyond that because he was precisely smart enough to know that Bradwin would break his bones if he tried. In the little group of orphans that was slowly building up in this backwater gutter of human suffering there was no one stronger than Bradwin, and no one weaker than Todd. The older boy ruled over the rest of them when none of the adults were around. If that made Brad the king of the hill, then that made Todd the jester, because he was the butt of almost every joke. Think about it, he said, starting from the beginning, because he couldn't remember how much of this he'd said out loud and how much of it had been in his head before he'd fainted. This month there's been 18 bodies including these one? Sounds right? Brad grunted, brining up another shovelful. But that's not so many. There's hundreds of miners and thousands of goblins, sometimes they're going to kill each other. It's bound to happen. It's the will of the gods, the priest said so. That part was true. The priests had given many long sermons to the boys about the mysterious will of the divine. He was sure that the message was meant to reassure the orphans, given that the cause of their parents' deaths had been goblin raids in nearly every instance, but that just raised other questions for Todd. Sure. People die, he agreed, wanting to move on to his main point. But those 18 bodies are from 4 raids, and every one of them was on caravans going to the canal, not from the canal. Oh, Cole chimed in. That's what you're croaking about. You're saying that the goblins are following them from here to the, of course that's what he's saying. It's obvious, Brad answered. Everyone knows the caravans to the mines are guarded better than the ones leaving it. That wasn't true. It was actually the opposite of true. The groups that left the mines laden with golden bars had almost double the guards of those coming from the canal, bringing fresh workers and food from civilization, which made it even less likely they'd be the ones to be attacked, but correcting the bigger boys would likely get him a boost for his efforts, so he tried another tactic. But there are only a few more guards, he lied. Wouldn't the goblins be just as drawn to both groups? The people coming here travel slower because they bring livestock with them, but they always seem to attack the ones carrying gold. I think goblins would be more interested in a pig than in, why wouldn't the goblins want gold? Cole asked. Everyone wants gold. Hell, I want gold, but the priests make us turn it all in. Sounds like your theory is full of holes to me, Toad. Yeah, Bradwin echoed as he stopped digging and climbed out of the half-dug grave. Your facts are all wrong. Cole found 2 bodies just the other day that had no gold, because he's not as lucky as me. I think you're just saying shit to get out of digging. Todd stood up and grabbed the offered handle, but he was careful not to look at Cole as he climbed into the pit. He knew what kind of glare he'd see on the other boy's face. He'd given away too much with that statement without thinking. Just because no one but him had noticed Cole filching didn't mean that it hadn't happened. But Cole was never supposed to know that he'd noticed, and Todd had done a good job of keeping that secret, until now. Since Brad hadn't picked up on it, Todd hoped that the revelation would only earn him a little extra harassment until Cole felt like he'd gotten his retribution. As the grave digging wore on, Todd seemed to be proven right. The older boys were a little meaner than usual, but it didn't escalate to violence, so he just kept his head down and his shovel moving until he was so exhausted that he worried that he might actually faint from the heat. It was only after dinner, when everyone was preparing to go to bed, that Cole cornered him while he was securing the shutters on the south wall. "What are we going to do with you, Toad?" he growled, grabbing Todd by the scruff of the neck and pushing him hard into the wall. "You're always noticing things. You keep it up and one day you're going to notice so much that a beating isn't going to cut it and someone is going to have to eat you up for good." I don't know anything and I didn't see anything," Todd blurted out, struggling weakly in the grip of the other boy. If he screamed now someone might intervene, but they would probably just watch, and if Cole had an audience he would feel obliged to put on a show, which would be so much worse than taking whatever was coming in private. "Of course you don't," Cole said, grinding his victim's face into the sun-baked wall. "You didn't see anything, you don't know anything, and even if you told someone they wouldn't believe you. But worthless as you are, I do have one question for you, since you know so much." "Of course. Anything," Todd said, willing to say whatever he needed to stop this from getting worse. "You said that every victim of the goblins had gold? Do you really think they're drawn to it?" Cole asked. "Let's say I have this friend, and he has a few nuggets. Enough to get far, far away from this hellhole. How can he get to the canal safely if the goblins are drawn to his stash?" "Of course," Todd squealed, trying to choke out words from the way Cole gripped his neck. You can. What's that? I can't hear you," he interrupted, pressing Todd painfully against the wall again by his throat. "If you're such a smart little frog, then you'll know the answer to a simple question like that, won't you?" "With coal dust." Todd blurted out the first stupid thing he could think of. "Goblins are attracted to shiny things because they live in the dark. If you cover them in coal dust there will be no shine to attract them." For a moment Todd thought he was going to get his brains bashed in for saying something so obviously dumb. Instead, the grip slackened, and eventually Cole released him. "Coal dust, huh? That's pretty smart for a toad. That will fool the priests too if someone tries to search me. Maybe you're smart enough to stay quiet after all." Cole looked at him appraisingly, obviously trying to decide if it would be more trouble than it was worth to silence the only other person that knew he had such immense illicit wealth hidden away. Todd said nothing. He just backed as far into the corner from the other boy as he could. "I'll tell you what, Toad," Cole finally said, conspiratorially. I mean my friend is getting out of here in a few days. He plans to make a run for the canal on the morning the next boat is due. If you don't say shit between now and then, well then he won't have to gut you like the gobs gutted your parents. Are we clear?" Todd didn't trust his voice, so he just nodded vigorously until the other boy left. He wasn't even sure if Cole had a knife, but he was sure that anyone with eyes that dead could do what Cole had just threatened. People disappeared all the time in the Red Hills, and no one was going to save him. As it was, he was too shaken up and didn't even have the presence of mind to be angered by the crassness of Cole's threat until he was lying awake in his cot. He tried to be optimistic. There was no reason that a tough kid like Cole couldn't make it as far as Blackwater or Tegel, not that it mattered to Todd. Whether Cole escaped or he got killed along the way, he knew he'd never see Cole again. He knew in his bones that if the bully tried to leave with that ill-gotten gold the goblins would find him and rip him to pieces though. Todd didn't know why, but he knew that the goblins were drawn to the people that carried stolen gold from the mine. It had to be cursed or something. As he lay there in the tent listening to the snoring of the other boys, Todd almost felt guilty enough to try to tell Cole the truth, but he decided against it. Trying to save him would be the right thing to do, but he didn't feel the need to do the right thing for someone that had brought up his parents like that. If he told the priests it might save the other boy's life, but that good deed might just cost Todd his, and even if that's what the gods would have wanted him to do, he had no interest in making such a selfless trade for such a miserable boy. No, everything in Todd's life would get a little bit easier if Cole wasn't around, he decided. It was better this way. Ch. 36. Big game. The darkness didn't pay much attention to the tribe's transplanted lizard men for months, because it had more important matters to deal with. So, it missed how much they struggled at first in the unfamiliar territory that was the high valleys of the Wodenspine Mountains, but even with those hardships, they were hardy creatures that still managed to thrive. At least, they did once their wanderings led them to find a series of hot springs and sulfurous vents that would help them survive the winter without going into hibernation. Even with that advantage though, building a new camp and erecting a new totem to their dark god was a process that took months, not weeks. The first creature they carved into that hole was an ogre that ruled the nearby swamp. It claimed the lives of 2 lizard warriors, and injured several more so badly that they would have perished too if the Lich had not shown them its favor and blessed them with a deathless strength that made it all but impossible for disease or blood loss to claim them while their bodies knitted themselves back together. Most of the lizard men did their best to resist the darkness that offered itself so freely to them in those moments of mortality, in the way that the goblins never did. Not Sinvec though, that hunter embraced it, and the anger that came with it. This interested the swamp on several levels. In the past the lizard men had been so alien that it had only been able to touch their minds with great difficulty while they slept in a place of power. Their minds had become no easier to read in the decades since that first summer, but the darkness power had doubled several times since then. Until now, it had observed their habits, and even some of their religious ceremonies, but it had never gotten so deeply inside their head to find out an individual name. It didn't even know that individuals had names until that moment. What it did understand was the base desire he found lurking inside that primitive mind. Behind the sluggish thoughts and the black and white vision that saw less than a fragment of the world that the Lich could see, it found a deep throbbing hunger. Sinvec hungered for food and mates, he hungered for power, but most of all for dominance. The goblin mind wanted to devour the world for the thrill of killing and bloodshed, but lizard men, or at least this lizard man, had a desire to possess and control the lands that would fulfill its other needs more than it desired the killing that would take place to ensure it was successful. It was an interesting juxtaposition that left the darkness somewhere between the two viewpoints. It needed to murder the living to feast on their souls, but it wanted all the lands it could see as well due to the primal covetousness that its dark heart of gold inspired. The payments of its little lording was helping with that of course, but no matter how much he paid, it would never truly be enough for the Lich. One day it would rule over the entire world, and nothing would stop it. Sinvec had more reasonable ambitions, though. He didn't even want to rule over its tribe. Not yet at least. He was too young, and he hadn't made kills that were impressive enough for a mate, let alone one that would be memorialized on their nearly bare totem. The closest it had come was to narrowly avoid death after his ambush failed to slay the swamp ogre. Even poison that behemoth had managed to swing its club with such force that all he could do was lay broken in the mud while the other members of its hunting pack finally brought it down. While the rest of the tribe celebrated the victory with a grand feast, he had laid there for weeks waiting for death. Death came for him eventually, but instead of claiming him and dragging him from the mortal world to the hunting ground of his ancestors, it held the darkness at bay while he healed. A few weeks later, all that he had to show for his foolhardy brush with mortality was a number of jagged black scars that meandered through his dull green scales. It was a harrowing experience, but that brush with the spirits of darkness changed him forever. He became more aggressive after that, and more eager to prove himself. This wasn't just to secure mates and nests when spring came though, it was a desire to please the dark god that watched over them. Now that he had felt its strength course through his shattered body, even its limited reptile mind knew that it could have more of that power if it gave the darkness what it wanted, and what it wanted were the totems and the corpses that came from ever more dangerous hunts. If that was what those dark, deathless eyes wanted, then Sinvec would bring them down. The chimera, the wyvern, and even the griffin, he wasn't as strong as any of them, but he would be. He would bring all of them down, or die in the attempt. The desire to please it was so strong that it was hard not to think of the lizard men as its most loyal pets, the Lich thought idly while it watched its flesh grafters at work. Zombies only obeyed because they had to. They were literally powerless to say no to it, much as some of the spirits that were bound to their own rotting corpses might want to. The lizardman's level of loyalty would have been enough to warm its heart, if it had one. They were practically like the hounds that the humans seemed to love so much, albeit ones that were significantly more useful and deadly. Generosity wasn't an emotion that the darkness was capable of. It was even rarer than happiness or gratitude in its dark and flinty heart, but as it watched the flesh grafters meticulously skin the ogre that the reptiles had brought down for it, it felt something almost that strong for the first time in a long time. The beast was over 9 feet tall, with thickly muscled limbs that were each as wide as a normal man. Even if it had been resurrected like this, it would have been a terror, but the Lich wouldn't dream of doing something so wasteful. The raw potential was nothing compared to what it would be when it had tainted and reinforced every inch of the ogre and filled it with so much rage that it would never know peace. Right now they were in the earliest stages of preparation. The skin had not yet been tanned, nor had the hundreds of steel plates that would eventually make up its second skin been riveted to it yet. That would take weeks, and all the while, the flesh grafters would be carving the creature up, dissecting one muscle at a time to be embalmed and treated, so they could get to the skeleton and reinforce it. Of course, not all the flesh would be worth preserving, and the bones would be moved into the beetle vat until they were entirely flensed. Even though the rest of the process took weeks, the final step took only hours. A living body could be devoured down to the bones in less than a day, but a thoroughly butchered corpse took far less time. It was only after all that was done that the entire skeleton would be submerged into molten bronze, and then rebuilt a layer at a time until it wasn't just an unstoppable juggernaut, but an undying one as well. The Lich didn't need to be involved with any of this, of course. That was why it had created its flesh grafters to run its saboteurs. They handled all the mundane tasks like this one. Creating a war zombie was nothing special. The Lich had amassed dozens like this in the vaults where they awaited use. In the ogre's case, the only thing that was special was the specimen, not the technique. That was why it built all of its most skilled necromantic surgeons with the souls of doctors and healers. Their souls might twist and rebel at being forced to do such grisly work, but they had a talent that was impossible for almost anyone else to match. It certainly didn't hurt that their own bodies were modified to make them even better at these tasks. Their necks were longer and more prehensile than any living man, and their arms each had an extra set of joints. The only way that one might tell one from another was the number of eyes and fingers each had. 5 eyes was the least number of eyes a servant could have in a role like this to get the proper depth perception, of course, but some of the newest ones had almost twice that. Fingers though, fingers were purely a function of skill. Not counting the 4-armed lovers that still labored here in the depths, its first Shoryugen only had 13 fingers, some of which ended in fine clamps and blades, but the famed Dr. Zumason, who had disappeared one spring on a voyage downriver, he had 19 fingers, and though he might wail and gnash his teeth at his current fate, that grief and horror never stopped him from making perfect cuts every time. That was why he was assisting the Lich and his library on the most delicate of tasks, the forging of a human spine. Each vertebra was invested with a single human soul that had died violently due to fire. The pieces were cast in bronze before they were carved into perfect shape, and fitted together. It was only after the runes of binding had been carved into them, and they had been gilded so that they would never tarnish, that ligaments of thin wire had been attached and woven together into patterns that were a nightmarish mockery of real muscles. The webs of steel had one important advantage over preserved tissue though: they were entirely fireproof. If all went well, this would function as the prototype for its own new vessel, but more testing was required first. This project was less than a quarter done. The Lich would leave it to its minions once it had completed the most critical steps. It was even more critical than the Cyclopean skull that was being formed from steel at the forges even now. The skull would merely house the thing that powered this terrible body. It was the spine that was the leash that would bind the automaton to its will. The Lich had learned much in the year since he'd bound the river dragon to its swamp dragon in a match that was truly made in hell. Even as strong as that creation was, the Oroza had threatened to crack it on several occasions already, necessitating further upgrades. She was simply too strong and defiant to be tamed, just like the river that shared her name. That was even more true now that worship of her was resurgent. Gone were the temples to the languid serpent or the verdant lady though. Now the people focused on the raging tide, or worse, the hag of the delta or the crone of the tide waters. Where once the stories of her were about how she brought life and washed away evil with her purifying waters, now they were about the terrible gifts she would grant to those who sacrificed to her. The people of the area still believed that River would give them what they needed, but in the back of their mind they understood that someone would have to pay for that bounty. It was almost a pity that the energy from all those sacrifices, and the power from all those prayers was stolen from her as soon as she received them. Instead, it was channeled to her captor, making it ever stronger while she writhed and withered, just like her namesake at the turning of the seasons. Ch. 37, Forged in Fire. Krumvner had no idea how long he'd been kept in isolation before the lantern was opened, and he was allowed to flare into being once more, but he knew it had been a long time. It had been at least months, and possibly years since he'd tried to defy his jailer and had his legs cut out from under him in the attempt. Even sitting in the throne room, able to watch everything the Lich did, it was very hard to understand any of it when he was reduced to the size of a single forsaken spark that cast a blue glow so faint it barely reached the golden corpse that he hated with every ounce of his being. The treatment would have enraged him if he'd had the energy for such a powerful emotion. Instead, he just watched the world float past as a flickering of events. The only image he'd been able to hold on to for any length of time was the golden bastard that had imprisoned him meeting with a woman clothed only in water. She had radiated power until the Lich had drained her dry and forced her to submit just like it had forced Krumvner so long ago. He shuddered at the humiliation, staring while the fire that the Lich had built in the crude summoning circle slowly rose higher and his mind returned to him. "Why do you wake me?" Krumvner barked silently at his tormentor as he stirred to life and looked around the dark and changeless throne room. "What fresh torments have you prepared this time?" There was nothing he could do to stop the Lich from hurting him, but he would not give it the satisfaction of begging or submitting to the monster. Even the short thrill of glorying in fire and blood for the first time in decades hadn't been worth that terrible price, and that had been truly grand. "Torments?" the Lich asked silently. "I don't come to hurt you again, Stoneburner. I have woken you to give you a gift." "Gifts? Pa!" The spirit crackled, "I want nothing from you." "Nothing? Not even your freedom?" The Lich taunted as one of its many zombie minions approached the lantern, and picked him up from the hook he'd hung on ever since he'd been brought to this place. The fire spirit felt a flicker of worry, wondering where this monster was taking him after all this time. He didn't even bother to dignify the Lich's offer with a response. The only freedom that he was ever likely to receive was when his jailer finally tired of toying with him and snuffed him out for good. He doubted that would be any time soon though, because the foul creature fed on suffering the way that he fed on kindling. He could only watch as the slow-moving lantern-bearer left the room and began to walk through the dank maze that was the Lich's home. These weren't proper tunnels. Krumvner knew that much from his dwarven history. Everything was wrong about them. The places where they turned weren't square, and neither were the junctions where the walls met the ceiling and the floor. Everything was crooked and rough-hewn. There was no artistry at all in anything the Lich did, and it grated on him to no end. He'd only let things slip as badly as he had because he'd been forced to rely on goblins, but the Lich had all the power it would ever need, and minions that existed only to follow his orders to the letter. It was just sloppy, and it was one more thing the fire spirit would never forgive it for. "You've sat as a trophy in my throne room for too long, Krumvner, and your potential has been wasted because you lack the obedience to do what you're told. That changes today." The Lich's silent voice echoed through the halls ceaselessly, following the fire spirit as his lantern was carried along. "I obeyed you once and I still regret it. I will never." The words vanished into smoke before Krumvner could finish expressing them as he beheld the sights of the room he was brought into. The room was vast enough that he couldn't hope to see the walls with the wan blue light of his adulterated form, but what he saw was enough. It was an abattoir, but the gore wasn't what disturbed him so much that for a moment he flickered hesitantly. Around the rooms were bodies in different stages of disassembly or reassembly, and each of them had been modified to the point where they were no longer strictly human. All except for the thing that stood in the center of the room. It looked human enough, if one had their bones dipped in molten iron and bronze, of course. The fire spirit was sure that such a vessel had something to do with him, if only because there was very little of it that looked flammable. The metal skeleton had a skull of steel and a spine to match, but both of those were gilded so that they blended in with the bronze limbs of the rest of the body. It occurred to the spirit only once he was close to it that it wasn't the skeleton of a human, but a mixture of human and goblin elements that were most visible in the height and the hunch of the spine. "You will obey me, and in time you will even thank me for this gift," the Lich intoned. "Not today or tomorrow, I think, but one day you will beg me for more orders, no matter how humble and demanding. You will crave them. A larger, stranger cage, is still just a cage," the fire spirit blustered, trying to ignore the bad feeling that was building inside of it. "Your lantern didn't break my will, and neither will anything else." As Krelmner spoke, the zombie that had carried him into the room reached into the lantern with its bare hand and removed the ember that was the true spark of his being. For a single second he was free, but before he had a chance to revel in it or feel the warmth that came with it, the ember was inserted into a small opening on the back of the monstrosity's skull, which was then shut and locked, plunging him once more into the terrible void that the Stygium created. "That zombie will burn to ashes," the Lich said while the fire spirit tried to adjust to his new surroundings and see what mischief he could get up to in this strange body. "Void fire burns unlife just as easily as true fire burns pitch. It's a pity you don't have more control, or you could destroy all my creations just as easily." "Oh?" Krelmner said, flexing his new hands as he imagined throttling the last spark of unlife from the Lich's dead eyes. "I'll remember that when I use this too." "Stop!" the Lich yelled in a voice that thundered through his skull. For a moment Krelmner tried to keep moving despite the orders. That was a mistake. Instantly the whole body came to life and revealed its true purpose as he was assaulted with a dozen varieties of pain. "I made that body just for you. I made sure it would be the perfect fit for an insolent, disobedient spirit like you, and each bone in it will be loyal to me until the day I finally let you die," the Lich gloated. "One day you will be too, though not too soon, I hope. I've devoted too many days to this particular torment, so you'll have to suffer for decades at least to make it worth my while." What did you do to me?" the fire spirit screamed. This time, rather than silently speaking from the fire in the throne room, he actually put his new mouth to use and let out a thin, grating voice as sparks spewed from his empty throat. Right now, he was experiencing the worst pain of his entire existence, and he couldn't understand why. It was heat, and fire, but it felt like skin that he didn't have was melting from his bones. Normally fire was a welcome sensation, but right now, even as the traceries of blue fire began to spread across the runes that decorated his ribs, spine, and the long bones of his leg, all he felt was an unquenchable desire for it to go out. The pain only ended half a minute later when he finally did exactly what the Lich said and stood there perfectly still without even thinking about moving. The runes dimmed slightly when he was still and obedient, but stayed lit. Even thinking about disobeying was enough to cause them to burst into flames once more and make him wish for death. "I selected the souls that empower your body with great care, Krelmner. Please know that," the Lich taunted. "Each one of the bones in that body has been bound to the spirit of a human that you have personally burned to death. Each one of them want nothing more than to make you suffer, and they have permission to do just that whenever you do anything but obey my instructions to the letter." "You what? That's madna arg." The fire spirit wasn't even able to finish the sentence before the pain assaulted him again. It lasted for almost a minute before he was finally able to still his mind enough to quell it. "You won't be alone with them though," the Lich continued. "Since I know how much you love goblins, I've distilled the spirits of hundreds of them into the sinews and ligaments that make that strange machine move with such fury. Right now, you can scarcely feel them, but in time their darkness will seep into your soul and help you to become the true warlord that you were always meant to be." This time Krelmner managed to stay silent, but internally the fear competed with rage in his cold heart. He could feel the power flowing through him, but he could also feel how dirty it was. He felt tainted by it already, and it had only been 5 minutes since they'd been commingled. They stayed like that in a silent impasse for several more minutes, watching the zombie that was burning with blue fire slowly burn down to nothing but a pile of ashes. Finally, when the Lich had proven his point, he said, "I have a job for you. You may speak, but you may not disobey." "What do I need to do to return to that lantern?" the fire spirit asked, repressing his rage. "You really think I would be so merciful?" the Lich asked, almost amused at the idea. "I wish to know more about your past. I want to understand how gods fall to better know how they rise." "I will tell you all I know," Grimdark answered, gritting his teeth as he studied the abomination he had become. "But you do not know enough," the Lich declared in a voice so loud it echoed in his skull. "So you will return to the depths and rediscover them for me. You will tell me of Ginnel and Morndon. You will discover why you were once called the Stone Burner, or you will die in the attempt." Even as the Lich spoke the words, Grimdark felt the compulsion to start walking, but he hazarded a few words anyway. "But the way is blocked, there is no way into the deeps any longer. The miners in the Red Hills following the gold vein have found tunnels so deep the goblins never explored them. They were almost certainly how you found your way to the surface, and they are how you will find your way back," the Lich answered smoothly. "You will walk back to where this all started, avoiding contact with men where you can, and killing anyone who sees you when you must. I will see through your eyes, and let you know when it is time to return." "But," the fire spirit protested, feeling the pain already starting to blossom in places in his new body. The Lich interrupted him though. "If you do not go now, I will have you stand in the bottom of the Orosa for a year and a day, and we can satisfy a different curiosity of mine, to see what it feels like as you drown while you are burned alive." The wave of fear was enough to overpower the pain that was coursing through Grimdark, and he started to move immediately. Ch. 38, Spreading Plagues. For years the Lich had been content to feast on the dreams of the simple people that dwelled in the towns and villages in its domain. A drop of anguish from the thousands it afflicted nightly added up to a tide of suffering, and it drank greedily from both the nightmares of mortals and the very specific pain of its enslaved river dragon. It was overflowing with power now. Neither of those was truly enough though. It would never be enough. So, one day, as the armies of Dutton gathered on the east bank of the Orosa, the Lich decided that its latest creation was ready, and it unleashed it in the dead of night. It was not as mighty as its juggernaut or its river dragon, but it was more deadly than both of them combined. Unlike the vessel that contained Grimdark, it lacked obvious artistry, but it still represented years of painstaking work. The tiny mote was little more than a miasma, a breath of sickness. It was just a wicked little curse that it inflicted on the least of the swamp's denizens, but in a few months it would spread over half the continent. It started small though. The sickness first spread across the lands and downriver, affecting almost everyone to some degree as the disease that the Lich had nurtured and developed for years finally appeared. It was first noticed in the crew of boats bound for port cities like Bridgem and Tagle in the county of Dutton. Both of those cities were regional crossroads, though. They could never hope to contain the disease. Instead, they would amplify its spread. 2 weeks after the first sailor complained to his mates about not feeling too well as he went to bed early, dozens were dead and thousands were sickened while the new disease spread its tentacles down every trade road and tributary, searching for new victims. At first, it was treated as the Grey Shivers always was, with rest and water, but soon enough they called it something else, and boarded the victims in their home as new cases were discovered in a desperate bid to avoid the same fate. The drowning. The word and the rumors associated with it spread even faster than the illness itself. Those who caught it still ran high fevers, and their skin still turned pale and ashen, but in their final days their lips turned a distinctive blue color, and their racking coughs began to resemble the gurgling sounds of a drowning victim as their own fluid slowly filled their lungs. It was an awful way to go, but most survived. They simply waited at death's door for several days before they managed to break free from the undertow that clawed at their soul as much as their body with its clammy hands. Even though it was a magical sickness created by the Lich, The people of Grecian were not spared. It could only control its release from the biting flies that were common to certain river sandbars in its ever-growing domain. It couldn't control its spread. It didn't even want to. In due course it came to Falruvia, and burned through most of that city just as it had the rest of the region. Though the deaths there would be an order of magnitude less than in the surrounding counties, the suffering would be almost as great, because that was what the darkness desired. With the waning of the swamp and the storage of its undead minions, the world had forgotten it. Its evil had been relegated to dreams and stories. That was a mistake. Even if it wanted to hide its existence, it still wanted the people that dwelled within its lands to fear the dark powers that lurked in the darkness each night. Not that the disease was simply a lesson in vanity, of course. The Lich had thought long and hard about when to release its terrible plague, but it was the Lord of Dudden that had decided on the timing. When he had begun to marshal troops to his cause and draw mercenaries to Brundisium with an eye on its gold mines, it had sealed their fate. Those warriors would be some of the first to be infected in their crowded barracks while they waited for orders to cross the river, and fully half of them would die gasping for air without a single sword being unsheathed. That this whole war had almost happened and been prevented without Kelvin ever finding out or raising his own armies was an amusing irony for the darkness. Normally it would be happy for the two neighboring regions to fight themselves to a bloody standstill, but not today. Not only was the Lord of Dudden targeting its gold, but it would be a great distraction to the ongoing building projects. The Lich needed the peoples surrounding its ever-dwindling swamp to be fruitful and multiply, not die in pointless squabbles. Those could wait. Only those loyal few who worshipped at the temples to Oroza were completely spared of this blight because it had used the river's own strength to fuel its foul spell. The other priests could heal it with their magic, of course, but even they still feared walking into the neighborhoods where the malady had taken hold. The water bearers had no such fear though. They would journey into even the worst of the outbreaks to bury the dead and tend to the dying. At first this charity caused some backlash as the stricken populace feared that the river goddess had something to do with the outbreak. Those thoughts were quickly quelled with the right fever dreams given to the right people. The water bearers weren't the cause, but the cure, and everyone should give thanks to the pure waters of the Oroza for that. She was neither, of course. She hadn't been a queen for years, she'd been reduced from guardian deity to attack dog, and all the prayers that were sent to her were siphoned away by the Lich through the runes that chained her to the dead flesh she was trapped inside. None of that mattered to the Lich right now though. All that mattered was he wanted the cults in her name to grow. They would need to if it ever wanted to get the Holy City to take the area seriously in a way that didn't involve it sending Templars to slay it. The religious fanatics that worked for the gods of light took the small gods and the order of such things very seriously if the dreams from the Red Hills Monastery were to be believed. As dangerous as it would be to play with the one group of people still capable of slaying it, they would be necessary eventually. The sickness had one welcome side effect that the Lich hadn't planned on though, and that was when Krelmvner walked into the gold mine to journey into the depths, there was no one there to see him. The Lich had made sure of that. 2 days before its ferryman had delivered the godling to the landing, the whole area had been struck with a bout of the drowning so severe that they'd closed the mine until further notice. It pained the Lich to think about delaying its portion of that delicious gold, of course, but it would be compensated in other ways by its minion's trip into the darkness. It had no idea how deep the tunnels went or what it would find down there, but it wanted to. Did dwarves still live beneath its slants? Would they be a threat? Those were important questions, but neither was the reason it had spent so many days building Krelmvner such a work of art. More than anything the Lich wanted to know how a demigod could fall to become a lowly spirit. There were valuable lessons there that it would require, and soon. In perhaps only a decade or two its plans would reach fruition and such pitfalls were at the forefront of its mind. The tunnels beneath Blackwater Landing were done, and the runes and blood gutters were being carved to complete them. In only a few more years all of that hard work would be finished, and its terrible modula would be complete, but the town itself still had a long ways to go. It was almost unique in the region, in that, despite the poor hygiene and nutrition of its residents, not a single person died to the drowning plague. There was still the smattering of deaths related to drinking and duels, of course, including some that were caused by the lich itself. As disease went, though, it was a bliss place, and it was said to be holy to the Oros, even though it was palpably the opposite. Such rumors were welcome by the darkness, though, and they did wonders for the growth of the city. It had grown by leaps and bounds since it had completed its year-long duel with the river dragon, and was hardly recognizable. Where once there had been only muddy streets and ramshackle buildings crowded into the shadow of the toll collector's tower, there was now the beginning of a real city starting to take shape, and it was slowly replacing the dirty boomtown that had been here the last few years. A brick street now connected the docks on the Orosa side of the small peninsular community with the docks of the canal across town, and nearly every building along that street looked almost respectable. The constant draining of its precious swamp continued to expose more and more buildable lands, and as soon as those lands dried out, the men that flocked to Blackwater busied themselves with carving out their own little piece for themselves. Sometimes that involved clear-cutting the dying mangroves for lumber, and sometimes that involved digging up the clay to make whole piles of bricks, but it always meant that the area was a hive of activity. It wasn't just that the darkness didn't recognize the seat of its own power anymore, it was that each time it looked away it didn't recognize the new monstrosity that had replaced the older one from several months earlier. The town was just as impermanent and changing as the river it relied on, and almost as poisonous too. Farther out, the immigrants that had taken Kelvin upon his generous offer were taking larger patches of land, and taming them with the primitive human magic of controlled burns and plows. In time those farms would feast on its rich black earth, and the darkness that had been fermenting in the water for decades would take the form of fruits and vegetables that nourish a whole generation that would belong to it, and it alone. The gods could not touch what they had not nourished after all. And even though the water level fell every day, the darkness that was left behind only grew more concentrated. A piece at a time, the mortal world was getting smaller and more crowded, but the lich had long since learned to ignore its noisy neighbors that existed only 20 feet above its head. They were nothing but cattle, awaiting the slaughter, and it didn't care what they did with their time so long as there were a few more of them each week. After all, it would take thousands and thousands of souls to reach its bloody goals. Ch. 39, Nightly Raids. Kelvin flipped through the briefs, not quite sure why he should bring himself to care about their contents. His spymaster had brought them to him while he lounged half-naked in the study of the little house he kept for these sorts of indiscretions. His wife was as frigid as her family was wealthy, and though she was important to him in the grand scheme of things, she would never understand his needs any more than Paulus seemed to understand what it was he was being paid for. "Well, what is it I'm supposed to be seeing?" Kelvin demanded, looking up at the fearful expression of his intelligence chief. None of these even discusses the county of Gresham, Noden, Black Pine, Svindon. These are all villages in Lenville. Coastal. Fishing. Villages. Do I need to get you a map to your job properly? No, sire, the old man said, not entirely able to keep his voice from trembling. You said that you wanted to know about any goblin attacks as soon as they happened, and word of a recent rash of conflicts just reached from us downriver, so you thought that I would care about goblin attacks in the ass end of nowhere more than I would care about spending time admiring Lady Margaret Sass? He asked, slamming the sheaf of papers hard enough against the desk he was sitting next to make the older man flinch slightly. No one would think that, would they? Certainly not my spymaster. Someone that I place such trust in would without doubt have more sense than that. Well, that's not the only reason, my lord. Paulus said, fumbling, even though it obviously was all he had. The man wrote everything down, and he'd already given Kelvin every paper he'd walked in with. Anything past this point was the old fool just looking to curry favor with his lord, when he clearly didn't understand that every extra minute he kept Kelvin from the arms of his mistress was compounding the damage he'd already inflicted on himself. There's also word in Blackwater that, to the pits with Blackwater. Until and unless you can point to a credible threat on my person, I'm not going back to that flea-bitten hellhole until it's time to tie the river goddess herself. Anything that doesn't rise to either of those thresholds can be handled by you, or you can send a bird to the local governor and have him handle it for you." "But," the spymaster protested. "No buts, not from you anyway. You're as wrong about this as your predecessor was about an imminent attack from Dutton," Kelvin said with a smile as he stood unsteadily. He tried to make that a joke, with all the charm that the 2 bottles of red he'd shared with Lady Margaret could make him, but it had come out as more of a threat, which worked almost as well. "When you have something more important than my lovers, but you may return to me. Until then though, spies work best when they are neither seen nor heard. Do you understand?" Paulus opened his mouth one more time to speak, but thought better of it, and he closed it again before quickly bowing and taking his leave. It was the smartest thing he'd done in weeks, Kelvin thought, taking one more look at the papers before he turned and walked back toward the bedroom where he belonged. His wife would be expecting him home from his hunt in a few hours, and he would have to make sure he caught his prey another time or two before then. He shook his head, ruining the day he'd had to get rid of his first chief spy Wormth. Despite the disloyalty that had eventually forced Kelvin to kill him, the man had been competent at least, but in the years since his passing, it seemed like every replacement had been worse than the one before. At the rate things were going now, he doubted that Paulus would last more than a year, but that was hardly Kelvin's fault. Despite the nest of traitorous vipers he ruled over, he'd managed to make a fine show of things over the better part of his decade as Count Garvin, and that was no thanks to his incompetent help. The county had prospered under his rule like it never had under his father, Count Leo Garvin, and the old man had never had to deal with a plague half so bad as the drowning. Despite everything, the county had come through everything almost unscathed when compared to their neighbors, all things considered. Kelvin laughed to himself as he opened the door to his darkened bedroom. His previous spy had warned of an imminent invasion from the east, and instead their army had been decimated by fever. "Is something funny, my lord?" Margaret asked. Her sonorous tones drifted in from the shadows. "I'm just thinking about how hard it is to find good help," he said, smiling wider as she leaned forward, letting the crimson sheets fall seductively away from her as he spoke. "I'm afraid Paulus might not work out." "No? Isn't he your wife's cousin? I thought he was supposed to be quite perceptive." "What a shame," she answered, but she didn't seem saddened by the news. If anything, she loved the vicious streak he had. That was good, because as his little secret she saw his ruthlessness more than anyone else, and it made him love her all the more. He wasn't going to lose any sleep over Paulus' instincts just yet. After all, things were looking up. It had been years since the darkness had troubled his sleep, which spoke to its powerlessness, and in a year or two when the swamp finished drying up it would be well and truly dead along with everything else that had ever threatened his rule. Paulus hurried through the streets back to the room he kept on the waterfront. Not the main one where Count Garvin might think to look for him if his irritation hadn't subsided in a few hours, though. He'd gotten rid of servants for less, including his predecessor, and Paulus was under no illusions that his family ties would save him from one of Kelvin's fits of drunken pique. A pithy slogan that a particularly clever bard had coined to describe the current state of the county of Gresham was "the best of rulers governs least, by that measure Count Garvin is the land's highest priest." The man's words had outlived him, and even if Paulus didn't dare say them out loud, he thought about them often. Just like his father, Kelvin had little interest in actually governing his kingdom, but unlike his father he lacked the ability to trust in other competent nobles to do it for him. It was a complete mess that was hidden entirely by the revenues of Garvin's gift, if the notes he'd obtained from the Master of Coin's private books were to be believed. Everyone from the highest baron to the lowest blacksmith knew that the kingdom was horribly mismanaged, but few besides the Count's loyal spymaster could see the true shape of the problem, and that was likely one of the reasons that the good Count went through spymasters like other nobles went through mistresses. As long as he had a steady supply of gold and the love of the people from his youthful exploits, though, no one was inclined to do anything about it. Indeed, several of the barons were getting quite rich as a result of their lord's folly, and as long as they bought him shiny gifts and made the proper obediences before their lord, Count Garvin wasn't overly concerned. Indeed, all the time that should have been spent running the county from day to day was spent chasing down secret enemies. The Count was sure these existed, even if he could not name them and could provide no evidence except for his feelings on the subject, but almost every real threat that his spy masters brought to him was shrugged off as unimportant. Last year his predecessor had warned Kelvin that the county of Dudden was preparing an attack on the pretext of the resurgent river goddess worship, but when the plague brought everything in the region to a halt and the attack never materialized, poor Gelwin had paid for it with his life. That had made things very clear to Paulus from the very beginning. If he was going to tell the Count anything, then he'd better be right, or else. And he was, at least when it came to the goblins. After years of relative silence where they had done no more than attack supply convoys in the Red Hills, they were suddenly resurgent. Instead of attacking the farming villages again like they did a few years ago though, they were attacking the logging and fishing villages on the coast. His spies said that it was because there simply weren't enough farms to the east anymore for them to bother attacking the same place for a second time, but he didn't buy that explanation. Paulus was a religious man, and he could smell a greater evil involved, even if no one else could. His master might see traitors everywhere without being able to point to anything specific, but Paulus was in just the opposite position. He could see dozens of individual instances of evil, but he could find no common thread to connect them. The goblin attacks, the barges that disappeared on the river, the stranger rumors concerning the cult of the drowned goddess, and of course the nightmares were all the most obvious examples, but there were so many more, and most people never seemed to notice. Even the waters of the Orozes stank of evil to him now, which he would have thought impossible if he hadn't been so sure. The river water had made him sick often enough that Paulus only drank from deep city wells now, and he never ate fish anymore. It wasn't worth the risk even if he didn't understand why. The nightmares were the thing that troubled him the most. Paulus didn't get them too often, but after he'd discovered that one of the men he was to make disappear was also suffering from them, he'd made a point of asking everyone who was going to die about them. To a man, every person on the wrong end of his knives suffered from similar dark dreams. Some had them nearly every night, and some like him only had them once or twice a moon, but everyone had them, and they were all the same imagery. They all had dark grasping hands, and darker suffocating water. Paulus would have been inclined to blame the swamp and the ancient evil that was said to lurk there, but it was all but gone now, so there had to be something else. That was the one great thing that the wastrel, Kelvin, had accomplished. He'd drained the darkness from that blighted land once and for all and made it into tillable earth instead. In a few more years it would be nothing but a fertile valley, and in a generation or two Blackwater might be a larger city than Fall Revia proper because of that bounty. Paulus had drawn up all these details into detailed reports. Reports that made it all seem a little less crazy when all the facts were collected together in black and white like that. When the reports on the cults were combined with the river dragon sightings and the entrail readings he'd commissioned from the local temple, it was clear, there was a growing darkness in the heart of his beloved homeland. He considered giving that report to his lord many times. It was only his fear of what would happen next if he couldn't substantiate them, and give his count a target for his angst. Well, there was that fear along with another, deeper one. What if instead of simply being the neglectful ruler that darkness blossomed under, Kelvin was somehow part of its machinations? To Paulus he seemed much too incompetent for such a thing, but perhaps that was his role to play. It was his strong suit after all. Ch. 40, Walking Back Through Time. Krelmner's walk was endless, but boredom was more of a concern than fatigue would ever be for him. No matter how far he walked into the bowels of the earth, he did not tire. He couldn't. He was a deathless creature of fire and bone. He was shackled to his tormentor by the thin thread of magical energy as much as he was by the runes that bound his new body to the Lich's irresistible commandments. While he was on the surface, the godling had stumbled across a few prospectors to vent his volcanic wrath on. Even when he had gone deeper, he had found a goblin nest that had blocked his way. He had seared the flesh from their bones without a second thought in both cases. While this body limited him in many ways, the destructive power he could marshal had only been enhanced. It wasn't his power he was wielding, though. It was the Lich's, and it melted stone and steel as easily as it burned bone to ash in vicious bursts of blue flame that blackened any who would oppose him. That part at least should have been a thrill, but it wasn't, not even when he got to wring the life from a particularly fierce goblin warrior with his own hands. It had been an awfully long time since he'd gotten to do that. He'd been with that physical form for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like. Before now, he assumed he'd been missing something as a creature of flickering fire that could only touch the world to destroy it, but that turned out not to be the case. At least, that wasn't the case as far as this body was concerned. There was no sense of taste or touch, and even the joy of burning a creature that threatened him to ash felt thin and far away compared to his time as ruler of a goblin tribe. There the sacrifices of their fallen foes had been stringy and greasy, but at least they tasted like something while he devoured their essence. Now he didn't even get to enjoy that. He was alone and disconnected, walking ever deeper into a place he was sure he'd been before, even if he had no memory of it. Before he'd been a spirit of fire, he'd been the stone burner. He'd been the god of forges in over a dozen cities of the deeps, but he could remember only the faintest details about any of that. The shape of an arch here and the breaching of a fortress there. The memories were less than smoke, dissipating as soon as he focused on them. Even though Krelmbner loathed being ordered to do it, he didn't hate being forced to return to the roots of the mountains. None of his kin were left for the Lich to hurt. He didn't know why he knew that, but he was sure that they died long ago, which was part of why he'd fled to the surface. It was maddening that he couldn't remember any details, but he'd been reduced to bare embers too many times. If he ever hoped to rekindle those parts of himself, he would have to go back to the scene of the crime, and even as deep as he'd gone, that was still somewhere far below where he was now. Less than 2 weeks into his trip below ground, he was still in the dead zone that marked the area that was out of reach by the surface creatures but was still much too shallow for the beasts of the deeps. But they would come. The rock-eaters, fungus dwellers, and the shadow crawlers, all types of horror would come for him as he descended deeper and deeper. They'd never be able to resist the flickering blue light that illuminated each tunnel he walked down. On the rare occasion that dwarves needed to travel to the surface, they would extinguish all their lights and travel silently in all but the safest tunnels to avoid fighting such monsters. It was said that, Krelmbner's thoughts trailed off suddenly as he realized that his thoughts were not things he'd been able to remember before now. Rock-eaters? Shadow crawlers? As quickly as the ideas had appeared in his mind, they were gone again. He could remember thinking about them, but the words had no meaning to him. At least he was remembering things, though. It was a reassuring realization. That thought alone was enough to stop him in his tracks until the spirits that infested his bones threatened to unleash their mayhem on him once more. Those threats started his feet moving again, but slower this time, as the fire spirit reflected on the moment and tried to gauge whether or not anything else had been jarred loose from the dim recesses of his mind. The cities were still ghosts, but he better understood how deep they were now. Though there were some more shallow fortresses and trade hubs in critical areas, any self-respecting dwarf lived deep enough that his only enemy was time. That time was measured by the ceaseless forges where his worship had been centered. As he considered it, a cascade of details came flooding into his mind. The toiling he always heard at the back of his mind hadn't been battle as he'd thought it had been, but the blow of hammers on anvils of steel and mithril were worked into something timeless and deadly. Beyond that, though, there was nothing. No matter how hard he tried to force his memory, there was only void, and Krelmbner was frustrated all the more for being able to remember such trivial and insubstantial things. Days later, he found his first kobolds. He remembered the lizard creatures as soon as he saw them. In his memories, there was a hint of fear and revulsion associated with them, but he wasn't sure why. Today though, he wasn't impressed. There were 3 of them gnawing on a vein of rose quartz. They were intelligent humanoids with rust-colored scales and a tapered snout that held 3 rows of metal teeth for grinding their favor doors and crystals into dust. In his foggy recollection, they were big for their species, but none were over 5 feet tall. When they saw him, they hissed and began to slowly back away from him. At least, that was until they noticed how the light glinted off his metal skeleton. that gave them pause. After that, they conferred with each other with a series of whistles and clicks of their teeth, changing their minds and readying themselves for battle. They had no idea what they were facing, but they knew how good the gold and steel that made up his cage would taste. So, two of them extended their crystalline claws. The third drew an apt obsidian blade that would be less useful against it than their crude leather armor that looked like goblin skins. For a moment, Krumvner was tempted to let them try to kill him. He knew they wouldn't be successful, but if they were to do enough damage to some of the runes that bound it, perhaps it would finally break free. Ultimately, he wouldn't be able to follow through with that thought. Not because of how the spirits in his body howled in outrage that he would dare rebel, but because of the revulsion he felt as they got closer. Corpse eaters. Grave robbers. Vermin. Seeing the beady red eyes of the lizard man up close as they thought they were about to score an easy meal sickened him. He no longer had a sense of smell, but even without it, he could smell the coppery scent of death around these bottom feeders. Krumvner stepped back, pulling his arm out of the way as he suddenly remembered that their claws could damage even the sturdiest metal armor his forges had once produced. Creatures like this were best dealt with at a distance via crossbow. He didn't have one of those exactly, but he didn't need such a toy to deliver death at a distance. He flared the fires that flickered around him in a constant torrent in a burst wide enough to scare the one that had lashed out at him further back. These things lived their whole lives in darkness, and though they could see in the light, they did not enjoy it. The fire spirit extended his hand and unleashed a torrent of fire just as he felt a new presence enter his mind. He'd known that the Lich's connection would allow it to check on him at any time, but this was the first time that had merited its deathless gaze in weeks. It weighed almost as heavily on him as his disgust as he turned the first creature into a bonfire. What are these things? These kobolds? The Lich asked silently in his mind. It was an invasion, but he could do nothing to stop it, especially while he was focused on the fight. They are lower than rats or even goblins, Krumvner growled back as he poured out white-blue flames that made the kobold's flesh boil beneath its scales so that as it fell to the tunnel floor, the only thing that escaped its dying body was steam and smoke. They devour civilization itself, and even stone walls will not keep them out forever. The other two bolted at the sight of their smoldering comrade, but before Krumvner could burn them to ashes as well, the Lich stopped him short. You want them to live? The fire spirit asked, feeling the rage boiling up inside him. No, I want you to follow them back to their lair and murder them by the score. I want you to kill every last one you can find so that I can study their souls further. As creatures who have never seen the sun, they seem eminently suitable to one of several tasks, and their draconic bloodline. The Lich's voice trailed off after that. Well, you have your orders, Hound. Go, fetch. And just like that, Krumvner was striding forward again, regardless of the anger and resentment building inside him even as the Lich disappeared. No matter how much he wanted to slaughter those creatures, the embarrassment of being forced to do so had utterly ruined the moment for him. They didn't lead him very far, and he probably would have been able to find their warren even without the dumb things leading him right back. This deep underground, there were only so many tunnels they could have gone down, and at a glance, he could see which were natural and which bore the telltale teeth marks of these rock eaters. Then suddenly, he turned a corner, and he was there, in a kobold warren. It was the last place any sane dwarf would have wanted to be. They would have considered such a plan suicide, of course. And rightfully so. It was a nightmare to have dozens of the things close enough to reach out with their claws and gut you in a room that was riddled with holes like a slice of soft cheese. What good were the hundreds of hours spent drawing mithril into wire and forging that wire into link after link of sturdy chainmail if a monster like these could cut their way through it without much of a struggle? Even as Krumvner looked around and found dozens of pairs of glittering eyes hidden in those holes, the fires in his ribcage and around his fists began to build. He wasn't going to let the Lich ruin this for him. If there was one thing in the world he wanted to destroy more than that cursed golden skeleton, it was the bone eaters of the deep. All right, you bastards, he growled as he looked for the inevitable ambush. Who wants to be the first to die? Their numbers were effectively endless, but then, So is his anger.